Honesty, can you say honesty? 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 Honesty, can you say honesty?
Mic check. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? People, talk to me. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Mic check. Mic check. Mic check. Mic check. Mic. Janet. Yeah. Good afternoon and welcome to Reason with Rattigan on Reggae Global Radio and YouTube. It's another beautiful Saturday afternoon. And I'm your host, Will the Rebel Rattigan. And I'd like to thank all of you for tuning in. Let me just run through the chat here and big up as many people as I can before we launch into this thing here. Let me see. I think, hold on one second, Kev. All right. Jamaican TV, Patsy, Sassy D, James Master Songwriter, Janet Jones. I am Miss B, Doreen Elaine Walker, Missy Bram Bram, don't miss a beat, Marcia Thomas, Elaine Romans, Ransford, Kenneth, uh, Smith, Sandra Ellis, Faye White, Sharon Samuels, Fatima, Joan, Evie, Kenroy, Freedom, Beres, Eccles, Kenroy, just a Kenroy a while ago. Hold on a second, Kevin. Yvonne, Anthony R., Sharon Clark. Hold on. Audrey Patterson, Yardi Tov, Dawn, Florence, Donna, Catherine, Herbert, Jaquan, Maylene, Christopher, Ingrid, Jaco, Mark, Janet, Natalie, Annette, Marjorie, Durant, Barbara, Kenny, Benita, Positive Vibe. Yes. Carolyn, big up yourself. Big up you know me attack. That man there. Earl the Pearl. UK 2022 Joe. Carla. Angela. Cynthia B. Nordy. Neva. Maureen. Khadija. Malin. Malivan. Malivan. Real Black Woman. Leisha. Beres. Annette. Janet. Who else? Louisa. Who else? They have fight with Kevin to take over the mouse, yeah. Angela, Nisi One Love, Nadi, Antim Kangal, Big Bossy. Who else? Uriah, Cheyenne, Kamisha, Barbara, Ras Blessed, Lisa C, Joe Blogs. Who else? I hope I'm not missing anyone. Gypsy Girl, Raj, Carol, Ingrid, Senior Sexy, Faye White, Corinne, who else? Derek, Annette, Pearlie, Olimar Pressful, Private Home Care Job Search, Serene, Gwendolyn, Andrew, Catherine, Dennis, Sosa Bone, Trevor, big up yourself, Des, Russell, my man, all the way from South Africa, Karen G, Kamisha, big up yourself, Russell and the family, Janet, Roger, Bevan, Rosemary King, B.S. Lop, who else? Who else am I missing? Neville Shackleford, Eddie. Yes, sir. Big up yourself. Nigel, I'll call you about that thing there, so hold tight. But thanks for the support. Rowena, Swanston, Clinton, Sam, Junglis, Tyrone, Genusak, Uriel, out of many. Okay, Russ, let's see. I know entire family there. Good. Nick and Arlene, Letitia, Ian, who else? Dorothy, Anthony, the Gadget Corner, Tanisha, Ingrid, Tyrone. Okay. All right, folks. Well, look, many thanks to last week's guests. Last week we had on Ambassador Curtis Ward, and I want to personally thank him. He had me as a guest speaker in his class. He teaches Homeland Security in the master's program at the University of the District of Columbia, and he had me as his special guest this past, I think it was Tuesday or Wednesday. Went well, love it, and I'm looking forward to. Well, they invited me to come back the next session, so we're looking forward to that. We also had Ambassador Oluna Samba. We also had attorney and opposition junior spokesman on foreign affairs and foreign trade, my godson, Christopher Henry. Christopher, big up yourself. And of course, my impressive panelists, Isat Buchanan and Herb Nelson Jr. Regarding the foundation, we'll talk about the foundation a bit later. Like, share, and subscribe to the program, please. And I'll say it very often. Well, actually, I've some supporters in the chat. They make sure that the message that it goes out frequently. So again, like, share, and subscribe. And one big up Kevin, everybody. Kevin is here with us as usual. He's in the background making sure everything is working according to plan. So if things don't work according to plan, blame me. Don't blame Kevin, because he's very adept at what he's doing. I'm the guy with the technical challenges. Let's go to issues. We still haven't heard from the Integrity Commission corruption prosecutor and the DPP regarding the prosecution of the former Minister of State Leslie Campbell, former Speaker Marissa Dalrymple Philibert, and Mark Barnett, President of the National Water Commission. Family, we have to keep the pressure on. Otherwise, there's a distinct possibility that we may never hear about the resolution of these cases. We have to be vigilant. And while I'm happy to do it, and while I'm happily doing it, I cannot do it alone. We need all the support we can to keep these people on their toes and to provide the information so that we are informed. Now, I promised to do a segment on Dr. Grace McLean. She's the former acting permanent secretary in the Ministry of Education. But that segment has been postponed until next week due to some really significant and breaking issues that we'll discuss today. Relax with the Rebel. Please tune in tonight to Reggae Global Radio at midnight until 2 a.m. And as we say, relax with the Rebel. Tonight, we're going back to the early stages of reggae, and we're going to feature selections from the Treasure Isle Vault. It will be a treat for the folks from my era, and it will be an eye-opener for the younger ones in terms of the history of our music. All in all, it will be an enjoyable event for the strong supporters in the chat room, and people, you have to tune in and look at that chat room. It's very, very lively. So you have to tune in and join the people in the chat, as well as the thousands who tune in every week. So if you're not a part of the crew, I'm encouraging you to join us as we experience, as we say, enough niceness in the wee hours of the morning. Shout out time. Blessings to Mama Eileen and Papa Trevor. Ma P. Glad to know that you're back home and recovering nicely. Missed you a few days ago. Hopefully, we'll catch up next week. Big up to, shout out to Desmond, Paul, Ma Jean, Mrs. Nelson, and my personal brethren, Mr. Baxter out of Florida. Big up the Reggae Global family, the Meadowbrook crew, the Firehouse crew. Well, Firehouse and Waterhouse now as a result of the rains. The Rollington crew, big up yourself, Donovan. The New Lads family, my whole crew. The Diaspora crew and supporters. And Anthony from Queens, I'm going to give you a shout out. It was nice meeting you. And we're going to fix that little issue that you brought to my attention. It was a pleasure, sir. Barry Ricketts, my brethren from Firehouse. Great seeing you again. Wonderful time. Big up to you and the family. Tigo, I know you're listening. You and your family, big up on yourself. Also, big up to the many people watching the program with their family, friends, and neighbors at home, in the bars, markets, restaurants, and wherever you may be. Yeah, we're back. We're back. We're back. As usual, we had our little outtake. As I was saying, we know that YouTube can only capture the amount of devices um, locked onto their platform, but not the thousands of you um, hearkening to the message from those devices. So it may show one device, but you may have 10 people listening to it, and YouTube can only capture one. But we know thousands listening. So to all of you, big up on yourself. Andre, big up yourself, sir. Family, a lot of you have asked about him. Let me just say that he's recovering nicely and he's fully immersed in planning his next moves. And I guarantee you that whatever he does will be successful. Also, big up to Police Federation Chairman, Mr. Rowan James. Yesterday, the court granted him the relief requested of it, and he has been reinstated. He'll report to work on Monday with full compensation and more powerful than before. He has shown resolve, perseverance, courage, tenacity, with a very humble and calm demeanor. This man is leadership personified, and in the fullness of time, I am confident that he will occupy his rightful place at the helm of the JCF. Future presentations. Well, we're going to have more interesting guests, including mental health professionals, educators, politicians, retired law enforcement officials, etc. We're also going to conduct review and analysis of the GG's throne speeches, the sectorial and debate presentations, the political manifestos, conference and election speeches. We're going to touch on one of them today. You're going to find it quite interesting. We're also going to focus on lies, misrepresentations, and broken promises, etc. Dr. Karen Dunkley was scheduled to be here today to talk about the state of education in Jamaica, but due to a significant event in Washington, D.C. this afternoon, we have rescheduled her appearance on the show. But I know she's watching. She's on her way to that event, and I know she's watching. Karen, safe travel. Big up yourself. We'll also have mental health professionals, Mitzi Sky and Dr. Cheryl Bellamy in a few weeks. Tomorrow, people, tomorrow, please check out Waterhouse Vibes at 3 p.m. on YouTube. The guests will be freedom fighters from South Africa who fought in the struggle against apartheid, including Andy Mashail, dear friend of mine, who's one of the UN ambassadors for the Turn Back Crime program in South Africa. They will share their experiences and provide a roadmap regarding the fight against a repressive government. Don't miss it. And of course, you must tune in tomorrow night to Wayne Lonesome's town hall meeting at 7 p.m. on YouTube. No tabloid, no hearsay, no foolishness, just plain facts and thorough analysis. Now, today's presentation, let me just throw out the disclaimer. The opinions you hear today regarding the presentations will be that of the individual presenters only and is not endorsed by or known to or vetted by Reggae Global Radio or the host. Yours truly. Today's program is going to be jam-packed with information. Information that is or should be of great significance to all of you. So I'm telling you now to reach out to your family members, your friends, your neighbors, and inform them, request them, convince them, encourage them to join us now. No, 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 no. And while you're at it, if you haven't done so yet, please remember to like, share, and subscribe. Now, you're going to hear the message throughout the program. Like, share, subscribe. Like, share, subscribe. Today, we'll be joined by former Diaspora Advisory Board members Irwine Clare and Patrick Beckford, dear friends of mine. Also, author, publisher, Maria Edwards, another dear friend. Reggae artist, producer, Wayne Lonesome, my brethren. Investigative journalist, Zara Burton. And our panelists, attorney Isat Buchanan, and former intelligence analyst / security advisor, Herb Nelson Jr. Today is going to be quite a day. It's going to be quite a production because we are going to discuss the curious case of fertilizer distribution in Jamaica and what I was told by an MP this week. That's number one. Number two, we're going to be talking about the Speaker of the House, the Honorable Juliet Holness, the Prime Minister's wife, and how her changing up the rules governing the tabling of the Integrity Commission's reports submitted to the Parliament. It's an issue, everyone's talking about it, so we're going to weigh in on that as well. Also, the written connection between Buju Banton, the reggae icon, and Judge Staple in the judge's written decision in the Kamina Johnson-Smith case. Also, the diaspora's view on standing, whether you have the right to bring an action in court, as decided by Judge Staple. We'll also talk about the history and results of the investigation of funds from the Prime Minister's charitable organizations. There are some issues surrounding his charitable organizations, and there's also a distinction between a not-for-profit organization and a charitable organization vis-a-vis tax implications and how you can contribute, when you can contribute, to whom you can contribute. So we're going to explore all of those issues surrounding the Prime Minister with investigative reporter Zara Burton. And finally, we're going to go to part one of the Prime Minister's lies, misrepresentations, and unfulfilled promises. And I'm promising you folks, you're going to find this quite interesting. You're going to find it quite interesting. We have a lot of ground to cover today, a lot. Let me start by stating that I have never been enumerated to cast a vote in Jamaica. And I'm saying this for people who are wondering who is Rattigan and you know, what's his motive? Let me just clear up all of this once and for all. I've never been a member of any Jamaican political party. And by extension, I've never voted in a Jamaican election. My care and my cause are for the people of Jamaica, my people. And so it doesn't matter which side of the political fence you're on. If your actions are against the interest of the people of Jamaica, at home or abroad, I will criticize in the strongest terms possible and come up with a plan to stop you. That's my pledge. Now, as individuals, we have a right to our own thoughtful perspectives. And at times, we are going to disagree. It is a must. People, we are going to disagree. We cannot agree on every single issue. However, let's never let the discussion devolve to the point of being disagreeable, because that's a recipe for chaos, confusion, tribalism, and the corrupt politicians love that. They thrive on it. They sow the seeds of our division in the soil of promises and loyalty to politics and party. And in the fullness of time, we wallow in the soil of suffering and hopelessness, never to achieve our full potential as a people. And it's happening right now. Look up, especially the people living in the place behind me. Just look up to the hills, Red Hills, Forest Hills, and so on and so forth. And look at, if you're not living in Kingston, look at the well-heeled communities all over Jamaica. And you know who you won't see? You won't see you. Instead, you'll see the opportunists. You'll see the bloodsuckers. You'll see the real scammers and con artists. And who are they? The corrupt politicians. Now let's think critically as Jamaicans. If you've cloaked yourself in the colors and philosophy of the JLP or PNP, I'm not here to convince you to switch affiliation. Believe me, if you're PNP or JLP and you believe in the philosophy, I am not here to convince you to switch your affiliation. My job is to guide you away from being a legacy voter to an informed voter. And what do I mean by that? Meaning that you don't vote for somebody simply because your grandfather voted for that party and your father voted for that party, so now you vote for that party. I'm trying to get you to be an informed voter where you think through the issues and you cast your vote based on your conscience and the effect that that politician is having in your life, in the community, and by extension, Jamaica. Remember that at the end of the day, politics is local and you vote for a person, an MP. You don't vote directly for a prime minister. Some people seem to think that you do not vote for a prime minister. Political maturity comes about when you can still remain loyal to your color, your party, and its philosophy while casting a vote against your MP who did not fulfill his responsibility to enhance your life and lifestyle and those around you. That's political maturity. When you can look at issues and you can say, you know what, I believe in the philosophy of this party, but this person is not living up to the creed. And we're really disappointed. And you can vote for somebody else with a better plan. If your life, your family's life, your community has not changed, has not improved, despite the fact that your MP just got a big fat raise, and you have been told that more money is being spent on everything in the country than ever before, then you need to start thinking critically. If your community, if your family, your life, nothing's changed. And you saw what happened recently with the politicians getting up to what, 200% raise, 300% raise. And we hear, oh, the government has spent more money than any other government to do this, and that. And if your circumstances haven't changed, then think critically. If the circumstances in your community have not changed for the better with regards to housing, crime and safety, schools, healthcare, real and permanent jobs with a livable wage, not minimum wage, building off roads and building off roads with proper drainage, electricity, water, quality of life, etc. If your MP is enjoying the creature comforts of life while you eke out a living in squalor, then think critically. It doesn't matter if you're PNP or JLP, think critically. Yes, as I was saying, a new amount of freebies and goodies between now and your date with your political destiny, and that is your election day. No amount of freebies or goodies between now and then should dissuade you from acting critically on that day. Think about it now. But on that day, it will be your responsibility to act in accordance with your reality. Your critical thinking should be over by election day. And then it is action time. Do it for yourself. Do it for your family. Do it for your community. Let's bridge the chasm that divides us and act critically for the future and the success of Jamaica. That is my message to you today. Now, what I'm going to do, Kevin, where you there? By the way, big up Isat and Herb, they've joined us. And in the wings, we have Patrick Beckford, my dear friend, listening to us. Kevin, just put up all of the videos and the documents up top for me, so I can start. Yeah. Yes, folks.
Well, let me say greetings to you, Mr. Host, and to my esteemed partner here, Attorney Isat Buchanan. Somebody mentioned your name this week at our Northeast Diaspora online conference, Isat.
I bet it had to do with KFC, but go ahead.
Well, we'll see. We'll come back to that. All right. Sorry about that, host. Yeah.
Go ahead.
But no, it was all good. You know, they say you're young and you are aggressive and you get things done. And some of these older lawyers, they don't want to take no chances and lose their license. So we want to say they alluded to the fact that you're what Jamaica needs, and hopefully there are more of you out there.
Shh, mind Jamaica, hear you. Rain falling on this end.
All right, yeah, I hear you. Ratty, you muted?
Isat, big up yourself, my brother. All right, folks. We're going to warm up the stage now, right? If you thought my opening was a nice warm up, I'm going to show you something now, and this is going to be something else. All right, now, Kevin. Okay, hold on. Okay, no. If you remember, folks, I went on a tirade, but it was well intentioned, and it was timely, and it was about 2.6 million pounds. Actually, it was 2,640,000 pounds of fertilizer that the Jamaican government got from Morocco last year, March. And how did they get the fertilizer? They got the fertilizer because we sold out the people of the Western Sahara. And you heard it last week. We sold out from Curtis Ward. We have always supported the people of the Western Sahara in their struggles against Morocco since 1976. And in 2016, when this government took over, we withdrew our support and we started supporting Morocco. And then, all of a sudden, we saw this. See that? Where's the date? Let me, Kevin, if you can enlarge that for me. If you can't, then that's fine. But date is right here. It's right here. It says March 23rd, 2022. All right. And this was the Minister of Agriculture and Fisheries, Colonel Charles Jr. He's no longer there, but at the time he was in charge. And if you look at the if you look at the caption, it says Jamaica gets 24,000 bags of fertilizer worth 122 million from Morocco, right? So he's announcing it. It's right here. Big announcement in the newspaper. They didn't mention anything about what happened to, the people of Western Sahara, but that's okay. Mention that we're getting fertilizer, right? Then we saw this. Not this. Hold on a second. Oh, this one. Saw this one. Well, my favorite minister.
Right, the picture is kind of small. Could you tell us who is that on the monitor? School challenge quiz style.
This, Kevin, can we enlarge the picture, sir? Can you see? Can you see now, Mr.
Is that Hampino?
It is.
Oh, yes, Eureka. Thank you.
Right, and look at what happened. She says here, she's doing a press conference, and she's saying, it says the Honorable Kamina Johnson-Smith underscores the importance of Morocco's donation of 24. Keep that in mind, folks. 24,000. Remember the one I just showed you a while ago of the of Minister Pernell Charles. He was making the announcement of the receipt of 24,000 bags of fertilizer. Here, if you look at the date, here it is, March 23rd of last year. We have the Minister of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade making the announcement for the same quantity. It's the same event, right? Kevin, I was trying to get this one up, but it looks like this one here, but I'm having issues with it. It won't. In an event. All right. So we have Minister Charles here saying 24,000 bags. What's going on? 24,000 bags of fertilizer. And then we have Mr. Kamina Johnson-Smith saying the same thing. 24. This was last year. And if you remember, folks, when I started asking questions about the fertilizer, what happened? They couldn't really explain 2,640,000 pounds of fertilizer. They couldn't really explain it. There was a huge quantity missing, and they said, "Oh, the bags were burst, and some was sent over to the Orange River Research Facility." And then when I continued digging, they said, "Oh, we don't know how much was sent over to the research facility, but it was used to fertilize over 100 acres of fruit trees." Right? Yeah, this one, Kevin, I don't know what's going on, but it's not moving. Well, that's fine. So, here it is. Yeah, thank you, sir. Here's the other one. Right. Here it is. 1,200 metric tons. And there's the date right there, March 24th. So we have our March 23rd, March 24th, and then we had the minister on March 23rd. So March 23rd, March 24th, both of them gave press conferences. And they said 24,000 pounds of, 24,000 bags, 2,640,000 pounds of fertilizer received from Morocco as a gift last year. And then they sent me documentation saying we've distributed everything by April or May of last year. They said everything's gone. We gave away everything. And then we said, okay, so tell us, how was it distributed? And they said, well, they wouldn't give me the names of the farmers. They would not. And then when I started adding everything up, we came up with about, first it was 200,000 pounds we're short. Then when everything was said and done, it appears that as if it's somewhere in the region of 200,000 to 400,000 pounds, not 200 to 400 pounds, 200,000 to 400,000 pounds of fertilizer missing. Then recently we had the thing with the pipe bombs. And as we know, that's one of the components usually used to make pipe bombs, fertilizer, right? Now, here's what happened a few days ago. Hold on there. Hold on. Kevin, can you go back and bring that up for me? I just want to show you something that happened 3 days ago, and it's going to be amazing. Hold on, we just have a little bit of technical difficulty here with somebody advertising. Yeah, it's not that. Yeah. While Kevin is doing that, he's trying to bring up the. Oh, wait a minute. Somebody is sending me. Okay. Somebody, a farmer is writing to me, and farmer said they can't provide the names because there it is, Kevin. Because it would only show that top farmers were friends with them, were given the fertilizer, and that I believe to be the case. Kevin, can you shift that over for me, please? Okay, I see it. All right, there we go, folks. All right. Look at that headline. Farmers to benefit from government fertilizer distribution. Enlarge that for me, Kevin, please. Then look at the date. 15th of November, 2023. Now, keep in mind that what I've been telling you happened last year. They got the gift last year for selling out the people of the Western Sahara, right? Now, look at what they're going to they started distribute. Well, they were supposed to, but because of the rains, they probably won't start until next week. Look at this. Look at the number of bags they're going to distribute. It says here, if you can't see it, I'll read it for you. Agriculture Minister Floyd Green, he's the guy who replaced Pernell Charles Jr., says the distribution of 24,000 bags of fertilizer to farmers across the country will begin this week. The exact amount that they got last year. We don't see any advertisement. We don't see any press conferences. The press conferences that we saw last year. We don't know where this fertilizer came from. We don't. Well, it says gift. He actually. Let me see if this will work.
As a part of our cooperation arrangement with the Kingdom of Morocco, we've received allocation of fertilizer, 1,200 tons of fertilizer, as a gift through the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, which will be utilized and distributed through our Rural Agricultural Development Authority. Distribution will start this week, and we will be trying to assist our farmers ramp back up productivity. We have had a difficult year, largely because of unprecedented drought, and as such, it's very important that we help our farmers get back planting, especially as the Christmas season approaches and as we look to start next year off on the right footing.
Okay, let's go back and listen to where it came
from. As a part of our cooperation arrangement with the Kingdom of Morocco, we've received allocation.
You already said, as a part of our continuing cooperation arrangement with the Kingdom of Morocco. So now the question is, did Morocco send another batch of 24,000 bags of fertilizer? We don't know. We know that they sent a batch of 24,000 bags last year. They sent 2.6 million pounds of fertilizer last year. Now we're seeing where we're listening to the minister saying that as a part of the cooperation with the Kingdom of Morocco, Jamaica now has 2.6 million. It can't be the same fertilizer, because they told me in writing that they distributed the fertilizer they received last year already. So where did this fertilizer come from? So we're going to be asking some questions through the access to information of the Ministry of Agriculture. We're going to be asking, is this the same fertilizer that you received last year? Or is it a new batch? And if it's a new batch, when did it come in? And we're going to ask all the pertinent questions. So farmers, and these things happen just around Christmas time or around election time. They're giving out because we want to know when the fertilizer came, because the fertilizer came in March of last year. The batch that I'm talking about came in March of last year, and by May, it was all gone. That's what they told me. By April or May, it was all gone. So we want to know, when did this batch come in? Because if this did not come in from Morocco, as they're making it out to be, like a second gift, then the question is going to be, how you say Morocco give you this 24,000 bags? They gave it to you last year, and you say you distributed that. So where did this 24,000 come from? We're gonna continue with that. So I just wanted to let you guys know that we're on top of things. We're not letting things slide here. Another thing I want to discuss with you is this. The Speaker of the House changed the rules regarding the tabling of investigative reports coming from the Integrity Commission. Now, the way it used to work before this week was the Integrity Commission would investigate corruption charges against, or corruption allegations against, politicians. They would complete their investigation. Then they would share that investigation. They would provide it to the commission, and then the commission would have the corruption prosecutor look at that report to see if there is enough there to make out a prima facie case, meaning just make out a case in court. And the corruption prosecutor would say yes or no. Once the report has gone through the process with the Integrity Commission, investigation, submission to the commission, review by the attorney, then it would go over to the Parliament for tabling. What does it mean when you say you table? It means there is nothing further to discuss. There's nothing, the tabling means that. It means that there's nothing further to discuss, just approve the thing and let's move on. Now, they have a rule, the Integrity Commission, and the rule says that if the matter is under investigation, no one can talk about it. That's what it says. If the matter is under investigation, no one can talk about it. Let me pull up the Integrity Commission. Okay. And then just run through a couple segments with all of you. Hold on, let me enlarge. All right. Let's start with 34.1. All right. 34.1 basically says that the corruption prosecutor has the right to prosecute. That's what it says, subject to the DPP. Right? And it says right here, 34.1a, subject to the powers conferred on the Director of Public Prosecutions by Section 94 of the Constitution, the corruption prosecutor shall undertake and have the conduct of prosecutions in respect of acts of corruption and offenses committed under this act. So the only person who can stop the corruption prosecutor from bringing a charge in court against a politician is not the Parliament. It's the DPP, the Director of Public Prosecution. She's the ultimate prosecutor in Jamaica. So let's just get that clear, that the only person who can prevent the corruption prosecutor from bringing a charge against a corrupt politician or an alleged corrupt politician is the DPP, not Parliament. Let's go to 42B. I'm going to walk you through this. All right. 41, 42B. All right, 42B. This talks about, for the 2B, talks about the publication of the summary of the statutory declaration of only two people, the Prime Minister and the leader of the opposition. Based on this law, only two people will have their will have a summary of their statutory declaration published. Only two, and that's the Prime Minister and the leader of the opposition. Now, I can tell you that the Prime Minister's has not been published. The opposition leader, a summary of his declaration has been published, but the Prime Minister, his summary has not been published. It's right here, B, right here, and we're wondering why. Right? So let me just check off these things here. So we did 34, 42B, the summary. Let's go to 53. Where's 53? 53, 3. All right. This, people, if you forget everything I've said, don't forget this. Right? This says that until the tabling, it's right here, until the tabling in Parliament of a report under Section 36, all matters under investigation by the Director of Investigation or any other person involved in such investigation shall be kept confidential, and no report or public statement shall be made by the Commission or any other person in relation to the initiation or conduct of an investigation under this Act. What does it mean? It means that once there is an investigation that's ongoing, nobody can talk about it. But the rules are silent about once the investigation is over. So if you read this, you're left with the conclusion that once the investigation is over, then anybody can talk about it, including the corruption prosecutor. So the idea that you can't talk about it until after it's tabled, it's nonsense. Let me just disabuse everyone of that concept. It's nonsense. Once the investigation is over, you can talk about it. So the Integrity Commission, they submitted 2 reports. The Speaker said no, they have to go to the Oversight Committee, blah, 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 blah. She's deviating from the rule. The Integrity Commission can speak about this. They can come out tomorrow, today, and say, listen, these are the 6 people that we investigated, and the investigation has been completed. They can come out and say that. But they haven't. Which one is this? 54B. No. 54B. I think we did 54B already. All right, 54B. Look at 54B. It says that an act of corruption or an offense under this act, if there's an allegation that has been committed, the Director of Investigation shall, in his report to the Commission, recommend that the matter be referred to the Director of Corruption Prosecution, who may take such action as may be deemed appropriate. What that means is you can reject or you can accept the recommendation and prosecute. It's that simple. The corruption prosecutor can prosecute right now. She does not have to wait for Parliament, for the Speaker to have this thing go through committees and come back and get tabled. She does not have to do that. She does not. Plain language. And now I'm going to show you one that's going to blow your mind. So don't let them tell you nonsense or convince you of nonsense. What's it? 35. All right, 34, 35. All right. All right, here we go. Now, you hear them talking about, oh, we have an oversight committee and it has to go to the committee and this and that. This is the committee they're talking about. This is the one. This is one that's for the commission, but there's another one in the House of Representatives. But let's look at this. The commission may appoint and employ for the purposes of this act a committee, right? And what's the purpose of the committee? It's right here. As may be considered necessary to assist in the proper performance of the functions under this act. And look at the name, look at the title of the first person who's going to chair this committee. Right there. The Speaker of the House of Representatives as chairman. And who's the Speaker of the House of Representatives? The Honorable Juliet Holness. The one who's now saying, I want this to go to this committee. The committee is not there. The committee is not set up to review the findings of the Integrity Commission. It's just there to assist it in the performance of its duties. So, for example, do you have enough people? What about your building space? Things of that administrative stuff. Administrative stuff. Now, think about it. And I'm not leveling any accusations here, but just think about it. What if the speaker's name is on that list? What if the speaker's name is on that list? That is going to be, if that's the case, it's going to be something else. People, you know, we talk about conflict of interest. And if you recall, the former speaker, Marissa Dalrymple Philibert, she wanted to refer the report to the same committee. And people said, no, you can't sit on that committee. It's a conflict of interest because you are the chairperson. You remember that, folks? So, let me move this. Okay. Okay, so that's where we are with that issue regarding the Integrity Commission and the tabling. Under the law, the Integrity Commission can come out today and talk about the people that they've investigated because the investigation is over. Over. And under the law, the speaker does not have the right to prevent the corruption prosecutor from moving forward with her prosecution if she so desires. But remember now, the only constraint, or I should say restraint, on the power of the corruption prosecutor is the DPP. The DPP can tell her, you will not prosecute. But the parliament does not have that right. Yuan said, no. He said, come on now, there is no what if the speaker's name is on that list. Well, Yuan, a lot of people say that, but let's hear it from the Integrity Commission, or let's hear it. I mean, we don't have to wait for Parliament. I don't know why people are saying we have to wait for Parliament, because we don't have to wait for Parliament. So now it's a DPP. If DPP is the only one who can stop the prosecutor from saying, look, I'm bringing charges against the Speaker of the House. The DPP is the only person in Jamaica who can do that, not the Parliament. So what we need to do is we need to convince, however we're going to do it, we need to convince the Integrity Commission to come out and say, provide us with the results of the investigation, because the investigation is over. The reports are sitting, at least two I'm aware of, they're sitting in Parliament. They're sitting in Parliament. I don't know if one has the name of the six and the other one is the names of the civil servants, because if you recall, they're a little bit I think there are like 28 civil servants. Am I correct, Herb? I think it's like 28 civil servants and 6 parliamentarians. So maybe that
effect.
maybe those are the 2 lists, because I don't think they'd want to combine them.
No, they haven't combined them as far as I'm aware. Hey, just to be sure, when you posted the fertilizer coming to Jamaica, was the first batch posted for 2019 or 2023?
No, it came last year because of COVID. And the minister said that. The Minister of Foreign Affairs.
But there's an article that says there was 1,200 metric tons of fertilizer to support Jamaica's agriculture amid a global supply shortage. And the gift was aimed as timely by the Minister of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, Camilla Johnson Smith. This is 2019.
20 what?
19.
When did it arrive?
Yes, the first batch of fertilizer from Morocco came to Jamaica in 2019.
Okay. 2022. There's a batch there.
Yeah. There was an article in 2022 that there's a batch that came in.
Right. And so what we have is we have the press conferences and everything regarding the arrival. But this one that they're distributing now, we haven't heard anything about that.
About that one, that's right.
So I'm trying to figure out, where did this one come from? So I'm going to make my inquiries and figure out what's going on. Oh, by the way, this week, a parliamentarian contacted me, and he said to me, "Sir Rattigan, I heard that you're stirring up doo-doo." And I said, "Where did you hear?" I said, "What are you talking about?" He said, "No, we heard about it in the parliament that you're stirring up doo-doo." And he said, "It has to do with the fertilizer." And I said, "Really?" He said, "Yeah." And I said, "Well, look, they have not given me adequate proof that the distribution was done the way it should have been done. In fact," I said to him, "we have about 400,000 pounds that, in my estimation, we just can't really account for." And he said, no. I said to him, no, we received 2.6 million pounds. He said, "No, we didn't receive 2.6 million pounds. I said, "Yeah." He said, "No, we received 28,000 bags. Well, each bag weighs 110 pounds times 24,000. That's 2,640,000. So he's saying they didn't get that much fertilizer, and that it's 28,000, and that he's hearing that I'm causing problems in the parliament with it. Well, that's good. If he said, "Oh," and then I was told, he said, "Every single ATI that you submit to the government, we know about it in parliament." And I said to him, "That's good, because I'm not trying to hide anything. So if you guys know about it, then you just need to start responding. That's all." So that's where we are. What I'm going to do is I'm going to bring in Mr. Patrick Beckford now. And Patrick, ladies and gentlemen, well, you know what? Let me just bring him in, and then he'll introduce himself, because I don't think I'll do justice to this man. Hold on one sec. There he is. Patrick, welcome, sir. Unmute.
Yeah, sorry about that. Justice. I don't need any justice, because some people don't like me in Jamaica very well. But that's not a matter I'm from the great city of Falmouth. Fortis, Isat, and I live here in the state of New Jersey, been living here for over 40 plus years. Aside from KC, I went to St. Joseph Teachers College. I taught for a year at Cedric Titus. Involved in, when I migrated to the United States, after got involved in the U.S. Navy. I served in the submarine division in Groton, Connecticut, and came out after my daughter was born, who now made me a grandfather a month ago. Thanks. And so I've worked for over 20 plus years as a network engineer for one of the major wireless company. Kind of was forced to retire because of an accident, but I'm a PI, as they call me at home, which is not a private investigator, but I'm a professional idler. That gives a lot of trouble to think because I sit and read. So, thanks for what you guys do. I'm a very, very big fan of it because you guys see a lot that I'm thinking about, and I, write articles a lot of time. A lot of them are published because it's too risky, but I don't really care. But I was happy that I received a written copy of the findings regarding the matter that my brother Will and his team that I'm saying to those who are listening, especially those in the diaspora. We're going to be sending out gifts this Christmas and send money to charitable events that are happening in Jamaica. And with due respect, I think the monies, if we can send half of it or a portion of it to the legal defense funds that is now being operated, the OJLDF.org, that is the best Christmas gift you could give to the entire Jamaican community, both here and in the diaspora, because that work is needed. There's too many troubling things that is happening that Jamaicans for 9 days, they say it and they talk about it. And I put also in the chat that we have this 9-day wonder syndrome. We talk about it for 9 days and then everything go under the rug. I think one thing that's more vexing for me, where one man was killed in a lock residence, and the resident who was sleeping there was just put on sick leave, and nothing said about that murder that was complete. I could list a whole bunch of things that's troubling. But in regard to this matter, there's a couple of things that jumped out at me. And this is especially for those of us in the diaspora.
Let me say before you jump into that, can you just a sense of your involvement with the diaspora over the past?
Okay. I don't like really toot my arm, but one of the things that I was a diaspora representative for the Northeast during the Dudos fracas. And I silently, I've discussed it with my good friend that, I was initially involved in a way, and most people didn't know about it. But one of the things, the first public forum that was held in New York was done under my call to the then ambassador who had just arrived in Washington, and she flew down to New York, and where we had this massive press conference. And I remember I was also invited to be on a Smile Jamaica, where I called on, without any provocation, to the people of Jamaica and to the government to resign because of the embarrassment that it has caused us. So I'm really a loudmouth that speaks. So justice, currently, aside from my PI and my other things that I do, I am really minister associate for my denomination. For I specialize in pastoral care and counseling. So as a person of faith, justice is the most important thing for me, and that's what I do. I look at everything through that prism of justice for the last and the least in society. So that's who I am. Most of the people know me, and know that I don't quiver to express myself and what I believe in that regard, So, and first of all, one of the things, folks, because of my stance with the Dudos affair, I was attacked by a minister of government who is now in, I think maybe he's now a minister of portfolio in the Jamaica House retirement home. You know, that that's on Hope Road. I was attacked on the Oasis of the Sea when they were opening the Falmouth pier, because for two reasons. One, I was intimately involved in seeing that the pier was came to fruition, and because of my stance of this affair, because the person came over and we were separated by the then U.S. ambassador. I think her name was Bridgewater, and they're witnesses to that thing. So this is who I am, a piece of who I am. And for full disclosure, I'll let everybody know that for personal and maybe growing up, I am a very, very, very staunch supporter because of Michael Manley of the People's National Party. And I see a lot of similarities to the current leader, Mark Gordon. And most of all, the top for me is his integrity and his honesty from afar that I view. Never heard of him involved in anything, and the go-go dancers and the side chicks, anything and all that stuff. I'm not saying anybody that I know, you know, that has been involved, but I'm just saying, you know, what I know, because my ears are on the ground in Jamaica. All right. So is that enough?
Moving right along, sir.
Yes. So when I looked in at Section D, that started the matter complaint of are not justiciable as they would involve decisions of the cabinet. It jumped out of me that, as far as I know, and you guys can back me up because I don't, but my recollection is that they were saying these were private donations that were made to support Minister Johnson for effort for the Commonwealth Secretary. And so I don't know, I don't have any knowledge about Jamaica's cabinet operation, but I know where I live, private donations don't go to government for any private political or any political campaigns. So this is something that is troubling for me, because it's troubling because there's a current issue that I've been investigating and going back and forth since 2021. I don't know if many in the diaspora remember, this is where the 9-day wonder syndrome come in again. In 2020, during the COVID, we had this massive radiothon in the diaspora to collect money for PPE equipment purchase for Jamaican healthcare sector. That money, I think, amounted to, don't quote me on the amount, but over 340-something thousand US dollars were collected by people like me who donate even $1. That's a donation. Up until this day, I cannot, and I've inquired, received any documentation that that money has been spent to purchase what it is intended for by the diaspora. And the reason why I say that, because when I'm looking at other things, when I say Mr. Rattigan and his group have no authority because nobody said anything about it. Is that what they're relying on, that nobody in the diaspora knows? I'm hoping that OJLDF would really take that on, because there's a lot of troubling things. The chairman, Dr. Harris, I think, whatever his last name was, I spoke with him. He told me, which is another troubling thing, and I think Isat, as an attorney and very knowledgeable from what I'm listening to him about Jamaican government operation, and especially Minister of Finance, donated money was directed to the chairman of the health fund to go into the consolidated funds. From my little knowledge of civics, consolidated funds money is what the government collect from our tax dollars and everything's that normal operation. So I don't know how donated money. When I said to, he said, and I was told by Irwine, sorry he's not here to do that, to say that it was told on his radio program that the chairman was directed by what your minister of finance, doctor, whatever, they have a name for him that sticks more in my head. I can't use it. Some clerk directed him. That is what I was told. So to see them in the courts now, dig up all this in my brain, because when it's in my brain, it comes back now to say, what the heck is happening now? Are we conflating politics? Are we conflating our person or being directed now, as I see signs of it, where like we have a situation in Florida with some person with private documents or the documentation system in Florida. Are we doing the same thing? So as America sneeze, Jamaica catch a cold thing, where the court is now conflating politics, their political feelings with judicial matter. Because to say that Mr. Rattigan or the group has no exhibited authority from any Jamaican in the diaspora authorizing to use a claim for that is weak, in my opinion, and it's insulting to us. How many times I have made donations directly to the hospitals in Jamaica from a personal stance? How many of us have made donations? How many authority have they received for all the donations for the government entity? It is like the schools, like the infirmaries, all these things. So I mean, is there a new law that is created now to address us? So we should just now back off. And to say this now, so what I'm saying here is that as a minister, go back and say about the private funds being collected. So if I donate money to the government, is it to say that our money is now, because there's a 501c3 in the USA, that we can collect money and donate it to a 501c entity for any political operation in any foreign land? Because that has to be a separate foreign law that we have to file or tax deduction. And so I'm donating $50 to an organization to help in a charitable way organizations and people in Jamaica or in another country or whatever. The United States, where I live, would say you can donate it to the JLP or to the PNP. That's not. So if you're saying we have no authority to do that, so then we should stop donating. Why isn't the minister now is a chairman of the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council? That's one of the questions that the courts need to address, because they have opened a can of worms where there's a lot of questions that I want to say. So we should stop our donations, because now the cabinet has to authorize. I don't want this cabinet to authorize not even a half a penny of my money, because there are a bunch of crooks presently, and they could quote me on that. Because there's a thing that we all learn in primary school. My primary school is called barrack school. Birds of a feather flock together. And if you have 6 criminals around you and you won't call them name, that means that you're a criminal too. That's basically what I say. I mean, so what I'm just saying on these things is that the court, in my opinion, I'm not a legal person, but I have common sense. I mean, learned that from Sunday school, barrack school, KC, St. Joseph, Montclair States, Bloomfield College, all these things I learned, common sense. And one things I learned when I did business law in the business courses, classes, is that, the law is common sense. If law wasn't common sense, why would we use 12 jurors, some of them who can't read and write, in some cases, to make decisions? It's common sense. You know, so I mean, I said I know you do different to you. I'm a ratty. I know you guys did your studies and everything, but that is my attitude towards it. So you know, so this is wrong, and I think this should be appealed, and we should all, I mean, donate for this appeal because this is so wrong in so many instances. Because as far as I'm concerned, Mr. Rattigan has my authorization as a member of the diaspora. You understand? That is, as a matter of fact, by the way, for those who know, that I was awarded for my work in as a diaspora leader um, with an order of distinction many years ago. I intended, I drafted the letter and everything to send to the commission when a certain minister who was trying to get a person who is now convicted there escape dressed up as a female, and I wrote that letter to say that I don't want to be associated with anybody who receives that thing. So that's how serious I am about Jamaica. You understand? So you know, they call me Mr. Jamaica in the denomination because I'm, you know, a delegate, and I led the delegation in a region for like 8 years, and you know they wanted me to change the constitution to have me to lead again. So, not a fearful person, you know. So, thank you, Ratty, and thank you guys for what you do and for opening up and just being straight up to the point. And shout out to my friend and my Facebook friend, Miss Burton, for the bold steps he's taking and that matter. You know, I want to see what happened with the connection with the St. Lucia trip and the named convicted person now in Florida federal prison. So thank you guys. You know.
Don't leave us yet, Patrick, because
no. I don't usually come on online, but I usually just listen to you guys because I laugh sometimes.
Because what I wanted to do was, you know, just kind of highlight the fact that now they have severe weather down in Jamaica. And I'm going to put up a video later on and show what's going on. And I'm sure the government is going to come to the diaspora and say, hey, you know, we need some help with this, that. But then they say you don't have any interest to bring any lawsuit against any politician that you think is doing something wrong. And that as it may. Let me show you something, Patrick. And everybody else. This is a judgment. Let me just put this up. All right. And I'm just putting this up for one reason only. See where it's highlighted, where it says the very last line of paragraph 43, where the judge says, yet there is not one line, letter, or 50-cent stamp from anyone giving him authority to represent them. That's me. No, that line there, not one line, letter, or 50-cent stamp. It's not in quotation. So if you read that, you would think that the judge was very clever in putting that line there. And he was very original. But based on what I know about English language and the law, is that when you take something from someone, a written idea or whatever, you have to give credit. You have to say, you have to put it in quotation marks at the very least. And that will tell somebody that this came from elsewhere. And then sometimes you have to do footnotes to say, okay, and then you put numbers to show where the source of the information you're using. But there is no quotation mark. So you would think that the judge came up with this line. But I'm going to read you something.
Plagiarism.
Yeah, I'm going to read you something, and it's from a song called Deportee, right? Done by Buju Banton. We can't play the song because of restrictions on YouTube, but we can read the words. It says here, yes, we'll take this from Gargamel, otherwise known as Buju. Anytime you go foreign, don't throw things behind you, because wicked things will take you. Watch me now. Things change. Now only say life hard. When never used to spend the money, send the money come a yard. You rich you. You spend the whole night abroad. Squander your money, now you're living like dog. Boy, get the port, come down in a one pants. Broke and I have no money, but me no response. No abiding city, want pressure from me ranch. And when him did the foreign, him did important. But him never did a look back, never did a glance. Never know him would have tumble over like an avalanche. Mama down in the hole, and him don't buy her a lamp. Not a line, not a letter, not a 50-cent stamp. That's where not a line, not a 50-cent stamp. Him father want a shoes and cannot go. When him hear the boy get, you know me send him back send him back Uncle Sam because him they not do wrong. One drop in the snow from about 79. Never get the chance because it wasn't my time. I mean, here they are foreigner commit the most crime. I make a bag of money when we couldn't make a dime. Remember one time gone, how you used to brag. Benz and Lexus are where you did have. Clarks and Bally where you got in a bag. Clothes where we know we still have our name tag. No, you crash up. No, you mash up. You never did a plan. You never did a check for your foundation. Back together again, my baby friend. Dust off your clothes and start from scratch again. Caught up in the world of the rich and the famous. Golden liberty, taffy luxurious. Of all the girls in the world in a surplus. Massage your shoulder. Bump some a bus. Request your coffee and you pour it from a thermos. Cool and kick back and just watch the lyrics. Now you're sorry, you never remember the Almighty One in your days of splendor. Important line here, folks, is this. Mama dung in the hole and him no buy her a lamp. Not a line, not a letter, not a 50-cent stamp. That's the line in paragraph 43 of the decision from the judge. Not in quotation marks. But people who left Jamaica, went overseas and commit crimes, commit serious crimes, and from their ill-gotten gains, they lived a luxurious lifestyle. Didn't send anything back to Jamaica. Didn't care about anybody in Jamaica. But they got arrested and they got deported. And now they're in Jamaica with nothing. And so now Buju Banton is reminding that person that you remember when you did that foreign and you used to do this and you used to do that and you make money and this and that and you never send. You forget everybody back here, even mama. You forget mama. And not even a line, a letter, a 50-cent stamp. And I keep repeating it because we need to hear this, people, because some people in Jamaica, this is how they view us. And we're our brothers and sisters, and this is how they view us. This is how they view us. It's unfortunate that the judge would use this song. And I'm sure the line came from this song. It's unfortunate that he would use it to describe a very significant matter as to who has standing, whether or not the diaspora people have standing to bring an action in Jamaica. It's very unfortunate. And like I said, look, if you believe in the rule of law, if you believe in justice, if you believe in good governance, if you believe in the structure of the judiciary, you have to respect the judge's opinion. You have to. And I'm going to insist on that you must respect his opinion. However, you don't have to agree with his opinion. And that is where I depart company with the judge. I don't agree with his opinion, but I respect.
Is there a question, Ratty, for Isat? Is there plagiarism rule or law in because I know, I mean, I just finished an advanced writing thing about plagiarism in writing, and this is one thing that cropped up. And you know, funny enough, I had this highlighted on the thing, you know, about the 50 cents. I thought that was cute, but because I'm not a DJ person thing, but I jumped up and I laughed. I said, "That's cute," But the thing is that seriously, this is very more troubling on the justices, because if you could do that, that's deceitful, plain and simple. That's what plagiarism is to me, and I was told it's stealing someone's creativity. It's just like stealing him dollars out of pocket, So
Well, I'm gonna tread lightly on this matter. I know the diaspora is the diaspora is in the minds of certainly politicians separate and apart from Jamaica. Depends on which government or depends on which side. What I would say to you is this. I appreciate English language and I love English literature. As somebody who certainly would have been put to the guillotine for giving credit when quoting language, I think the current state of the law in Jamaica, or certainly in terms of regulators, is that you are not to quote dancehall, you're not to give artistic interpretation, or that's my understanding of it. So what I will say though is context matters. The comment section will be mad at me, but I will say this: context matter. And when you read what was said, he said the diaspora is a vast body of people spread over nearly every continent in the world. The importance of that is, for the purposes of what follows, is that when one says, I represent people, one has to show some form of evidence that these people want you to represent them. I'm not going to take it any higher. I could do what is called, it's not ad hominem, it might be smoke screen. These are literal language. And so people are going to be upset with me because I'm not dumbing it down. Safe to say that I take it no further that the judge is saying that Mr. Rattigan provided no evidence that he represents the entire diaspora, which is a vast majority of people outside of Jamaica. What I will say is dancehall is a serious part of our culture and our existence. Kudos to Buju, Banton and the diaspora for people knowing the song so much. And as a representative of the deportee class, whom I'm not going around walking around begging, so I'm not offended, but to my people who was sent home after committing crimes and is walking on the gully banks, which there is no banks because rain came down and washed everything away. I just want to say that, Mr. Rattigan, you should resign this post, Herb, and even you, Mr. Beckford, and even though Mr. Irwine Clare just came on with his big OD, all of you should resign. How dare you attack deportee people? It's so immoral. You should give up your lives and your posts for even thinking that you could come here and quote Buju when the deportees watch your show, and we feel bad. As you were saying the words, and I know you adopt them, we feel bad. I'm hurt. I just want to sign off now as a deportee to let you know that a line or a letter or 50 cents. And yes, life is hard as a deportee. There's nothing in Jamaica for us, and our lives can never become together. And we just feel bad every time we hear the song. And even though even Buju himself is a deportee or a sent homie or a returning resident, we abandon those things and we deal with positivity. So move on to something else. And we vex. And I don't know if I got a line or a letter or a 50 cent stamp to speak for all the deportees, but the whole of we vex. We do. That was
Irwine is that.
Don't take me serious, please.
Irwine is that.
We're joined by Irwine Clare, no stranger to the diaspora, no stranger to Jamaica. As you see, he has a big OD there, and he didn't get it for sitting around. He did it for real work, as opposed to what we're seeing these days, where people just get it because of affiliation. And so I'd like to extend a warm welcome to him. He was at one time a leader in the diaspora movement, still is, but an official leader assigned to the Diaspora Council. So Irwine, welcome. I know you've seen the judge's ruling, and the issue and Patrick spoke about it at length, but I want to get your take on it as far as having standing, somebody in the diaspora having standing to bring a lawsuit, whether on him or herself, whether on their behalf or on the behalf of people in Jamaica, people in the diaspora. What are your views on that?
First of all, let me say good day, gentlemen. A great crowd to be amongst. Listen to Isaac just now, and I call myself one of those transitional deportees too, because 1 foot a yard and 1 foot abroad. It's kind of an oxymoron of a statement, because when you consider the importance of the role that Jamaicans living outside of Jamaica plays in Jamaica, we have to be very cognizant as to how we word things and how we say things and the sensitivities towards such groups, especially when they are lifelines. And over the past couple of weeks, and I can share some stuff with you, I've experienced a kind of argument or line of conversation that is almost like, back and forth. On one side, you're saying by certain groups who come into Jamaica and provide services are doing more harm than good. And the other side, the same guys up in the diaspora saying a doctor, clinic, or stuff like that. And then you look at the whole situation now where you have a head of a ministry of government comes on and says, I know you can stay where you are, man. Just send the monies down here. Our squaddies can control things. And furthermore, our squaddies have MBAs and all that kind of stuff. So no worry, come down here. So just send the money. Whilst government have a policy that they want to engage the diaspora, now we are a borderless nation. We're a borderless nation and we're important, but we can't participate in many aspects of normal day lives. Now, I'm not here advocating that we should be voting. Let's put that aside. But there are so many other things that necessitates when you have certain investments in things that you do, such as send money, because money, it takes cash to care. Let's not kid ourselves. I can talk about all the romantic things we want to talk about. The money, please, you're wasting my time. So here's this now. The diaspora continues to contribute to Jamaica. And as I listen to that ruling, basically the judge is saying to me that because I do not physically live in Jamaica, and that to itself has to be established, with all the pronouncements that government has made to us are important. Because I don't live there, there are certain things such as the suit that you brought forth, Mr. Rattigan, cannot take place, or I have no grounds on which to stand on. Because that to me now has just opened up a whole pan of worms. Because it's a situation now where what are we saying? You like my money, you like my contribution, all right? However, you can't do this, you can't do that, right? And so it's a kind of misspeak and duality in speak that our politician makes to us. In the public square in Jamaica, they say one thing that give the crowd the red meat that they want to hear, and when they come here, they give us the red meat that we want to hear. But the two of them going in opposite directions. So it is a rather unique point that we have reached in our relationship. It is unfortunate that there's so many, I can't call them 9-day wonders anymore. There's so many daily wonders in Jamaica that, it is unfortunate. It will not get the kind of attention it should get unless entities like yourself, Sir Rattigan, your company, and those who support the cause like myself and others continue to keep at it. There are too many unfinished business. And what is happening is that it is becoming a norm. So, people are getting away with stuff. And I think at some point we have to put a step down and say, well, listen, engage to solution or to conclusion, not just engage and move on to the next. Because that's that dangerous precipice that we find ourselves on when we just partially engage. And because so many things are happening, it just become a situation where we don't become a normal state anymore. And that's where we are. We're an abnormal state. And it's frightening. And I think I am appalled by it, because it says that the contributions that I have been privileged to be part of, and many others, and yes, by the way, if me and Patrick and Mary Jane says, listen, Mr. Rattigan, I agree with you in his lawsuit, that's from where I sit, it's a class action lawsuit. So therefore, nobody can tell me that you're not representing a sector of the society. So to use those kind of arguments as well, to me, is demeaning. And I just hope that, you know, we can find a passageway through to correct these endeavors. You're mute.
Yeah, I want to officially welcome Irwin and Patrick to the program, and say I've enjoyed listening to you guys over the years. When I first came to New York, it was 1972. And when I came back to New York, I was in the Army. I was an Army recruiter. And that was 1974. I spent time, I became a member of the Jamaica Progressive League, and I was the bar leader along with another Jamaican, a Navy recruiter named Bertrand McCormack. We both served the Progressive League in Queens, New York. We were the co-leaders in Queens. When I left there, I went down to Houston, Texas, and we promptly formed an organization called the Jamaican Association of Greater Houston, which today is called the Jamaica Foundation of Houston. Of course, when I left Houston, I went to San Antonio, started up another group there. The group is going strong, as well as in Dallas, another group was formed. So everywhere I've been, it's been organizing and been making a contribution to Jamaica as an organized diaspora movement. Patrick, I admire your service, you know, in the Navy. You know, I spent 24 years in the U.S. Army and almost 16 years in the U.S. intelligence services. So I'm well aware of the contributions. Tens of thousands of Jamaicans, I'm not even talking about the Caribbean overall, Jamaicans have made, not just in the U.S. government military, but in the government itself. My wife just retired after 35 years on Capitol Hill. So, yeah, I was always in connected somehow with the U.S. government. And my service is almost 40 years running. So I hear a lot and I see a lot that's happened. When I followed Jamaica, when I was in Special Forces down in Panama, and I knew what was happening in Jamaica, I knew about weapon shipments, I knew about all these things happening, the CIA undermining of the government, all these things I was aware of. And when I joined up at the CIA, I could read for myself and see for myself everything that been happening over the decades. So even stuff about Mr. Rattigan came up while I was there. And it shocked him when I told him, but I was, that I know exactly what was happening to you. And I, like other people, was not Jamaican, they was raising hell at the agency. And they got rid of her. Nobody got rid of me. They settled with me. But the bottom line here is we know that the U.S. allows you, under the U.S. Constitution, to enjoy the benefit of dual nationality. So later on that they came in and said, no, you guys have got to declare your faithfulness just to one country, the United States. And I told them that wasn't about to happen. I was born a Jamaican. I will forever remain a Jamaican, but I serve in the interest of the United States and the people of the United States, and to no particular individual in the United States, president or otherwise. So having made that perfectly clear, this thing with with Jamaica is not an overnight thing. And it's not like we're asking them to recognize us in any particular way. We took the bull by the horns because we realized, Mr. Rattigan and myself, having come out of the FBI and the intelligence agency, we realized that things were out of control and beyond the reasonableness that we expected. Nothing down there is reasonable. Everything is driven by stuff that occurred in the 70s. We had a head of government that sold out before he became head of government and created a situation where young people in a youth organization of the other party were murdered, over 20 of them. So people need to be aware of that. One party didn't take up arms until those young people were murdered. You can compete, but you should be able to compete in harmony, not disharmony and disunion to where the country is suffering today. So the bottom line is, when that was triggered, one party went to the right and the other party went to the left. And that today, my friends, is still ongoing because there's nothing that ever brought us back to the center. No one leader has ever done that. The most impressionable leader that has attempted to do that and was undermined is Michael Manley. And I say that openly, right? But the bottom line is, I am neither JLP nor PNP, right? I'm for the P, that's the people. And what we're seeing going on and that needs to be stopped is influenced by corruption. I brought the idea. I was one of the founding members of the Jamaica Diaspora Crime Intervention and Prevention Task Force, along with Dr. Francis. I wrote most of our directives and policies. And when I went to Jamaica and I briefed the government in 2016, we brought the forerunner of Project Star to Jamaica as the means, sports being the means to control things on the island. And they ignored us. They went in, they've been doing these ZOSOs and state of emergencies, and things have gotten out of control. And the corruption has gotten worse. So at this point in time, partnering with Mr. Rattigan and forming the One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation appears to me the only way we can go to get the law in Jamaica enforced and to get groups like NIA, JAMP, and Jamaicans for Justice and the rest of them to be more aggressive in how they protect Jamaicans, because too many Jamaicans are dying, and Jamaica is worse than even the war zone that exists in Iraq, right? Jamaica is worse than Haiti in some respects, because the amount of people getting killed on a weekly basis, the amount of cover-up of the actual numbers has become ridiculous. So we have no excuses to make, and we don't need to make any excuses. Everything that is happening in a positive manner to aid and to assist the people in Jamaica. So, gentlemen, I'm glad to be associated with you. I welcome your interventions and your assistance. And we have to help young attorneys in Jamaica like Isat to project themselves and to work within the law to get things changed, to get a better system. And that's what we're here. That's what we are about. Thank you.
All right, thanks. Let me just make two quick points. One is that I've heard that people have said, "Oh, the program," and even Kevin and I went over a listing of the programs this morning, and we saw, it's 5 hours, 6 hours, 7 hours, 8 hours, and we were laughing, saying that, yeah, program's long. And I've reached out to a few of you, quite a few of you, and asked about shortening the program and just reducing the amount of topics that we discuss. And the feedback I got was, no, don't do it. You only come on once a week. And so if you come on, 6, 7 hours, people can be disciplined about allocating some time per day to watch it. And I agree with that sentiment. Plus, it was also said to me that, look, if they don't want to watch the program in its entirety live, they can watch it during the week whenever they feel like. That's the beauty about YouTube. The thing is archived, so you're not forced to sit here and watch it, because if you miss it, then you've missed it. Unlike the music program tonight, if you miss that, then you've missed it because it's not archived. This program is archived, so I'll continue to listen to what's being said out there, folks. And if you have an idea, I'm all ears, right? But at the same time, I just want you to consider the fact that you can always listen to it later on. And I don't really want to, because we have so much information, we want to share it with you. And we know that someone cannot stay with us for the entire 5, 6, 7 hours. But whatever time you can.
Yeah, one thing, my fellow veteran Rupert just said, and I endorsed everything. But one thing, I think Irwine and I were at a Diaspora conference at the convention center, and I think a gentleman by the name of some PSOG or whatever title he has, they were talking about discussion and involvement of the diaspora. And when I read this decision, and I looked at everything that even this week, the awardee of the, Jamaica, the people like EOJ decision, where a company from Israel was given something to do with data. And I started to read about it. It's very troubling. But I just say this because, as a lot of you don't know, but you don't know, I went to New Brunswick Theological Seminary, I'm a complete full-time student. But I had mentioned to them that Jamaica has a Matthew 13 verse 55 problem. And just for those of you, those who understand it, is when Jesus for the first time went into Galilee and performing all these miracles, all they could identify, isn't that the carpenter Joseph's son? Isn't that the carpenter Joseph's son? And think about that. That's a problem Jamaica has. That's why the courts, in their wisdom, write this plagiarized document. And because they don't value us, as a good political friend of mine, Jamaican, says to me, we leave the techisha mentality in the techisha side in Jamaica, because all they want to do is tech from the diaspora. You give everything tech, but for us to receive some, when I look at it, how many people I know within the diaspora with that Israeli potential and better, more advanced, and do different things. Irwine can tell you how many people we meet and know what they do, and that's the issue. That's why we say we got to think about the Matthew 13:55. Read it. 55 to 57. I sat know it because I seen laughing because they're church people. All of us are church people. But
yeah. So I put up my hand because we went from Bible to the techie. But anyway, if I can just interject here, seriousness. No, I'm not minimizing anything. The diaspora is so valuable that Jamaica could not exist without you guys.
Bring down your camera a little bit.
Oh, there's nothing, no written document that could happen in modern society that would have any value that could even suggest that the diaspora is not valuable. And while I speak for all the deportees and everybody who is here, Christmas is coming, and I know to pack the barrel. Please to send the barrels and don't be offended by anything that happens in the Jamaican space, because we cannot exist without the mackerel and the Gloria evaporated milk. But more to say this. On the issue of standing, every single Jamaica, whether you're here or not, you have standing. That is not an issue. It's not even a debatable topic. And I will borrow the words from a senator or a member of parliament that said, the Speaker of the House, whether it's wrong or right, when they rule, it is final. So understand that in the judicial system, rulings will come and it's not final until it gets to the Privy Council oftentimes. Right. I said it last week, but I want people to appreciate that so we don't miss the mark. It's almost like no matter where I go, people ask me if I'm Jamaican. Yeah. You can't take that away from me. Whether I am I am a Rasta man that eat KFC. So all the bubbles who want to fireball me, I'm still a Rasta and I still eat KFC. Live with it. So those of you who were able to be so erudite and accepted by the first world people and could get on the planes and take it like taxi and then decide not to come back, it is your right. But nobody, certainly the law that I know, can take that away from you. And you have your mothers, your daughters, your children, your family members, even the ones who want to don't come back or them living in a house right now. And I'm not forget to for them pick the, the usual stuff that still go into court and have standing to defend the property. Just appreciate that this is just one step and do not be deterred. And I mean, the government of the day might not respect you, but it's just the government of the day. Things always change. I'm not being political. No, it's just that there were people before Jesus. Let me take up from what Patrick. Jesus was string up on a cross, man, and he's the most famous man today, the most important demigod. Half a God, Father, Son, God, whatever you want to call it. I don't want the Jews to kill me for saying this, but just appreciate. I'm trying to say that what happened to him is exactly why he is who he is today, because the government of the day could not contend with his greatness. So it is that one has to appreciate that as Rattigan and others follow the fertilizer, they smell the reality. That is the intellect that comes out of the diaspora that keep us going. Is why even those of us who don't understand it will be vindicated in the end. And whether it be a dime or a letter or a 50-cent stamp, remittance come through Western Union. We don't use regular mail again. So
and MoneyGram.
That's my take on that.
Let me just say, second point is that some people have said, oh, why is it that, he's going after her and she just didn't file and it's no big deal. Well, let me just say that that's how corruption usually starts. It starts with no big deal. That's how it starts. Not saying that she's corrupt, but I'm saying that's how it starts. There's a law that says when you get a gift, you must declare it. Right? And she didn't declare the gift of services. Oh, and you know what? Let me just show something here that's quite interesting. Let me put this up here. Hold on. I almost forgot. And folks, here is I thought about this long and hard, and it just I still can't get over this. Look at this. Look what the judge says. It is my finding on the evidence that when the first respondent, I mentioned this last week, but it's worth talking about again. Just for a little bit. First respondent is the Minister Kamina Johnson-Smith. Said, it is my finding on the evidence that when she was put up as the government of Jamaica's candidate for Secretary General, There is no evidence that she was doing it then as Minister of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade or in any capacity as an official of the government of Jamaica. She was simply the candidate chosen by the government of Jamaica. I accept this evidence as being the truth, and it was not contradicted. So he's saying when she went up there and started running for that position, she did it in her private capacity. He said there's no evidence she was doing it as Minister of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade or in any capacity as an official of the government. Let's go 7 paragraphs further. The evidence presented shows that the first respondent was not acting as a private individual in her candidacy for Secretary General. The principal actor there was the government of Jamaica, who put her forward as its candidate. So the monies would have been given to the government of Jamaica for the benefit, not of Kamina Johnson-Smith in a private or personal capacity, but of the government of Jamaica so that they could feel her as their candidate. If that is not a contradiction, I don't know what the hell is a contradiction. How can you go here and say, hey, she wasn't doing it as any representative?
Mr. Rattigan, I'm going to stop you right there. You're giving away the goodies, man. You're giving away the goodies.
All right, good. All right, let me just move on.
Yeah, don't give away the goodies. You're giving away the niceties.
I'm so focused on her. Why? You should give up. I cannot, because here's why. The people who are saying this, if they would do what I've done and just pick a politician and focus the way I'm focused on this politician, I guarantee you would make a dent in corruption. If we would start picking up, if 5 of us here would say, you know what, I'm going to focus on this guy, I'm going to focus on that guy, and we do it the way I'm doing it, that's 5 politicians under the microscope. That's 5 politicians who they would be uneasy. So instead of telling me that I shouldn't focus on Minister Kamina Johnson-Smith, they should go find a politician that they believe is corrupt and start doing their digging and start their own investigation and then bring their own action. And that way we can clean up Jamaica. So don't stop me, because you won't. I'm not going to stop. Look, I'm committed to this. And we're going to take this to the very end. I'm committed to this. So what I'm asking the people who find an issue with what I'm doing is find a politician that you believe to be corrupt, because there are lots of them in Jamaica. Close your eyes and just point. You'll find one. Trust me. And then focus on that person. Don't focus on me, because whatever you tell me, it's not going to deter me one bit. I'm not stopping. So just find one that you think is corrupt and then go down that road. No. Let me just, before I move on to the thing about the Prime Minister, and folks, listen, I need you to go tell your friends, your family, everybody to tune in now. If they're not tuning in, tell them tune in now, because we are going now to do part 1 on the Prime Minister. Lies, deception, misconception, all of the, let me see, what terms did I use? I just want to make sure. Come back. I can come back times. Okay. If I'm sure she's listening to me, Zara, come on at 6 then. Oh, you want to do audio? Okay. Well, we'd love to see you. So I know you're listening to me. So if you can come on at 6, that'd be great. By the way, folks, Zara Burton, investigative reporter, she's coming on to talk about some issues with the Prime Minister's charitable organizations, how funding has been funneled through it, and there are some questions as to where the money went and the timing of it as well. You're going to find it very, very interesting. So you have to tune in for that. She wants to come on right now, but she says she wants to come on audio. No, we'd rather see you, Zara.
Mr. Rattigan.
Yes, sir.
I just want to take this opportunity to, to the privilege to have her hear this too. She's probably one of the only investigative journalists that still exists in Jamaica. Because when you look at journalists today, and not to highlight anyone per se, because I understand that they have to protect their incomes and their existence. Nobody is willing to buck the system to dive deep into issues anymore. And I have to say that Ms. Burton has demonstrated a sense of consistency over a period of time in sticking with issues, regardless of outcomes or I don't know, threats, but uncomfortable lifestyles living in Jamaica, because people can make it uncomfortable for you. But Jamaica today, unfortunately, that fourth estate don't really exist anymore the way it should. And I think it's been challenged all over the world. But even Jamaica, looking back over the time with the type of persons we had in journalism, it's not existence anymore. And when you look at some of these major stories that have just gone, and that's why we keep saying these 9-day stories and 2-day stories, because there's no real true investigation take place. So I just want to take this opportunity to say kudos to her, and I hope that she gets the support when she goes out there to do these kind of stories.
Yeah, ditto that, Irwin. Ditto that from me,
One of the things that I should point out, Irwin, around the time I was a member of the Cyber Poles, the International Cyber Policing Organization, and it was around that time when she came out with her story that we had already done an in-depth investigation and handed it over to the opposition in Jamaica, and it contained everything that she reported. What got me, I did not hear, they brought out parts of it which they've been sued for, but they didn't bring out everything, because it appears to me that they really didn't understand the deep dive that was done and the various dark web where we went and to get a lot of stuff, retrieve stuff. And today there really needs to be an understanding of investigations, and NIA had the responsibility, according to their charter, to train journalists to do investigative journalism. And one of the ones that they've been cooperating with is Zara, right? I don't know if JAMP has the same thing. I don't believe that, but NIA is a big key. But keep in mind that when NIA forced both the opposition and the PM to make declarations, in stepped the U.S. ambassador under Trump and removed the $12 million that NIA was receiving on an annual basis. So NIA ran smack into problems, into resistance, because the monies that they were getting in grant was taken away from them. And I've been fighting to get that money back through State Department and USAID. USAID is where it comes from. So I think if Jamaicans going to support these organizations, JAMP and NIA, to make them stronger and more forceful, then they need to consider the fact that they need funding. Even though I'd rather...
Hey Herb, can you send me some information on that? Because one of my congressmen and my senator are big into those committees.
Okay, I'll do that. Definitely, Patrick.
Yeah, I'll effort that.
I will. But, even though I prefer you give the money to us in the One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation, I would still say that if you have money in Jamaica, sit in the bank idly, and don't plan to use it, then by all means, grant that money to NIA and JAMP and tell them you expect them to get their attorneys just as involved as we are, file these suits using the same tactics we are, because we want the judiciary to be the strength in Jamaica. You have the executive, I've said this many times, sitting in the same space as the legislature. And that means they're ineffective. You cannot have a minister sitting there supporting his party come hell or high water and not be able to argue with the prime minister when he's gone off the deep end or jumped the tracks. Prime minister cannot keep people in line if he's doing wrong himself and this person is about to do wrong. That has to change. This union of executive and legislative membership. It's a good old boy system, and it needs to change. So I'm just saying that because that has to go. But the only way to force that, malfeasance, misfeasance, non-feasance, whatever kind of feasance you're looking at, the corruption is there, and that has to change. Must change. And we'll leave that to the next Prime Minister designate, Isat Buchanan. More likely he will get that done.
Let me just say that.
One thing about the diaspora that them can set up life, you know, Irwin, you're here as my witness. You said
yeah. But here the condition, Isaac. You have to give up KFC.
Yes.
I'll be like the royal people. I am going to remit, abstain, and refuse. KFC over Jamaica any day. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Let me just say that we have a very, very strong supporter in a lady by the name of Cora. And I have to read it. She said, when I was saying, no, you know, people shouldn't focus on what I'm doing with Minister Kamina Johnson-Smith, they should go and find a politician that they can focus on and deal with the corruption or whatever. And she said, no, invite them to find a politician that is not corrupt and let us know who that is. Cora, thank you for that. Well, Zara just responded, and she said she's gonna grace us with her presence at 6. So we're gonna start our little presentation now. And Zara, somebody, Anne-Marie Grace said Zara needs to show her face. Yeah, she's going to. All right. So here's what we're gonna do. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna continue. In my monologue, I started out talking about, you know, getting people to become informed voters, not legacy voters, or not continue to be legacy voters. Now, regarding the Prime Minister, this is chapter 1. We have many chapters. This is just the first chapter. So we cannot go over everything that we've discovered about him. But what we're going to do today is just go over just the tip of the iceberg. And let me start by reading you what I've written as an introduction to this. Politics is local. You vote for an MP, but the leadership of political parties and the election of a prime minister are done by others. That is to say, delegates and MPs. Once the elections are over, the prime minister is elected, he or she becomes our leader, a leader for all Jamaica. He or she must shed the cloak of partisanship and assume the leadership role for all of us. And when that role is taken, we expect certain things from that person. We expect honesty, vision, integrity, transparency, leadership, humility, presence, ideas, etc. And if you truly care about Jamaica and its people, we'll measure leadership by those qualities. Now, regardless of your party affiliation, I ask you, all of you, to search your soul, think critically, examine the facts, and be honest with yourself as I make this presentation. Well, since early 2016, we've had the same prime minister. And in my estimation, he has failed us miserably. His administration is swimming in scandal as never before. He himself is shrouded in questionable activities regarding his financial affairs that are inexplicable. Thus far, our foreign policy is in shambles, and the respect we once commanded on the world stage has dissipated. Our infrastructure is deplorable. Our education system is producing less than stellar students as it once did. Our healthcare system is known for its failures and the misuse and misappropriation of funds than the restoration of health to our people. Based on information provided by contractors and developers, our local government ministry is riddled with corruption. The Prime Minister has assumed oversight of agencies strategically placed within his office that are responsible for giving his wife permits to build. Our people work in subhuman conditions on farms in Canada, and our government said that all is well. And the fight is carried on by agencies and individuals whose only connection to Jamaica is the preservation of human rights. We have the Constitution being amended to satisfy a few and frustrate the rule of law and good governance. We have instances of monies being misspent, misused, and misappropriated without any consequences. We have laws that were ill-considered, ill-conceived in their passage. We have laws that define wrongdoing but have no consequences for the wrongdoer. We have laws that have loopholes that elephants could walk through. And the beat goes on and on and on. Well, today we are going to talk about our leader. In fact, our leader is going to talk for himself. You will hear from him and judge for yourself. And I want you to judge based on his words and their application to the situation in your life, the life of your family, community, and Jamaica. Ladies and gentlemen, watch and weep, but don't forget to think critically and act accordingly. Let me start with the first. All right, here we go. We're going to start with this.
I've always said to people, do not trust the words of politicians. Do not trust the words of politicians.
Hear that, folks? Listen to it again.
I've always said to people, do not trust the words of politicians. Do not trust the words of politicians.
That is the Minister of Information. It's worth repeating or watching one more time. He said, I've always said, well,
I've always said to people, do not trust the words of politicians. Do not trust the words of politicians.
And he said that while he was a politician. He's saying to all of us, clear language, don't trust me. And don't trust the people I'm surrounded myself with. Don't trust anyone who calls him or herself a politician. Right? Now, look at this. Look at this. See what it says? Topic: leadership. The Minister of Information said, and I think he said it before he became Minister of Information, don't trust the words of a politician. And here we see where the Prime Minister, our leader, he gave a talk on August 29th, 2020 at 9 p.m. And the topic, leadership. Now, I've played this video before, but it's worth playing again.
Can't fully empty your bladder because of a swollen prostate? Here's why you shouldn't try meds, surgery, or natural treatments. First off, meds come with a list of side effects like dizziness, fatigue, and decreased libido. Plus, they need to be taken.
Don't ever believe that a politician is a leader. Don't ever believe that. Because the system that we have produces politicians. It doesn't produce leaders. And so you can have a politician who knows nothing about leadership and he's leading you. Politicians are concerned about the next election. That's all they're interested in. That's why they cannot be leaders. But leaders are different. Leaders are concerned about the next generation. I want you to compare those two thoughts the next time you have a politician come to your house wanting to vie for your vote. Just ask him, what is your vision for my children? I will sit and listen for 20 minutes for you to tell me what it is. He will leave your house because he has no interest in your children's children. His concern is to stay in power, to keep the position, to win the next election. This is why they cannot lead. When you are going to have a conversation with a politician, you should actually try this as a test. You, by the way, as a citizen of a community, you have a right to be seen by the mayor. I hope you know that. If you voted for a mayor, the mayor works for you. Therefore, you have a right to see him. You can make an appointment to see any public officer you voted for. Did you know that? That's your legal right. If he don't want to see you, you can take him to court. That's democracy. So I want you to make an appointment to go and see your mayor or go and see your governor and just sit and say, I want 30 minutes with you, sir. And ask him about that list right there. Sir, what is your purpose for being in leadership in this city? What is your purpose? The first question will make him very nervous. Second question, what is your passion for our community? He'll be wondering what you're talking about. What are you talking about? I just want to build roads and bridges and provide jobs. No. What is your passion? And this is why we need to question the leaders we have. And so I have a little thought here. I call it politics versus leadership. Let's talk about it for a second. Number one, politicians focus on programs, not vision. Number two, politicians' priority is securing the next election, not securing the next generation. Their focus is different. Number three, politicians are preoccupied with promises, not purpose. What we need is statesmen. We don't need more politicians. A statesman is an interesting human. A statesman thinks of the next generation.
There you go. Let me remove that. All right. So we've gone from our prime minister here saying he's there you go, says a leader. And we just heard from Dr. Miles Monroe giving us the distinctions, plural, between a politician and a leader. So now what I'd like to do is to play you, and we're going to critique it. We're going to critique the Prime Minister's speech that he made last year at the JLP convention. And we're going to critique it in terms of him being a politician, in terms of him being a leader, in terms of him just showing a vision for the country, in terms of him showing his passion and his purpose. There we go. Okay. Oh, by the way, before I start, let me just say before I start that I played a small portion of this video some time ago, and some people, they were sick. They got sick of watching him. Let me submit to you that you have to be disciplined in your approach to change. If you're going to make a change, you have to be able to listen, because that's where you're going to draw the distinction. You cannot shy away from it and say, I don't want to hear from him because I'm a liar or whatever. No. Listen to the lies. This is all a part of becoming an informed voter. Because once you listen and you understand what's going on, you can then become an ambassador for this program. You can become an ambassador for yourself, for your community, and do the things that we're doing and point out when people approach you and start telling you nonsense. You can point out the things that he said and what he's done, or what he didn't say and what he didn't do. So I'm asking you for your patience, those of you who find it difficult to watch this man speak, because at the end of the day, he's our leader. Now we have to afford him that respect. Can criticize him, but he's still our leader. All right, let me get to it. 227. All right, let's start right there. Oh, by the way, that's this gentleman right here. That's the U.S. ambassador.
Jamaica believes in a multilateral system, and we value our international friendships and partnerships. We continue to be a practical and balancing voice regionally and globally, playing critical roles in various negotiations, disaster response, and security cooperation, ensuring that Jamaica and the Caribbean region remain a region of peace.
Hold on 1 second. Hear what he said a while ago? He wants to ensure that Jamaica and the Caribbean, or the region, will remain a region of peace. I have no idea what he's talking about, because our region, as far as the homicide rates are concerned, I think it's #1 in the entire world. So when he says remain a region of peace, I have no idea who he's pandering to, or maybe it's I don't know. They have a section there for the foreign dignitaries. Maybe it's them, but they would know better because they live in Jamaica. So I have no idea what he's talking about here.
Player in critical roles in various negotiations.
It keeps freezing up, Isat. But it's quite an analogy to see that he thinks he has peace now and he wants to remain that way. He should be talking about improvement, trying to get out of that situation. There's Ratty's friend.
Let me view.
Ratty, she stopped the show.
Who has been?
All right. While Kevin is doing that, let me play this one.
All right.
Within our first 100 days of government, we will start the legislative process to fix the date for general elections in Jamaica. So no government will be able to come and make false promises and hide the truth and tell.
Within the first 100 days. Within the first 100 days. Is that sometime in the future? It can't be sometime in the past. It can't be any time in the past. That has not happened. First lie. Well, actually, He said one over there already, but
you half truths and trick you into voting for them, and then when them win, them throw on poison for you.
100 days.
well, when the prime minister get this idea, when you win them throw on poison upon you, where that come from? Is that leadership? I don't think so.
For fixed election date, still I wait for the promise to fulfill. One broken promise after another. Laughable, as we say. None of your promise not fulfill yet, bossy. So there you wait.
Within the first 100 days of our government, we will start the legislative process to institute impeachment.
I've always said to people, do not trust the words of politics.
To be fair though, Mr. Rattigan.
Right.
This will add another layer.
Go ahead.
A day in thy sight is like 1,000 years. So
In whose
technically, there is no lie. I just want to put that out.
Like in whose side?
We have not quite figured that out yet, but when we speak
That's what happened when people take the title bro God and ascribe.
So as bro God, a day in thy sight is like 1,000 years. So while we grow old, a day for him is just one term. So if he gets 100 terms, we probably can extract 100 days out of that. So you have to stick with it.
I believe that's what they're calling the old Jamaican vernacular.
And if Popcorn were here right now, we would need 100 clerks before you get 100 days. So, yeah.
All right.
The Jim Screechy business. That's what I'm talking
of protection of the parliament to ensure that only members of unquestioned integrity sit in the parliament.
All ministers under the new Jamaica Labour Party government will be given a job letter. That job letter has a timeline of 2 years and 6 months with key performance targets which are agreed upon by the cabinet, focused on two things: economic growth and job creation.
People, where is that job letter? Where is that job letter? Nowhere to be found. Let's continue.
Andrew, you need to do what you said from 2016. You say you're going to put it on paper. So anything you put on paper, the MP have to work with it. So you need to do it now. I feel like say when you do that, the MP will do them work and we will see work done in the community.
Within the first 100 days of government, we will start the legislative process to introduce term limits on the office of Prime Minister.
Andrew, unless John him break him promise and nothing him say I'm going to do for the next 100 days and now him not do nothing. Him not keep no promise and him say I'm the promise keeper. What a promise, John was.
Let me mention something there about the term limit. Last year, Prime Minister had a town hall meeting in Washington, D.C. He may have had more than one, but there's one I remember where Mr. Jeffrey Tavares from Mequita asked him the question. This question, saying that you said that you would have term limits, you'd start the legislative process for term limits for the office of the Prime Minister within the first 100 days of your administration. And here we are, years later, and we haven't seen anything. And I was flabbergasted by the Prime Minister's response. You know what he said? He said, the idea of term limits for the office of the Prime Minister was in the 2016 JLP manifesto. But it wasn't in the 2020 manifesto. Don't take my word for it. Go back and talk to people who actually watched the thing, or if you can find a videotape of, he actually said that. He said the idea of a term limits for the office of the Prime Minister was in the 2016 manifesto, but it's not in the 2020 manifesto. So the question then is, What was so important about it being in the 2016 manifesto? And what took place between 2016 and 2020 that it couldn't get done? Not only that, you said 100 days. So if you couldn't do it in the first 100 days, what happened to the second 100-day period? What about the third 100-day period? It's becoming rather clear that he had no intention of honoring that promise. None whatsoever. Because he's been at the helm of the government now for years. And he said this would have taken place within the first 100 days. And here it is. I mean, if we follow Isat's calculation, it may be 100 years before we get to this promise. But keep that in mind, folks. Let's continue.
At a convenient time within our new government, we will hold a grand referendum on the CCJ, the Caribbean Court of Justice, as the final appellate court.
You make so much promise for us. Look how long you're in there. Nothing done. All for the COVID. They promised the people them $25,000. Nothing done. Huh? So what you expect me to do? Tell me so if you sleep with the door and window open and nothing done.
You know, we can go back and we can talk about, let me just remove Irwine here. All right. We can go back and we can talk about that grand referendum. It did not take place, to the best of my knowledge. That grand referendum about the CCJ being the final appeals court, that hasn't taken place. The lady mentioned COVID. She mentioned two things. She said, COVID, they were supposed to get a certain amount of money and they didn't get it. And that's true. A lot of people didn't get the money. Jamaica took a loan or took loans amounting to $750 million during COVID to help out the vulnerable and business communities. And I know a lot of people in the vulnerable communities. Nobody got anything because of the schemes they set up in order for you to get the money. She also mentioned that you promised us that we can sleep with our windows and doors open. That was a big promise. And you can do it, but you better not be inside it. You can sleep with your windows and doors open, but actually what we should say is you can sleep, but not in the place where you have your windows and doors open. That's not happening. And it hasn't happened since 2016. Again, folks, those of you who support the JLP party, I'm saying if you want to continue to support the JLP party, that's fine. But look at the facts. Search your soul. Commune with your conscience. Listen to the facts. Listen to the facts. I'm not telling you to become a PNP member. All I'm telling you to do is to become an informed voter. That's all I'm telling you. Look at the facts and tell me if this is what you want. And remember now, the words you hear are not mine. The words you hear, they're coming from our leader, the Prime Minister of Jamaica. Now, he just mentioned that the Honorable Minister Kamina Johnson-Smith, how a wonderful job she's doing, and she's great. Let me just see if I can add this one piece about
Thing happen, yes, and that is a problem, and we're going to fix that problem.
You hear that? Or as you or I would say, did you hear that? Right? There's a problem there. Communication. We talked about this last week. And what she's, you know what? Let me just have you listen and then I'll make the comment.
But that is fine.
Okay.
Because the people who understand the system, the people who understand that it got complicated on the day. Different countries were suggesting all kind of different things that complicated the matter during the day. She said once you agree at the start of the process, then why should consultations? We are a consultative government. I want to tell you that Jamaica, we have a principled and a practical foreign policy, one that makes sure that everything we do overseas is with the interests of the Jamaican people in the front of our minds.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Hey, 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 hey.
Sometimes my mother used to say, no, you have to take serious things and laugh over it. Because you hear what she said? Listen to that nonsense. You hear what she just said? No. The thing is, we're going back to the vote.
So hold on. You have many persons watching. Big up TikTok, YouTube, Instagram, everybody. I am being told to tell you, even by text message, and all these people are saying, Rattigan, you always forget a promise is a comfort to a fool. The idea that we could sleep with our windows and doors open is just that we are fools, but we want to feel that way because you know that is needed. But to be fair to the Prime Minister, after the 100 days, and if we use Bolt as an example, as the 100-meter winner in 58 seconds, if we were on that track with Bolt and having seen that we couldn't achieve what we needed to achieve in the 100-meter, why extend it to the 200-meter? You just abandon it. And it's very difficult to be wearing Clarks and trying to achieve that type of speed like Bolt while wearing Clarks. Because you have to have the proper shoes, lest your feet will be blistered up and you walk through the valley of the shadow of death while fearing no evil. So to be fair, in 2016, after the 100 days had passed, he just abandoned everything because it had become apparent that it was not possible. So in his bro-godness, he simply abandoned it. And he's on another mission. And that is, he needs more time. Because a day in thy sight is worth 1,000 years. Yeah, all right. That's my contribution. And leave the minister alone. Because you see, those who are on the ground have to negotiate. Yeah.
Right. Now, the thing about what she said is she admitted that they made a mistake. But what she did, she said quickly. And if you're not paying attention, you miss it. You know, she said quickly and she jump on and then start talking about a whole bunch of other things. And the long and short of it is that they discussed the vote long before. Because remember the sequence, we talked about the sequence last week. We said that, I remember Ambassador Ward was here and he sat in that chair. He was the Jamaican ambassador to the United Nations. And he said, when they send out a resolution along with amendments, they have 6 working languages at the UN. And it's sent out to everyone in a hard copy. It's sent out to everyone. So you can read it, you can discuss it, and so you can prepare to make your votes. This was done in the beginning. And right after that, the Jamaican ambassador to the United Nations, he met with his CARICOM caucus, and then they drafted a statement, and so they made a statement. Then after the statement, the resolution came on the floor, followed by the amendment. Then there was a vote on the amendment, and the Jamaican ambassador to the United Nations registered a no vote. An abstention vote, and he's still sitting there waiting to get directions as to how to vote on the resolution that came up now, and he didn't vote. And so they're saying, oh, there was a line in communication. Oh, we were still discussing it. There was no such discussion. People, she's not telling the truth. She's not telling the truth. And if that ambassador, forgot his name, the ambassador, Jamaican ambassador to the United Nations, if he could speak freely, he would tell you that what she said was not true. It's not true. But we have more fish to fry, so make we move on. Hold on one second.
Player.
Okay, let me move this. Okay. Okay.
In critical roles and fora on the international stage.
He's talking about the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
An integral part of our foreign affairs is the relationship with our diaspora. During the pandemic, our diaspora, your family members overseas, played a critical role in supporting Jamaica's foreign exchange through remittances. And I want to publicly thank them for their support.
You hear that, people? You hear that? But we have no standing.
I know there are many members of the diaspora who are watching us, watching our conference. Some are very well connected to Jamaica. So they understand the context, they understand the issues that are happening here. But others, you know, they hear the news. They are not so connected. And so they have a limited context about Jamaica. And so they may form negative opinions of Jamaica. I want to say to our extended family overseas.
This one here. Kevin, bring up that video for me, please, with Cliff Hughes, the TikTok videos. Let me just play that since it has to do with the, yeah. Okay, folks. Now, before we go any further, let me just say that you're hearing from the Prime Minister himself, his own words. And one of the things that came out recently was that the government felt that people on social media were giving making unfair remarks about the government. And there was a movement afoot to try and restrict. I don't know how they're going to do it, but they were talking about it. But let me just play this so you listen to this.
We don't believe in tricking the people of the country. That's a declaration of Prime Minister Andrew Holness today in a warning to people behind social media accounts who he says are spreading fake news about his administration. The Prime Minister was speaking today at the launch of this year's Labour Day activities at his Devon Road office in St. Andrew.
Those people who are making the fake TikTok videos and feeding it to unsuspecting people who don't understand it. Every morning somebody called me, sending me a TikTok video or a YouTube video. What about that? And I say it's nonsense. And I give them the counterfact. We can do that too, you know. But that's not what we do. We don't believe in tricking the people of the country. No matter how much YouTube and TikTok negative video they're going to make, the facts are that this government that I lead has made the changes that is resulting in improving people's lives now and certainly will lead to a better Jamaica in the near future.
The Prime Minister also responded to claims that workers are worse off following his government's review of the compensation review exercise.
Okay, so I guess we're the enemy. Because he said he can come up with counter facts or whatever. Everything I've played so far, folks, just about everything I've played so far, you've heard the words coming out of his mouth. I'm just basically just commentating, but you're hearing from the man himself. You can't run away from your own words and your own speeches unless he's going to say that's not him. And the voice you heard, that's not his voice, unless he's going to make that claim. So that idea about people providing fake news or whatever, this that we're looking at today, it's not fake news. Not fake news at all. In fact, let's listen to a little bit more of our leader, the Prime Minister of Jamaica, the Honorable Holness.
That Jamaica, and this is a message that is relevant to Jamaicans here as well, that Jamaica is going through a period of repair, recovery, and transition. Yes, a period of repair, recovery, and transition from the destruction of the decade of the 70s, which caused the greatest post-independence flight of talent, skill, and enterprise from our emerging.
Let's move on.
I've been coming to conference for over 20 years. And those of you who have been coming to Jamaica Labour Party conferences, you can be witnesses. You are witnesses to the change in the way in which the Jamaica Labour Party has conducted its political affairs and its governance affairs. You are seeing the change right in front of your eyes.
Folks, what kind of change are we talking about? What kind of change are we talking about? Let's go to 236 on this thing here.
Because we can't depend on anyone else to tell our story. The Jamaican economy is fiscally sound. No new taxes on the backs of the Jamaican people since the Jamaica Labour Party had.
What he didn't say was the effects of inflation and how ridiculously low the minimum wage is. Didn't talk about that, right? Let's go to 246.
And programs. Now watch the noise in the market. Watch the political votes that go into the bank.
Listen carefully, please.
The Jamaica Labour Party, of which you are a part, has grown itself. And it is transforming itself. I want you to listen to me carefully.
Listen to him carefully.
The core of the party remains the working class masses of the country. That is the core of our political organization. And they continue to be our ultimate focus. But what is this focus? What is the purpose of focusing on the working class? The mission of the Jamaica Labour Party,
listen carefully, people,
is to lift people out of poverty, to lift people up.
People, the poverty rate just went up. And he's saying lift up. You don't lift down. I don't understand that use of the English language. Lift up. I wonder if he can lift down. I don't know. Well, if there's a way of lifting down, he did it because the poverty rate went up. And hear him talking about the mission of the party is to lift people up. I want to ask all of the working class people, I want to ask all the poverty-stricken people in Jamaica, how many of you, by a show of hands, how many of you, I joke, but the question is a serious question. How many of you can honestly say that you have risen from the poverty class to a class above the poverty class? And since 2016, how many of you can say that? And with the assistance of the government, how many of you? I dare say very, very few. Most of the people who were in poverty in 2016, they're still in poverty in 2023. Most of you. And you know it. Most of you know it.
to improve quality of life, to create opportunities, to create prosperity. We want to move people out of the working class and into the middle classes of the country.
All right. He said he want to move people from poverty class to working class. No, he's moving the working class into the middle class. Have those things happened? They haven't. They haven't, people. Be critical when you listen to these speeches. Just don't ray, and you hear something and people start cheering and you just listen keenly. I'm going to play further on, you're going to hear something that if people were listening keenly to his speech and to what another person said on the same podium, same day, they'd realize that this is a joke. This is a joke.
I have never said it this way before, but I am deliberately using these phrases because we have shied away from acknowledging that we need to grow our middle class. And how we get that? By lifting people up, by giving them opportunities. The average Jamaican believes that. They don't understand it in the way that I've said it. But anytime you hear a Jamaican say, me want to step up in a life, that is what they mean. The objective of the Jamaica Labour Party is to help you step up in a life.
People, how many of you have stepped up in life since 20?
Yo, Mr. Rattigan.
Yes, sir.
I'm not even laughing about this. I am on TikTok and you have played this video and my viewership dropped. 70 people just removed themselves.
They're over here.
And I'm trying to explain. Yeah, they're coming to, but I'm trying to explain that, listen, it's just a recording. I'm not interviewing the Prime Minister or anything, but my life just went to, it just diminished.
Something. The viewership over here jumped by 70.
Well, that's good, but the point I'm making is it's a problem. It's a problem. I see it going back up now because the voice stopped, but I just wanted to indicate to you and also to address one little issue.
Sure.
So Rihanna has a song. It was
no,
on
songs enough. Be careful.
No. I'm not quoting. I'm just saying sometimes music soothes the soul, but she says, lift me up, hold me down. So it's kind of possible that the Prime Minister was telling the Jamaican people that he was going to lift them up and hold them down, but going to keep you safe and warm and remain where you are. So just remember that. All right.
All right, sir. Here we go. I'm trying to stop her again.
We are the party of every ambitious Jamaican.
Let me just try to finish this off and then open up the phone lines so we can take some calls. See something here. But there's one. He's gonna go through a couple ministries. He's gonna go through. Let me see. He's gonna go through. He's gonna go through the health ministry, Ministry of National Security. He's gonna go through education, and I just wanted to point out some things. To. All right, you know what? Let's just jump around. Let's go to health. Let's go to health. All right. Now, folks, what I want you to do is pay attention to what he says about health. Pay attention to the very first statement that he's going to make. And keep in mind that the Minister of Health is sitting right behind him. Kevin, I need you to get that video for me of the new artist. Please get that video for me, Kevin. Whatever you do, I need that video, sir. All right, here we go.
Engineering and mathematics.
Come on. Kevin, where there? Bring up that video.
We want your children to have the skills of the future. We will be building one school in the West.
Yeah, he's talking about the education thing right there. Yeah, number 5. Yes.
Yes. This is not a college level school. This is a high school where our children who display from an early age.
All right. No, let's see. Where is he? 318. 318.55. All right, stay with me, folks. We're still waiting for Zara, so we're just playing these the videos until it gets here. This thing is slowing down. Right. And Joe, how do you pronounce him? Jojoya, he said, I've had enough too many issues in Jamaica. Farmers in St. Elizabeth pushed off large farming land. One of the things that he said in this video, he said that he was coming up with a plan to give land to people. And we know that that has not taken place, at least not on the scale that he's talking about. But it looks like the closer we get to the end of his speech, that we're going to have problems with the video. But I just wanted to show.
I want to talk quickly about health.
All right.
On a daily basis, I get complaints about the health sector. And these complaints are justified. They complain about space, they complain about care, and they complain about equipment and services. But I want to put a context to you. We have not built a hospital in this country for over 25 years. The level of investment that is required to provide the health service that you need, successive governments have not made the investment. But this government has. We are building new hospitals, new clinics. We are expanding services. And during the COVID-19 pandemic, our health system did not collapse. It came under significant stress, but it stood up. I want to acknowledge the work of Dr. Christopher Tufton in the Ministry of Health.
All right. Take him out now. Yes. Yes. No. Remember what he said. He said, I receive complaints on a daily basis about the health ministry. He said the complaints I get, they're about space, they're about care, they're equipment, they're about services. That's everything you can complain about. He went on to say that the complaints are justified. The complaints that there is a problem with space, care, equipment, and services in the health ministry, those complaints are justified. And you have your minister sitting behind you. His minister is sitting behind him listening to this. Now, I want to show you why is it that I'm going to play your video, and this video illustrates as clear as day the reason why the health sector is in shambles. Here we go.
Hey, baby. Home a little catch it in the hill. Wait up in West End and grill. This man said, turn it you hear? Hey, baby. Chewy, I miss you. Oh, my lips gonna easy. All you wanna phone. So my surprise, you're right at home. I wrote this line for you, baby. Oh, a little cotton green, hey, baby. I realize I love you still.
Ladies and gentlemen, take a good look at the gentleman wearing a pair of shorts with the shaker in hand and the black t-shirt. Take a good look again.
Hey, baby. Home a little catch it in the hill. Wait up in West End and grill. This man said, turn it you hear? Hey, baby. Chewy, I miss you. Oh, my lips gonna easy. All you wanna phone. So my surprise, you're right at home. Oh, my little cotton grill. I wrote this line for you, baby. Oh, my little.
Is this a Starlink moment?
Looks that way. He's frozen. Either that or the minister jamming him up.
Well, this segment is brought to you by Starlink. If you don't want to freeze up and during your live, get Starlink. Yes.
Yeah. You see, they had to freeze it on the minister. You know, that's his pose right there. He's posing down with the band. But you know, this is something else. These guys are supposed to be. Well, we look like Mr. Rattigan went out altogether. But I'm glad to see him relaxing, because every time we talk to him, and every time he's been on, he's been in denial. Isat. He denies that he's responsible for anything. And then he'll start to name everybody in his ministry or at the hospital, to include the patients themselves who are responsible for what's going on in the hospital system.
But to be fair, patients, how dare you get sick? Where's the lie? Why go to the hospital? You know the health service is bad, and you're showing up sick to come embarrass. That's unfair to the minister. You should go drink your herb tea and your bush and don't embarrass the country by showing up and using the facilities. It's an embarrassment. Like what is wrong with Jamaican people? How do you get sick and make use of the health system? It's a travesty. And context matter. Mr. Rattigan, respectfully, you can't be finding these nice videos when people are on vacation and practicing to shake the bell, and then you just put it out in the public space like that. It's just unacceptable. Like we really need to stay focused in the work that we do. Yeah, Mr. Tufton is a vibe all to himself. Leave him alone. Pick another minister.
I just mentioned that, you know, come to think of it, we don't have access to the beaches anyway in Jamaica. You know, it's just so, because if you look in the background, you see, I think it's a white man, you know, walking along the shoreline. And so people are saying that we Jamaicans, we don't have access to the beach. I guess unless we're entertainers, you know, and certainly he was entertaining. But the point is that here you have a minister who's criticized by his own prime minister. And it's criticized, he's sitting behind the prime minister. Prime minister said, look, I get complaints and the complaints are justified. And the complaints are about space, care, equipment, and services. And then we hear about this albatross called the Cornwall Regional Hospital and the other hospitals. And look where we find the Minister of Health.
On a little cottage in the grill? What's wrong?
Yeah.
I don't get it. And in terms of the beach and access to the beach, the minister could not have gave such an excellent performance, because you people would just come on the beach and say pull up, and that's not right.
Yeah, but the beach that we would go to, you'd have a sound system.
Exactly. That and bring dance all to the little cottage in the grill. Nonsense. Go away with that.
No, you don't want none of that. That's too much.
No, we can't have that. That would be lifted up. That would be lifting up too much poor to the working class and to the middle class, and then have them enjoy the rich life. No.
And you know what? Just want to say this to the people, to our family members, our folks, everybody who's listening, our supporters. We have much more on this thing, but the video is slowing down. And Zara she's trying to sign on right now, and she's got an important piece. And I just don't want to I don't want to get too deep in this, but there are so many things coming out of this video. I think we'll just have to, in fact, this is a warning to the government, because they have their conference next week. So I don't know what they're going to say. You know what?
Where's the conference at? Do you remember?
I think it's gonna be at the same place. It's gonna be at National Arena.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah, we even have one here where Kevin just put it on for me, where the donkey one, where he was talking about roads. And we have the donkey one where his solution to fixing the road is to provide one donkey to a lady. Instead of fixing the road for everyone, he said, no, I'm going to give this lady. And the only reason she got it was because she left her field, her grung, and she ran all the way up to see him. And she said, look, I need one, because she had a daughter with, I forgot, some medical issues. And she said, no, she can't bring the stuff from the field. She can't bring it up to where they live. And so they need a donkey because the roads are so bad. And yet, that's his answer to fixing the road, is to give her a donkey. So he solved the problem in some respect for one person. Meanwhile, the entire community is still suffering as a result of that.
Well, Mr. Rattigan, though, in fairness, it's possible she's running a transport service now with that donkey and earning more than if she was in the field.
Because of the weather.
And I wish to add to that. If you see the roads after the rain last night,
Kevin,
oh yes,
I would have begged a donkey from the Prime Minister right now, because the car, they can barely drive on what's left.
Kevin, please bring up that
I
video.
am the lady asking for the donkey. No! I am the lady asking for the donkey.
You're asking for a donkey?
Yes, I am asking for a donkey.
Where you get donkeys to buy? I don't know. Where you get donkeys?
Well, they have donkey down here on the level part of the land down there. If you understand that, the land village of good one.
So how much they sell a donkey?
Well, I hear say about 100,000. The taxi man them charge me $3,000 for just drop it on a little piece of farm road. Then the poor barrow, oh God, maybe my father the back push me the front of hall. It's very hard. So me really want one donkey. Then me bush at work, see them me dirty in the bush and I run cross over there, come over here, just to sit down for ask for the donkey. Yes, I really need the donkey. I am in need of a donkey.
But fun and joke aside, there's nothing wrong with asking for that.
Yes.
The donkey has been a constant feature of our agriculture.
Yes.
From day one,
Yes.
that has been the beast of burden.
Yes.
And they've been quite good at it.
Yes.
And so nobody should look down on your request.
Yes.
Your request
Yes.
is taken seriously by me and your MP. I am going to make a contribution to it.
Yes.
And your MP, I am volunteering him to make a contribution so you will get it done.
Yes.
All right?
Because it's very hard. Because me and my daughter are retarded. It's hard for me to give her one bag of feed and carry.
No, but not that.
And she have Down syndrome. She have heart problem. You can't hear
Your
no.
daughter
Yes, she have Down syndrome. And me see her here. Baby, she's the one that had
Down syndrome. Okay.
I take them to the bush every day. So you see me, I carry them to the bush, and me, I want donkey. Me could have put it to them for me free ride, and me have food.
All right. Say no more.
Me have
Say
milk
no more.
fertilizer.
Say no more.
Me a farmer, you know, so me have to
Listen up.
taxi farm product. Me can't taxi nothing else.
Give me a big hug.
Yes, man, I'll do me now, so.
All right?
Yes.
All right, you go and get it. I go and make sure you get it.
Yeah, Kevin, we're Zara, can you you're sideways.
Yeah. So we have to look this way to see a gut, Zara. You have to straighten up.
Bring up that picture, the video of the road for me now, please. Zara, can you? I guess she can't hear us.
She's frozen.
Let me call her.
That might have been a photo she set up.
Okay, all right, yeah, Kevin. Now, let me call Zara here. Push that over for me, Kevin. Yeah, you're frozen.
All right. So with the water house, right? East banks at the back. This are gully banks. This are the road. So the people them house right the stuff. So you know, say, look, this is the road exactly. And look what going on the road. So I'm asking for help, people. I'm gonna send help.
Which one is that?
The wrong video.
Team, every team.
All right, Zara is with us.
Ratty, you frozen? Oh, okay, maybe.
Uriah Bennett, what is JV KFC?
JV KFC.
Yes, he says my children said JV KFC is the best in the world, and he caught my attention immediately.
Yeah, the best fast food I think in Jamaica is Bami and Fish by the burger company there. You ever had that, right?
Burger company?
Yeah, Burger King.
Bami and Fish?
Yeah, they have Bami and Fish. Did you know that?
No.
Yep. That is a local special that they make.
Okay. Okay, I see it. It's he meant JA, not JV. Yeah, JA have the best KFC.
Yeah, JA.
Yeah.
Yeah, they must use the somebody Captain J says fish and bami. What comes first in the alphabet? A, B, bami.
Herb, we have people saying that mine I give you some of the chicken now, you know, because
All right, folks. This is a video I got this morning, and this is from my place. Place is behind me. Used to call it firehouse when the political warfare that go on and people get killed and go out of style. But this is why I didn't call this place a waterhouse. Look at this.
team have send them out. This is the
Water house people need help. Water house people need help. No light or water.
all right. So with their water house, right? East Banks at the back. This are Gully Banks. This are the road. So the people them house right the stuff. So you know, say, look, this is the road exactly. When you look what going on the road. So I'm asking for help, people. Wanna send help? Rescue team. Every team wanna have send them out. This is the road. The light pipe, the water pipe. Nobody know no water. Light. Be about to stop my guan. We need help. Wolipa fixing this. And we have young baby on the block and one baby just born. Them have to come help, man. This is ridiculous. If them don't come help for the protest, that's all we do. We can't say them are gonna pick it up and everybody are gonna pick this up and run with this. And we all know how the government is. So at the end of the day, we can't just stand up on a video and say it out there go viral. We have to go to the MP gate and have to cry for help. Because that's what they're for. You understand what I'm saying? Oh my God, have mercy. That's all I can say. I can post the videos. Yeah, I'm a platform, but I don't know if I can get them out here to come help with about me. I try. But geez, this is very scary because last night, the first video that I put up, it was only a little hole and now look at the whole road, everything gone, no light, no nothing. This is ridiculous. And as somebody had that. Oh my God.
All right, let's stop with this. All right, sad. Somebody just made that comment on it. It's kind of funny. They said to me, my barrel is still there, you know. So the blue barrel. So
the blue barrel didn't wash away. You sure?
I have to make a phone call after this and find out what's going on.
Oh, we go fix that. How dare you still have the blue barrel? Don't fret yourself, man.
Yeah.
You have to send another barrel now with some asphalt and filler item.
I'm a neighbor who's a gauntlet, 100 years old. I have to check on him to make sure.
Yeah.
This video came to me like a few hours. I have to check on him to make sure he's okay. Anyway, folks, we're joined by investigative journalist extraordinaire, Miss Zara Burton. Now, she put out a piece recently on the Prime Minister and his charitable organizations. And she enlightened me because I didn't know the difference, that there was a difference in Jamaica between non-profit organizations and charitable organizations. They vary in how you collect money, how you spend money, how you report the receipt of money to the authorities. So without further ado, I'm just going to ask her. Let me just start off by asking her, Zara, welcome. That's another question, by the way. Just welcome to the program. Let me ask you, what prompted your interest into doing this story?
Are you hearing Zara?
Zara, can you hear? Not hearing you.
We're not hearing you.
Zara. No, she's not hearing us either.
No, she says she's hearing you. She just doesn't know what is going on with her.
All right.
You may want to reboot your system.
Or you may want to have her talk to you through your phone like you did the last time.
Well, that might work. That should work.
She said she should go out and come back in. I read lips very well.
Kevin just said the problem is on your side. So we have two ways we can deal with it. One is you can log out and come back in, or you can call me on the phone and then we can just use it.
Use your voice on the phone. Okay. Right. She's going to log out and come back in.
Yeah, it's funny, like I was saying, that we have no standing in Jamaica, but I guarantee you the government is going to be reaching out to the diaspora and saying, hey, can you help?
Can
you
you
know.
help? Yeah.
Yeah, but and for Isat, you know, it looks like everything is fine at his place because I was getting ready to send something for him, but he doesn't need any help. The only help he needs, I think, is maybe a 6-piece basket, is what I call it, 3 barbecue.
Yeah,
and
thank you. Yeah, it's no 4 barbecue. I up the thing. But I know they say I must quote songs, but seriously, water came into my room and I sweep out some with the broom. The little dog laughed to see such one, and the dish run away with the spoon. Not my Starlink though. I just want you guys to know that. Thank you.
Starlink still intact.
Yeah, that didn't go, but it was Wild Rain, not Gilbert.
Yeah, wow. Well, Gilbert, I hear you.
Yeah, while we're waiting for Zara to come on, let me just say that if any of you have seen her report, it's rather damning. I mean, yeah, the Prime Minister is going to have to explain.
I put some of it in the private chat if you take a look.
Yeah,
if I wanted to see it, it's in the private chat. And it's not just the Prime Minister, it's quite a few of those government ministers that seem to set up these charities and then they get fully funded just before elections.
Just before election, yeah.
Yeah. So it's to me, that's how, one, there might be laundering funds. Two, they may have funds coming in that they don't have to pay taxes on and use it for their electioneering, which I'm not sure what the election rules are in Jamaica, whether that is legal or not. You should not be able to use charity to run an election. We can't even do that here in the U.S.
I'm good.
Oh, you can hear us. Okay, all right. Welcome. All
Hi,
right,
everybody. I'm really sorry about the delay today. I'm so sorry.
No worries. No worries. Your presence is greatly appreciated. Late or early, doesn't matter. You're always early around here anyway. That's how we roll, right? We roll till late. The first question is, what piqued your interest in this subject matter?
The issue of the nonprofits. Okay. I surmise that these nonprofits of these politicians, and there are several of them, I should add, right, on both sides of the aisle. I surmise that these nonprofits are getting funding from campaign contributors that are trying to, let us say, go around the typical campaign finance process. So based on my reporting, what I found is that they are, like some people who tell me, you know, how these nonprofits work, campaign contributors, instead of contributing directly to a politician, they will donate to these nonprofit organizations. Maybe they feel better about it. Maybe they just don't want to donate directly to the politician. The nonprofit actually has a structure in place so they can write a check to whether it's Positive Jamaica or Growth and Opportunity Trust, which is one that belongs to Nigel Clark that we'll be looking at in coming weeks as well. So there is a whole section, it's like a black hole of whether or not these foundations and the funds that go in there are being monitored. And based on the reporting that we came out with, no, they're not being monitored. We checked with the Integrity Commission. We checked with the ECJ, which is the Electoral Commission of Jamaica. We checked with the Office of the Political Ombudsman, which is now disbanded, but at the time it was not disbanded. We checked with the Company's Office. There was also the Friendly Society, Department of Cooperative and Friendly Societies. And essentially they all had to say the same thing, that they don't have the remit to monitor these organizations. And so you ask yourself, well, who does? And so there could very well be situations where foundations, and I'm not saying that these ones that I named are, but with Mr. Honus's own, you're looking at 58 point something million, almost $60 million worth of funds that have, by his own set of financials or Positive Jamaica's own set of financials, show 60 million raised between 2011 and 2020. And you ask yourself, From who? That's first question. Then you ask yourself the question, does he need to pay taxes on this? No, if people give money and it's just a gift and nothing in return, the Tax Administration of Jamaica said nothing material of benefits in return, then they don't have to pay tax, right? These foundations. However, if it's a situation where they are, let us say, giving something in return, then that is where they would have to pay tax. Yeah? So you ask yourself, so what are the people who donate getting in return? And what is a material benefit? And the tax administration essentially said it's on a case-by-case basis that that material benefit is decided upon. And so I say to you today that I am concerned that we have a system in place where you have these foundations that are able to operate year-round. They are supposed to put financials at the company's office based on their structure, and over at the DCFS, the Department of Cooperative and Friendly Societies, if they are registered over there. But in the case of Positive Jamaica, it's not registered over there. So there are no financials over there. But give Mr. Honus credit, at least there are financials on file at the company's office. So that's how we know that it's almost $60 million. That being said, even though he is one of the better politicians, because I tell you, there are several of the politicians, in fact, most of them don't have any financials on file. And so you ask yourself the question, where is this money coming from? Are the people that donate to these foundations getting government contracts? You know, it's cause for concern. Black hole.
All right. Talk to us about specifically the Prime Minister's charitable organizations now. Give us the history of it, because I read the report and it said something to the effect that it would appear as if monies left the account just before the election. Am I correct?
No, well, what we did, we noticed that in 2019 to 2020, there was about $31 million worth of spending, right? Which was much more than, let's just say, the 7 previous years. And what we're asking is, since that money that came in fact, the money that came in was also like about 29 million that came in over that time period. And over the previous 7 years, it was around the same 29 million. So what I'm saying is, in those 2 years between 19 and 20, what you have is a curious pattern wherein more money is being raised, a lot more money, and a lot more money is being spent. And so because it's in the same time period of the 2020 general election, which was in September, the question has to be asked, did this foundation factor in at all to the general election? Now, we did ask some questions of Mr. Honus, my colleague Andrew McDaniel. He was the one that asked Mr. Honus some of these questions. And Mr. Honus didn't answer any of these questions. Some of the questions included, you know, did the Positive Jamaica Foundation factor into, you know, did you spend any on an election campaign? Did you use it on marketing for, you know, the JLP or another candidate? None of these questions were answered. Yeah. And so again, the question bears repeating, what is the role, if any, that this foundation played?
Okay. Herb?
And I can tell you as well, you know, one more thing about the categories of spending that's also strange. Corporate grants was one of the categories of spending in the financials of Positive Jamaica. What are corporate grants? We asked that question, and we're talking about a couple $1 million well of corporate grants in the last 2019 to 2020 period.
Herb?
Hi, Zara. Welcome again. Question: is there any detection of outside money, legal or dirty or otherwise, coming into any of these charitable accounts? Or could they be washing money through these accounts?
I don't know. I genuinely don't know her, but I'm not trying to be funny or whatever. But how can you know when you genuinely cannot get a sense from the financials about where specifically? No, you have, as I said, general categories. You have marketing, you have advertising, you have events, you have corporate grants, as I said, you have philanthropy. You have all of these different categories. But what specifically is the money being spent on? Now, we know that scholarships have been one category that have been advertised, and Mr. Honus himself has advertised that scholarships are available through his Positive Jamaica Foundation. We know that money has been given to the COVID-19 telethon specifically. We know that money has gone to mustard seed communities. We know that money has gone to the Jamaica Social Stock Exchange. Yeah, so there are certain things that were advertised on their Facebook page as to where money went to. But when it was advertised as to where money went to, it certainly didn't add to the $31 million between 2019 and 2020. So again, where did that money go? And incidentally, the Electoral Commission of Jamaica, this is another black hole, because you only have to, if you run, let's say Isat ran for a candidacy, you only have to report your fundraising, I think within a 6-month period around the time of the general election. What happens to the 4 years in between the two general elections, or the 5 years between the two general elections? What happens there? There is no need to report, or requirement anyway, to report to the ECJ. And when the ECJ actually gets your report in that 6-month period or whatever it is around the election, they get the information as to who contributed and what they contributed. But when the ECJ reports it publicly, they don't tell you who. They only say how much was raised by each candidate and how much was spent by each candidate. Mr. Honus raised $12 million roughly, spent $8 million roughly. And we asked the question, Andrew asked the question, what about the 4 million in between that? So you raised 12, you spent 8, what happens to the 4 million? No answer. Does it go back into a re-election campaign? Does Mr. Honus keep that money? I don't know. So one of the civil society activists, of course, Trevor Monroe, who was then the executive director of NIA, told me that the money that each candidate raises should be reported year-round, because the ECJ keeps who is donating private. And all the ECJ will say is how much, as I said, was raised and spent, and also how many $1 million batches of money did each candidate receive. That is what they will say. They don't say, well, 1 million came from John Blow, or 2 million came from JMMB, or whatever. They don't. So that's private. Unlike the United States, that's very public. I mean, they have their issues too, don't get me wrong. But they're a lot better in terms of being able to ascertain how much did John Carmichael give to, Donald Trump in the 2020, general election or whatever. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Now, if indeed they have this dark period where there's no reporting to ECJ, is there any reporting if they're using the money personally to tax administration in Jamaica? And is the Integrity Commission themselves reviewing these accounts along with the other personal accounts that they review?
Well, you'll be disappointed to hear that the tax administration of Jamaica, unless there is an audit or an investigation, they don't really inspect these accounts. And they said if there is an audit, because one of the things that struck me strange, and I'll tell you why it's so disappointing over at the company's office. You go over there, yes, you're allowed to see what was on file. And for the longest time, now remember, I've been tracking this story about Positive Jamaica. Let me say this to you, from about 2000 and must be about 16. Remember when I did that story on Mr. Hunis's big house?
Yeah.
Robert Garvin, right? Incidentally, that case that Robert Garvin had against me and 18 Degrees North and TVG, that was resolved this year, and I put out something on our website about that so people can read the statement. But nevertheless, so that's gone now, right? So for the first time in a long time, I have no suits against me, because in 2017, the one with Mr. Hunis is gone. But anyway, that was resolved under confidential terms, right? Both under confidential terms. But we maintain the right to rebroadcast, as was said in the first win that we had. That was very public about the injunction that was against us, and then not to rebroadcast. So we won that injunction. So more to come where that is concerned, more developments, but we'll leave that be for right now.
Does that mean you're going to be back on TVJ or CVM sometime soon? Is there any indicators?
Can I update you on that in a few weeks?
Okay. All right.
Yeah. All right.
Zara, let me ask you this. Can you, for the benefit of the audience, explain the difference between a non-profit in Jamaica and a charitable? Because I have a couple questions I want to ask you, but I need people to understand the distinction between them in terms of tax implications, reporting requirements, and so on and so forth.
Okay. So a non-profit, the first step to becoming a non-profit in Jamaica is to go to the company's office and register a name. So you would say the Zara Burton Love Foundation. That's your name at the company's office. And there's a specific company type. It's called Company Limited by Guarantee Without Share Capital. That company structure requires that you, you're considered a public company, and you have a reporting requirement each year. You have to file an annual return, which is the contact details of the corporation and also the details of the current directors and that kind of thing. And I think now you also have a beneficial ownership form as of this year. Then you also have financials that you have to file, a balance sheet and an income and expenditure statement. And let me just say this to you, that from 2016 to, let us say, last year, I've been monitoring that Positive Jamaica Foundation, and every year it was nil in and nil out. And it used to be certified by this guy, Kent Gammon, who used to be a part of Positive Jamaica. And he was an attorney. And I asked myself the question, how is an attorney signing this thing nil in, nil out every year? Not making sense to me, right?
And whose organization is that?
Positive Jamaica, the same foundation we're talking about. So they have this requirement to report annual returns.
Who's
And
behind,
also
who's behind Positive Jamaica?
Well, it changes, right? But the consistent person is Mr. Hunis, Andrew Hunis. Now, Andrew Hunis started it, okay? Another person who was on it at the time, Nigel Clark, Dr. Nigel Clark. He is, I guess you would say, a founding person. Robert Garvin was in the mix at the beginning. Mark Azana, I believe, is also one of those persons that was in the mix at the beginning. There was a guy named Warren Vernon, who is now over NIDS, over at the Office of the Prime Minister. Kadisha Campbell, which is the longtime assistant of Prime Minister Hunis. She was also in the mix there as well. She's now heading up the CDF, the Constituency Development Fund, over in the Office of the Prime Minister too. Now, over the years, these individuals have come off of this organization, just to be sure.
Chang in the organization as well.
Huh?
Dr. Chang, where was he? I seem to recall that he on one of Dr. Horace Chang. Was he on one of these? He was not this one.
No, he wasn't on Positive Jamaica. He has his own
Okay.
down in St. James. Yeah.
So hold on. Let me just ask, how is it possible that you have all of these bright minds, all of these, some of them, they're titans of industry, some of them are high-ranking government officials. How is it that they're able to run this thing and put nil in, nil out, and get it signed off?
Because the company's office, right? I mean, the quote they gave me was just staggering, right? I said to them, how is it that, is it okay to just keep filing nil in, nil out? And they said, yes, they can do that because we don't check for accuracy. So as long as they file, we just want to know that they file, and it can be nil in and nil out, year in, year out. And so it was not until last year in July that substantive financials were filed for Positive Jamaica Foundation. Incidentally, it was also in July that Mr. Hones took himself off as a director, as a formal director. But let me say this to you. He came off effective December 2021, okay? But the filing was not made with Companies Office until July of 2022. So he's actually technically no longer a director, right? But the point is that for a long time, it was nil in, nil out. And the Companies Office is 100% okay with it, right? It's not their job to check for accuracy. And then you go over to the TAJ and you say, all right, so when the filing comes in for the income tax part of things, because even though they are nonprofits, right? Remember now that they're only registered over at the Companies Office, right? So they have to file an income tax kind of return. I think it's a different kind of form, but nevertheless, they have to file a return with the tax administration. And you ask yourself the question, okay, so when a nonprofit is supposed to file this thing, do you check that the financials for the Companies Office match what the financials are on the filing at TAJ? And they said not routinely. They don't. They don't. So again, they're not monitoring. No, they say if there's an investigation, if there is an audit, of course they can. Yeah, but not routinely.
All right. You mentioned in your report about a foundation. And again, you know what? Finish up the difference between the charitable organization and the non-profit. Because there's a question about...
So that was the first step. So it's Companies Office is the first step. Second step you can do now is you go to DCFS, the Department of Cooperative and Friendly Societies, and you get registered there, right? And that is where you become a tax-exempt charity. That means you don't pay GCT, you don't pay income tax, you don't pay customs duties. You understand what I'm saying? It's like you are really tax-exempt, yeah? And so you do have to file over at the income tax office, but you don't have to pay, as I said, the income tax over there. Once you can say, okay, we've earned $3 million this year, so you don't necessarily have to, pay income tax and that kind of thing. Whereas the ones that are registered at Companies Office, if there was some kind of benefit given in return for those gifts that they got, then yes, they may have to pay income tax on those. But generally speaking, you don't, as a tax exempt tax.
Talk to us about, I think it still is. I think you mentioned in the report that it's the longest existing foundation, and I can't remember the name of it, and the mandate is in the mandate section, it says that to fund political parties. Talk to us about that.
No, to JLP specific. It's called Grenville Trust. Grenville Trust is registered from 1975, believe it or not, decades ago. And I've been doing some reporting on that one, and that's one that's taking me a long time to do. But nevertheless, yeah, the purpose explicitly states for, raising, like for the JLP elections, right? And so in my reporting so far, there are people that say in the past, not necessarily right now, but certainly in the past, this is one of the areas, the funds that used to get money from different places or entities. And so I'm not fully finished with that reporting yet, so I can't go into too much detail. But what I can tell you again is that though it says that, you don't see a lot of monitoring. In fact, it seems like a lot of people don't even know what Grenville Trust is. And so here it is, you have a vehicle that has raised in the past money for the JLP, and it just appears as if it's just going unmonitored.
So we don't know how much money is coming into this organization, and we don't know where the money is being spent, except to say that they use it to fund elections. I think
Have used it. I'm not sure if right now, yeah, but in the past.
No, do you find it kind of unsettling that you have the Prime Minister who is
he's a director, by the way, of Grenville right now, the Prime Minister, and Dr. Horace Chan, who is the Deputy Prime Minister. Both of them are directors of Grenville Trust.
And we don't know how much money is passes through Grenville Trust. Do we know that?
We don't know. No, we don't know how much has passed through Grenville Trust. Yeah, we don't.
So it's possible then that this is one, and I think that's where your report kind of like, that's the direction it was taking me in. Maybe wrong or right, but it's taking me in a direction thinking that, you know what? If I want to fund a political campaign, this is the perfect vehicle to do it, because first of all, it's monitored.
It's unmonitored. Yeah. And we're good with it as the public. We are good with it.
Well,
no
I tell you,
government entity is looking at it.
well, the thing is,
knows about it.
and I'm looking at the
None of
chat.
the anti-corruption agencies know about it. We're good.
But Zara, when you say we're good with it, you sound like Isat. You're being very cynical right now, but your satire killing me. What about everything you're saying is illegal though? That is the problem, because how charity works, which is why getting to form a charity is so critical, because once you get through that window, it's an open book. For instance, there's no law that says that you say, I'm going to raise money to fix one road. Once you're fixing that road in some part, nobody can question you in terms of how internally the money is processed, including if the directors are paid. There's nothing illegal about how those persons are paid. The volunteers, if there's no rules as to how stipends work internally. And so I'm seeing it in the comments about money laundering and all of this. The problem is in terms of the regulation. A lot of the things when it comes to these organizations is it legally, is it wrong? So morally, persons are going to say they don't like what is going on, but it's unfair, and I'm not defending them to speculate that there's something untoward, because they are doing or fulfilling the mandates of the charity, and there's no regulation on the surplusage in relation to charities. And because it is non-profits and charities, the taxation, they're exempt from all of these things. So just one of the things, so that I'm just bringing this up, and I'm not going to call any private sector company now because I don't want to get beat up. But one of the things why all of these charities are established is so that the very wealthy people can trump the system. You saw what I did right there? I said trump the system. Being immature, but so you don't have to pay taxes, is that you fulfill a mandate. So we happily will give away the computers, and we'll give away the this, and we'll give away that, because it's better you do it that way than pay taxes and give it to government so they can waste it. So the idea of charities, that's what they're doing. So when people get excited because they hear that all these scholarships are being given away from the very people that make the money 20 times over, and the little scholarships they give away is nothing. The thing about it is, it's not illegal. So while you bring it to the forefront, it is the court of public opinion that is supposed to say it's not okay. The moral aspect, the moral court, because I can tell you the legal court, there's no thing untoward that's being done. I just want to make that aspect clear.
Well, let me say this to you. I'm not sure that there's nothing illegal if it is that it's a tax-exempt charity, because I don't think political purposes are supposed to be put forth from a tax-exempt charity. And I think that's why Donald Trump got in trouble in the United States a couple of years ago, right? Because a judge had ruled that he was using this charity to advance his political efforts, right? And he had to pay like over, I think it was $2 million or something like that, right? So it depends. Now, I don't know if that really is allowed here, but I get the sense that political activities, based on what I've read so far, is not necessarily allowed if it's a tax-exempt registered over at DCFS. No, I believe that that's a part of the reason why, well, let's just say some organizations that are registered only at the company's office, they have less restrictions on them. And as you said, I don't believe that there is anything illegal about it. What I am saying is that if this much money, 58 something point whatever million, that's significant to some people.
No, which is why I raised the thing about the court of the moral court,
right?
And also the fact that, you know, the cute thing about it is that lawmakers we're dealing with the people who make the law, so clearly they know what they are doing to you know, toe the line. And right. So while we speak about the whole integrity commission and what their duties are, question of the courts of public opinion is the true questions are is it okay that these persons are doing this? And for instance, $4 million is significant when funds are raised and you don't know where it goes. That is significant. Yeah. Whether or not there's a criminal act or act that breaches the law, that's on a scale of accountability. And then I see you ask certain questions, and I can just repeat them. They're your questions. I mean, in the climate that we have, the Prime Minister who still that thing you call not certified, his declarations not certified, and then these questions are coming up. It's just not, you know, it's not a handsome look.
No, it's not. And that's why I'm saying to you, almost, you know, saying to the public tonight, and what I have been talking about in the piece is there has to be a level of, and even the political ombudsman, she said it too, there has to be a level of monitoring. She thinks it should reside with the Integrity Commission, because the Integrity Commission, they told me that they don't look at charities that are connected to parliamentarians. That's just not what they do, right? And so you could be raising, it could be 60 million, it could be 40 million, it could be 100 million. And as I said, it's just this nice stash of cash that you're able to, let us say, you know, you're dishing all of it out to your constituents. You're able to spend all of this money on your constituents. And of course, you look good. It makes you look good. You know?
All right. You know, I'm concerned about the infusion of cash going into these organizations. For example, we haven't seen proper accounting of the $750 million US that Jamaica received in loans from the IDB World Bank. We haven't seen proper accounting. So it's quite possible, and I'm not accusing them, but it's quite possible that some of the money that didn't go to poor people ended up going through some of these organizations, and they'll see it, you know, come election time. I'm concerned also that you have the Prime Minister who should be above and beyond reproach, with him sitting at the, you know, that on the board of some of these things. And like you said, I said that, look, it might be immoral. Your people might have a queasiness about it, but at the same time, for crying out loud, this Prime Minister is embroiled in all kinds of shenanigans. And here's another one. Here's another one. And then he gets up and he talks about leadership. He talks about leadership.
And transparency.
Leadership and transparency. And then when you display the leadership, it's not there. Look at what happened in the UN We led the thing with the CARICOM caucus and said, okay, we support the humanitarian ceasefire and aid, and we're leading the charge. And then when it came time to vote, where were we? Nowhere. And we led that charge with the entire CARICOM community, 14 nations, including Jamaica. And then when it came time to vote, 13 of them voted. You know who never voted? Jamaica. And we said we're leaders. We said we're leaders. So I'm very concerned about this. I mean, I thank you for doing the piece, but I'm very concerned about it that the Prime Minister is involved with this. And not only in one organization either. It's more than one.
Yeah, because he's actually a director of another one too called Caribbean Democrat Union. That one I don't see any activity for at all. And then he's a director also of West Central St. Andrew Trust. So it's 4, right? But he came off of West Central St. Andrew Trust again in December of 2021 and notified the company's office in 2022 around July. So for all of these years, right, he was a director of West Central St. Andrew, which is to help the, people in his constituents, as according to the purpose of when you see it at the company's office, the documents there. And then he has Positive Jamaica, which was set up in 2011. I remember 2011 was when he ran for when he became the Prime Minister, if you recall. And he was running, I think it was that December, right? Wasn't it December, that election in 2011, and he lost? But I think he was the Prime Minister at that time. And incidentally, in the 2 years prior to, this is another story that's on the website, in the 2 years prior to the 2020 election, you do have several of these organizations that were set up in those 2 years prior to the 2020 election by the politicians. Yeah? And so you ask yourself the question, how many of them set it up because that is given as some kind of advice under the table, under the quiet, to say, look here, this is how the thing works. You have to set up a foundation. I don't know. Yeah. But it's very, as somebody used the word on this call, cute. The setup is very cute. And we have to decide as Jamaicans, are we okay with this very cute setup? Or do we want some accountability? And if we want some accountability, which agency of government should provide that accountability?
Here's a problem, though. The problem is that the questions you're asking, they can only be answered by the politicians because the general public doesn't know much about this. And so we're asking the politicians to police themselves. We're telling them, hey, look, set it up so that it's being investigated by this agency, and then you have filing requirements. They're not going to do that. So that's why a program like this is so helpful, so that people at least become aware of what's going on. And that's the first step in trying to remedy the situation, is that you know what's going on. I'm willing to take.
Were you guys aware of this? Let me just ask, I don't know if Isat or Herb or you, were you ever aware of these foundations that are linked to politicians?
No.
Okay.
No.
Hey, let me ask you this directly here. When you were reporting on the Prime Minister and Robert Garvin, did the question of Omega Bridge Finance Limited ever come up?
Just that there was a directorship shared, I think, between Mrs. Honest and him. I think there was a shared directorship. But I didn't get into what loans are they processing, if they're processing. I think it was like a loan company, but I'm genuinely not sure what was going on at that organization. I didn't see any specifics on the organization. There's very limited information that I got.
Okay, and then there's another one, West Central St. Andrew Trust.
Yeah, that's the one I'm telling you about.
Okay, I was
Mr. Horton was on that one. Robert Garvin was on that one too, with him. Yeah.
Yes.
But,
Hold on one second. 1 second. Robert Garvin, was that the gentleman who got the contracts to do the bushing?
Yes.
Yeah.
Wow.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Now, what's baffling to me is, if you are in bed with this individual, how did they overlook the pushing of some 26 contracts that were unreported to this individual, Robert Garvin at Westcon Construction, from the Ministry of Education. I mean, how do you miss out on all these contracts going in that direction? This is what I can't figure out. Somebody is responsible for overseeing contracting and competition, right?
Let me say this to you. We have a problem in this country with contract reporting. You know, at the time when I did the piece in 2016, luckily for me, I could go on the Office of the Contractor General's website, look up the quarterly contract award database, and I could see that Westcon Construction had gotten, at the time that I was researching, I think it was like 14 contracts, right? And you could get that information. Now, you can't get that information after 2020. So the Integrity Commission is the one getting the information still. But you and me and Isat and Will cannot go ahead to the site now and see, let us say, from 020 to know what the contracts were given to Westcon Construction. I mean, I think Westcon is now removed from the company rules at the company's office, but I'm just making the point. You can't see now, going forward from 020, who and who got contracts. And so the reason you can't, by the way, is the Integrity Commission, it seems by their own interpretation of the law that governs them, made the decision that this is not something that they can lawfully do. And so they don't have the information up on the site anymore after 020. But they have the information, it's just not public to us. And so it's a real detriment to our, I would say, democracy and our system of governance and the issue of transparency. Because even if we were supposed to find out who funded Mr. Honus's Positive Jamaica Foundation at the time from 011 to 020, the still question would become, all right, while this person was funding Mr. Honus in 2016 or 2017, they were also getting government contracts, yeah? And unlike the ECJ, where when you're a contributor, you also have to file with the ECJ to say, I contributed such and such money. And you have to say whether you were a government contractor during that time period, like a specific time period around the, you know, like, I think it's 2 years. I don't really remember, but you have to say whether you're a government contractor. And again, how are we supposed to help those agencies to do their work? You understand what I'm saying? It's like if we don't have the information as reporters, as talk show hosts, to be able to bring it to the public for those people inside the Integrity Commission and formerly the Office of the Contractor General, you know, the tax administrator, how will they be tipped off to different things that we know by, you know, doing our own searches that should be public? They're no longer public.
And that website is controlled by the Integrity Commission, you're saying?
Yeah.
Right, that does make sense because you need to have the transparency for governance. Right?
Exactly. It's the stupidest thing I've heard in a very long time. It's such a retrograde step.
All right, I have a few questions before we move on.
Let me just ask this last one, Ratty. Juliet Owner's company, JAJ Development Holdings. She starts a 22 million development housing project. Who did the revaluation that this thing is now worth 800 million?
I don't know. Her place is worth, I mean, her company is worth 800 million.
No. The development she's doing is she estimates it to be 800 million. The one up at Lee's Plaza.
I mean, she wouldn't do the estimate. Somebody had to come in and do a valuation.
So you're asking me who did it? I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. Let me.
Go ahead.
Very dear friend of ours sent in a bunch of questions. It's your article states that Greenbelt's purpose is to aid in any elections run by the JLP. Is Greenbelt a registered charitable organization? That's one. Number two,
No.
Mr. Holness, it's not. Mr. Holness ceased being a director in December 2021. Is Mr. Horace Chang still a director of Greenbelt?
No. Mr. Honest didn't stop being a director of Grenbell. He's still a director of Grenbell, and it's Grenbell, Grenbell.
Is Mr. Chang, was Mr. Chang ever associated with that?
He's still associated. He's a director still too. Where Mr. Honest came off as a director is Positive Jamaica and West Central St. Andrew Trust, those two. But he's still a director of Caribbean Democrat Union and Grenbell. At least the last time I checked, which was right before I published that article.
All right, is West St. Andrew Trust Limited, is that foundation registered as a charitable organization?
No.
Okay. You know who the current board of directors are?
I have it written down, and I think, in fact, his son is now a director of that organization.
His son?
Huh?
Whose son?
Honus' son. Mr. Honus' son.
He's a director on this?
On West Central St. Andrew.
Tell Mr. Nagosa Zara.
Yeah.
All right, last question. Mr. Bartlett said very little has been used for a quote. Very little has been used for political purposes. He's talking about the money out of that organization.
His own, not Grenbell.
Right. So is East Central Scholarship and Welfare Fund Limited registered as a charitable organization?
No.
Are these organizations maintaining a tax-exempt status?
As I said, the ones that are, there are only a handful of them, like literally like 5 or less. I think maybe even just maybe 3 of them. Something, a very, very small number are registered over at the DCFS. Most of them are registered at the company's office alone. So they're not like in the tax exempt category. But again, if it is that they get a gift and there is no material benefits in return, the tax administration of Jamaica says that that gift is not income and therefore not taxable. So the organization may not pay tax on that gift. No, the question is, what is the material benefits? And they said that that has to be decided on a case-by-case basis.
Hold on 1 second.
I'm not hearing.
Ask her. Hold on. Go ahead. There's a friend of mine who wants to ask. What's the question? Who's on the USA Foundation boards?
I'm not understanding.
He's probably talking about some U.S. company.
Go ahead. Ask a question. She can hear you.
Oh.
Ladies, you're my hero. This is I'm asking a question. I don't want to ask any names, but are there any members who are currently in government position or overseas positions who were previously members of the board? Let me say, start from 2000.
I'm not hearing properly. Sorry.
He's asking if they're members, people who have been assigned overseas, or people in Jamaica, or on U.S. boards. You say?
Local groups in Jamaica, foundations in Jamaica. There's a connection, and it's acting. There's a speculation around certain members who receive of diplomatic status be integral part of those operations. And even just recently, someone asked me, where is the money from, like the independence or all that stuff is associated with Jamaica's promise and there's no accountability.
All right. Do you understand that, Zara? Do you understand the question?
No, I didn't followed. Please translate.
Yeah, he's asking if people, if they're members of U.S. organizations. If what he's saying is that there are foundations in the U.S. and that they provide financial assistance to some of these foundations in Jamaica. And do you know if there are any Jamaicans sitting on those boards? The ones that are providing funding to the ones in Jamaica.
I don't.
You don't?
I don't.
All
No,
right.
don't. There was a.
All right. Me call you back, brethren. Yeah. Look, Zara, anything that you want to add to us before we move on? Because this is quite interesting and we're going to have to do a follow-up.
Yeah, I would say to you that it's really what we're willing to accept that it comes down to. Okay. And it's not just these foundations. Remember now, it's campaign contributions that are received outside of that window of when the election is called and 180 days out. You know, it really comes down to if that's something that we're okay with, or do we want to know more? So it's up to us as a public. We have to decide what's acceptable and what's not.
All right. Isat, any parting remarks for Zara?
Well, Zara, every time you come on this show, you remind me of a Michael Jackson song. Can I quote? Speechless. I'm serious. I'm literally, it's so much to think about. And it's a lot for the public to digest. So I congratulate you. And
I hope I wasn't confusing because I realize it's somewhat technical.
No, it's technical. Hence my silence, and I'm using speechless because I'm the dunce among the greats. But I want to say, as you educate the public, make it palatable. Because we really want to know, but it's a lot to digest because, as I said, the court, the legal court versus the moral court, and the conversation, especially moving forward, is what do we want from our leaders?
Yeah.
From what you have presented, I can say this is not it, and so just keep doing it, Stella Maris, you know.
Yeah.
I thought when I guess when we got connected again, Isat reminded me that we went to the same prep school coming up as children. But
yeah, she was the pretty girl in my class, but me did ugly and my teeth them did chaka. We never wear braces yet. So you were in the same
first class. Weren't you in
your class? My brother was in your sister's class. But Rattigan, they're gonna shut us.
Okay, there you have it. All right. Okay, guys. So that's it from me. Thank you for having me.
Great.
I really
Zara, before you disappear, all right. Back in 2017, there was a program ongoing building journalists in a community journalism project. Where's that project today? And have you produced any outstanding journalists from that training program?
Yeah, the project is finished. It finished then. But in terms of producing outstanding journalists from that program, Jamila Maitland is on TV every night on PVJ, and she does an outstanding job. There's also Charlene Hendricks. She was named Young Journalist of the Year a couple years back. You know, she's working for government now, which I'm kind of mad about. But the point is that out of that program, you know, you have people who, you know, took their career seriously and have made an impact. So kudos to them. Yeah, it feels good.
Now, you're talking about journalists. I'm talking about, you know, investigative journalism to the point where they produce earth-shaking revelations or stories like yours. Is anybody being mentored in that vein? How is that going?
No, there is nobody right now that is being mentored in that vein, like in that kind of community journalism program. I mean, I and still do, you know, one or two individuals that I will, you know, either have conversations with or edit their scripts. I mean, there's Demaria Patterson, he works for me now, and you know, he's the one working on Nigel Clark's story about his nonprofit. And so, yes, I do guide that. You know, Andrew McDaniel, same thing with this one. So there are people that are willing to learn that are part of my team. But in terms of that kind of structure of a community journalism program to teach investigative journalism, we had one at JC, Jamaica College, for students there. But I don't think high school students are, I don't want to say that they're not ready, but I would say the vast majority of them, I don't think were serious about investigative journalism. Maybe just not yet. At 16, I don't think I was into it. You know, I became into it as I grew older.
All right.
Okay.
Hey, look.
I said, I just want to say, you are correct. As I said, I'm not insinuating or implying illegality. So you were saying something about people writing about money laundering and that kind of thing. I'm not saying that. I just want you to be clear on that, okay? Because I would think that this money, in fact, Mr. Bartlett was very, very clear that this money is for his scholarships and that kind of thing. You know what I mean? So it's not like I'm saying that I have information that this money has not been going to the intended causes, you know, for charitable, whatever the case is. What I'm asking is, who is funding it? What are they getting in return, if anything? We don't know. And who is monitoring it? Just to be clear, those are my points.
All right. Look, Zara, thank you so much. And we look forward to having you soon. Keep up the good work.
Thank you, guys. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Ratty,
Yeah.
while people talking about your pick, you can't be hiding the blue barrel. We're just not going to have it on this show. Fix up yourself. Thank you.
All right.
I noticed the colors on the barrel changing too. Up.
The colors on
Hello, it's awful. Big up yourself.
Yeah,
all right.
Wait, are you repainting Ratty barrel down there?
No, we have to paint the barrel in them, but no, it did wash away. I start to pick it up back still, and I start go get it.
I clean it, clean.
You are telling me. Yeah,
Hey,
it was Ratty, man. Ratty.
Yes,
You see the hole in the road, though.
Yeah, this is the road, the hole on the road. Right, yeah.
You
So
can't go down there, Ratty.
I don't think you go get the barrel. You go up.
Yeah, that me I tell him, man. I sat there and drop down the tree, you know. I ask him, you know what I tell you? Yeah, man. I see you sitting, man. We're going troops. We're there, man.
Welcome. You know, we're there just to talk up the things.
Yeah,
so,
man.
Questions into just man. What upon your mind? What you really are work on right now? What the thing we are focused on now? Where bother you?
Let me tell you what bother me, you know. You know, the Prime Minister, them say my 7th day, right? In my 7th day. But me think, you know, tomorrow we art show that we're gonna ask him something because you have a quote from the Bible. Me know I'm reading Bible. I wonder if we can pick up that quote. Let me send it to you, Ratty. Me never want to say nothing because not my word. Me don't want to say it. Let me send it to Ratty and you send it to the man. Why you read something there and then we're gonna ask him something, right, Ratty? Let me send that quote to you, Ratty. Let me send it to you. Let me send it to you and then me tell you what it's on my mind. Yes, sir? Yes. Because the Prime Minister, all right, see the Ratty, send it to Isat and to Herb.
Right.
Maria, where Maria there? May I look out for Maria and her sister? Where you at? You know,
Probably, you know what? She might be in the.
No, she don't come in, man. She don't come in, man. You can see her, man.
All right.
From where I see her, we can see her somewhere there, man. Send that. You see the first, you're Ratty. You send it off to them, Ratty?
Yeah, I send it off.
All right. So, you know, as a Christian, the Prime Minister, you know, me say my 7th year. You read a part from me, Ratty, in a King James version. Read it for me, please.
The first one, 20.
Yeah, I just different Bible. Yes.
It says, but the fearful and unbelieving, and the abominable, and murderers, and whoremongers, and sorcerers, and idolaters, and all liars.
And all what?
Liars.
Liars, yes.
Shall have their part in the lake which burneth with fire and brimstone, which is the second death.
The second death. So if the Prime Minister believe in that, why I'm telling so much lie, brother? Some now escape from the fire, brother. And I just say, when I create them thing, they not in dangerous, brother. So me I think about it. Me I say, then if my 7-day Adventist, you know, if it just, nah, man, something wrong, man. I thought I don't want to call you in this, you know.
I was reading Psalms 121 and I said, I will lift up my eyes to the hills from whence cometh my help, because my help cometh from the Lord, the maker of heaven and earth. Boy, I wonder.
I'm sure, you know, I'm going to send you the next thing when I say.
Well, I want to know. So let me ask Isat. There is a court decision. The state of emergency as implemented by the government for policing purposes, unconstitutional. And they lay out the reasons, say that, you know, a state of emergency can only be called for three reasons: insurrection, natural disaster like this one, and now with the rainfall, and war, right? But we are going to get, you know, we're going to deal with that.
Yeah.
But now the government, and despite the fact that the court ruled like that, and despite the fact that people are collecting money, people who were unconstitutionally detained, plus the governor general, the real bro God, just proclaimed another state of emergency. What do you make of it?
So I think that I just don't even speak on it anymore, because in my mind I've already said it is illegal. The case that you're talking about, Everton Douglas, we brought the habeas corpus. The court ruled. They went to the Court of Appeal, and there wasn't an appealable issue. How I feel about the state of emergency is I watched before my eyes this week, last week, where and I still say this, and I'm not being facetious right now, but I still said I'm blaming you and her, because I said I have a problem with us educating the public about these bomb things. And they call state of emergency, and I go court, we run up and down, them stop court, bomb threat in court stop, the school. I was standing at one place and I said, boy, I bet there's who said the hospital a bomb threat, and not even 5 minutes later, bomb threat at the hospital. And then all the high schools. And these are the things, if you read the judgment, it says these things must take place for a viable thing for martial law to take place. So the environment, I'm not accusing the government, but the environment they're trying to create an environment that there is a state of emergency, but the reality is that there is none. Our country is not under attack.
The bomb threats are large in Kingston and St. Andrew, right?
No, but it was everywhere.
No, but largely, I said largely in Kingston and St. Andrew. Right?
To me, it was everywhere.
Did they come out?
Wait a second. How many bomb threats were there?
The Minister of National Security said there was 80 something. It's all I know is the only time something exploded in Jamaica was Tropical Plaza when the helium bomb exploded.
That's
the
true.
Helium tank exploded. If you were around, and this was pre-Gilbert.
That's true. When I put the balloon and it was, yes, that's true.
Here's what I'm saying. I'm saying that if the bomb threats are centralized, localized in one area, right? And then you proclaim a state of emergency somewhere else, then it can't be for the bomb threats. Because you're saying that the bomb threats...
No, the point I'm making is this. No, remember, an argument has to be made at the end of the 14 days to the opposition to change their minds to agree to extending the state of emergency. What I will say is the Prime Minister would have seen what took place, and I mean, I don't even think it is a political football, the murder of those 2 kids. Listen, I don't even want nobody to say I'm soft when I talk about it. Nobody send their children to go take taxi to die in a taxi. And I'm not saying people don't die everywhere. Not all lives matter, but this is inexcusable. Does the government have an answer for crime? No. The reaction from the Prime Minister, is he wrong? I don't want to say yes or no, but this is all he knows. This is all he has. Can it be extended after 14 days? I would think not, because it's not a state of emergency, but his response is all he knows. I just have to leave it at that. Is it legal? I don't think so, because when I look outside my window, the court is still keeping. Rattigan's judgment came out. Many other judgments came out that people love, and the court is carrying on. I got a judgment in my email yesterday, and the court Jamaica is live and festive. Possibly there are ministers at a cottage in the grill shaking them tambourine and get them things going. So there is no state of emergency. You can say whatever you want, and you can have a dime or a letter or a 50-cent stamp, and just send me barrel Diaspora with little KFC night. There is no state of emergency. I will go pick up my barrel personally, wherever it calls. Send it all to Montego Bay. We'll go pick it up down there. There is no state of emergency.
So Isat.
Yeah. Hold on.
Isat, you know, wait, Mr. Lonesome is Isat, you know. I sit down yesterday. Isat. So I have to be there name me ass.
No, man.
And I miss a donkey.
Hold on 1 second. You just mentioned something about a little cottage in the grill. Don't insult Lonesome's new artist. Lonesome say I'm new artist. And
yeah, man. DJ Doctor, yeah, man.
Home a little cottage in the hill. Way up in West End Grill. This man said, turn it on. Hey, baby. Jimmy, I miss you. Oh, my lips gonna eat. All you wanna go. So my surprise, you right there. Oh, my little cottage grill. I wrote this line for you. Baby, oh, my little cottage grill. Hey, baby, right. I realize I love you still.
You see, these are the things, the last time, Mr. Lonesome, the last time this clown show happened, we had Gully Bop. May his soul rest in peace. We cannot allow this to happen, because you're going to mess around already, and Tuffy and the Croats are going to win the next Grammy. We can't have that. We can't have that.
Yeah, this one I'm ever signing him now. You see the beach chair, them gone, you know. Them gone, you know, the background. All of the beach chair, them gone. Them end up in the hospital. So I have to sign him. Yeah, man. I'm even DJ name. You know what his name?
Well, listen.
DJ Tough Tongue.
Tough Tongue. Wow.
Yeah, man. DJ Tough Tongue, man. I'm a brand new DJ this. I'm putting him on iTunes next week. Open a buy on a copy, you know, people. Look out to buy the copy. Cottage in the Grill from DJ Tough Tongue and the crew. See? So when you look out, Ratty, you have to support
Ratty, if this is your playlist, me now come back on your show in night. If you put this in your playlist, I'm not gonna listen tonight. Yeah? And if this end up in your playlist, all right.
Ratty, ever put him in playlist, man? If I play my tune, man. Turn on the mic, Ratty.
Your mic, mute.
Turn on the mic.
Don't some get upset because I'm saying right now I'm new artist and no one nobody say anything derogatory about him new artist.
I'm a new artist, man. Yeah, man. Right now, I do have some new video with him too, you know. New video. But on a serious note, no, Ratty, you know, so me here, the Prime Minister tell about the water and the thing, the money where him invest. Him say we're not gonna have no more flooding like that on the road, mash up on them thing there, Ratty. Me send it to you, look a while. Read it. 2019. Read that, look a while. I'm going to send to you.
All right. Go on then.
Send it to Isat too. Same way.
Listen to Isat and her.
I'm aware of it, man. The drainage system, but like I say, a lot of road work going on. And all depend on, you know, I tell you this, man. You see the rain that fall.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God, man! You hear me say, "My God," not bro God. It don't in a developing country, all the promises and all the effort made, it can wash away in just
right.
the stroke of a rain from God, and that's just the reality. We are humbled when God speaks. That's all.
Here it is. This is dated September 12, 2019. Says the government of Jamaica has completed a comprehensive national drainage plan to improve the drainage system, which will put an end to the flooding in the corporate area, as well as several flood-prone towns such as Maypen, Santa Cruz, and Port Maria. So we shouldn't have any flooding problems because he said that it was done in 2019.
From 2019, okay.
Yeah, but in 100 days it would have happened. Usually, after it don't happen in 100 days, we abandon that, and after we abandon that, you know how that go. Because a day in thy sight is like 1,000.
100.
So from 2019, him tell we, and you know, have no more land slippages and them things that me see that way. I say, okay.
Yeah,
I know people can't mash up in a
man.
man.
Have fixed term elections and I mean
that mean me can't take. That's what I said when I have to read back, you know. That thing, I read it back to him tomorrow too, you know, because me know him's a Christian and he's a man who's truthful to him word. So me I try to hold him to him word. Himself hold him to him word too, you know. Ratty should have played that, you know. Can the man say hold him to him word?
Oh no, me not have that one there. I'm saying hold him to the word. No, you have that one.
Well, there's the information minister said male chicken mouth kill male chicken, something like that. Yeah, something like
the
that.
misinformation.
Yeah.
Well, yes. So we are trying to hold him to him word. Prime Minister said for hold him to him word, man. I mean, I tell the people maroon off right round the country. Yes, tell the people. I have to pick up nothing already. Rescue them from crocodile.
No, son, you have to say you can't be doing this for the 7th day, you know. No, 6 o'clock gone. 6 o'clock gone. You're legal.
They have to rescue them, man.
Folks, if you look at the bottom of the screen, you see the ticker going, visit ojldf.org. That's the One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation to make donations and see articles. We are in the process of appealing the Kamina Johnson Smith decision, and so we need you to go to the website and make a contribution, because that lawsuit it affects everyone, but particularly people living in the diaspora, because it says essentially that you don't have standing to bring a lawsuit against, even in your own capacity. Forget about filing on behalf of anyone else. So we need you to go to the website and make a donation, because we have to pay the lawyers then. It's not a pro bono thing, and so we're asking you. A lady came up with a suggestion last week. She said, Mr. Rattigan, why don't you just tell us when you have these lawsuits, just tell us how much money it's going to cost, and then we'll make the donation. That's a good suggestion. So at this point, you know, we still don't know how much it's going to cost for the appeal. But the one thing I can tell you is that I'm very confident that at some point we are going to prevail. I'm very confident of that, and it's going to affect everyone, because this is an issue that is ripe for the appeals court, or the Court of Appeal, as they call it in Jamaica. It's ripe for that. And the question is, who has standing, or do members of the diaspora have standing? So that and other issues as well. Next week, I have some other things that I want to share with you regarding some issues that are ripe for lawsuits as well. But we'll just save that for next week. And then next week, we're also gonna do the piece on Grace McLean, Dr. Grace McLean, the former acting permanent secretary in the Ministry of Education and Youth. We're going to talk about legal action that should be taken against her. The only thing is that some of it has to do with the DPP and some with the police. And we have we're hopeful, put it that way. We're hopeful that action will be taken to ensure that the money that went missing, there'll be some kind of seizure, some kind of forfeiture, that we can get the money back into the schools where it actually belongs to help the children. The Prime Minister talked about, on the video I was playing today, talked about education. We didn't get to that. We'll get to it some other time. And let me also say that this is just part one on the Prime Minister. But we're also going to pick some of these ministers. And when I say pick them apart. We're going to show their shortcomings. And people, I have to say this. If a politician, including the Prime Minister, promises you to do a certain thing, and that thing is done, that's not worthy of praise. That's why the person is there, right? And so for the people who say, "Oh, you're just picking on the negatives," exactly, that's where we should be. That's what we should be picking on. We can't be picking on the positives. We pick on the negatives because the positives are supposed to happen, especially since they got the 200% raise, especially since they got that raise. So anything that they've promised, promises are comfortable, but anything that they've said they're going to do, we have to hold them accountable. More so now than ever because they're getting more money. So they should, this idea of a part-time politician, that should no longer exist because they're getting paid. If they were getting paid to do part-time work previously, they're getting paid now to do full-time work. So we're not going to focus on, you say you're going to build a clinic and you build a clinic. Yay! No. We're not excited by that. We're excited by the fact if you say, I'm going to build a clinic and you build two. You say, hey, you know what? We found some extra money and we'll build two. We're excited by that. But when you don't build it and we complain and we criticize, people shouldn't complain. There's some people out there, I think they're, I want to say they're well-meaning, but their focus is misplaced because you focus on the things that the politicians are not doing to get them to do those things because that's why they were elected and that's why they're being paid. That's my soapbox. Isat.
Well, perhaps to say in 100 days you're going to build a clinic because it have a different meaning. And so one doesn't have to worry. The OJLDF.org and the fund is very significant. The donations are significant. And I have to
respects.
Greetings. I have to always make a plea that we talk is nice, but talk is very cheap. Action is expensive.
True.
There are those who will say that all you do is talk and there is no action. But when it's time to action, it actually costs. So persons are to, if they genuinely have an interest and not just to criticize, is to put your money where your mouth is. Because I can't say it. I'm an attorney. I'm in a very distinguished profession. So I have to say male chicken mouth kills or murders male chickens. You guys know what it means. I don't want to be put to the guillotine for using a word so vulgar, even if it's a male chicken. So I just want to say that. But in terms of a lot was said today, I want to again say that the investigation by Miss Burton is it's very intriguing. We aren't to rush to judgment. We are in the interest of justice to want to see the outcomes. Cast no aspersions on those in the center of it. I'm raising this for defamation purposes, for all the reasons why the Integrity Commission records are sealed until there is something of criminal nature or enough evidence that we can say that persons are to be concerned. But even as we do this, my thing is to conclude to say that the work from the diaspora is important. Jamaica cannot survive without it. You matter, you are important, and you have standing, which is your right in your personal capacity. And it is the overriding objective of any court to recognize that which you are trying to do. So I just wish to put that out for education purposes, so that persons aren't feeling slighted, but to understand how the justice system works. And I can tell you, God on Time, it's a masterful thing. It's like art, it's music, it's literature. And last thing that Rattigan gonna vex with me about is I think the judge was just really, really gangster for just quoting that and not even giving credit to the author. But everybody knew it. So whoever called it gets step on. When they need to send the barrel called life hard, a dime and later on a 50-cent stamp. So mackerel and glory evaporated milk. If we not see that this December, so we can change Rattigan barrel. And that's my 5 minutes. Thank you.
By the way, next week we plan to have on. Next week we plan to have on a gentleman who's gonna walk us. He was here before. He's gonna walk us through the maze of, getting donations to Jamaica, and then we hope to have somebody who will talk to us about sending barrels to Jamaica, especially during the festive season. The issues associated with it and how to get around some of the problems that regularly so. Maria, welcome.
Thank you, Rattigan. Great show. I've been listening and, learning and observing and coming to the conclusion that if we don't do something now about the crisis of corruption in Jamaica, when are we going to do so?
Indeed. And believe me, there is, like I was saying today, you don't have to look far to find it either. It's
exactly.
Just staring you in the face, blindingly clear about, who's doing what.
And it's a wanton disregard for the people of Jamaica. You know what I'm saying? They do it and they're saying, oh, yes, hold us accountable, but nobody can hold you accountable, because when we try to hold you accountable, you get on your soapbox and you be disrespectful. And the Jamaican people are afraid to speak out because of fear of retaliation from the government. What happened to that pastor? What happened to that young man who there went underneath his bed to take him out? Well, his language was crass. I might not use it. We might not use that kind of language, but it was his right to say so, his freedom of speech to speak however he chooses to. So for them to retaliate in that way shows you that it's a government that does not respect the rights of the people. And it is getting worse by the day, because now that you have a speaker who goes home to the prime minister and the prime minister goes home to her, it's a whole different ball game altogether. And I've said, on different platforms, and I've said to Wayne that Jamaica is now being run from the bedroom. So whatever they decide in their bedroom, they come to Parliament next day and impose it on the Jamaican people, and they have no say so. It's a government that now seems to be sabotaging the opposition. So we really have to sit up and pay attention. And for those who were asleep, you better wake up, because lives are being affected right now.
Speak truth, sis. Now, let me just say that we did a piece when we first started out. I don't know if you heard it, Maria. It was about the naming of the six, because everybody's asking about naming of the six. And I had said before that the Prime Minister's wife, even though there's no law against her assuming the speaker's position, I thought it was foolish for her to do so, because now she's in a position where she can't turn left, can't turn right, because she's trying to change the rules, or at least she's making pronouncements about changing the rules. The thing is, I want you to understand what the reflection is out there with the general population, because everyone, even if she's not on the list, right now everybody's saying she's on the list, because why would she prevent the report from being tabled? Why is she saying, oh, we have to send it to a committee over there, and they've got to go through it, and there's no time limit, and then they come back to us and blah blah blah. And then in the meantime, I said, correct me if I'm wrong, but my reading of the Integrity Commission Act of 2017 and my analysis of it is that once the investigation is over, that the Integrity Commission can talk about it. They can say, at the very least, we investigated these 6 people and we recommended we recommended prosecution of them. That's my reading of it. That they can speak about it once they investigate. The tabling.
No. It has to be tabled, and that is the trick. And the thing about it is, we don't know if the investigations are complete because the general report is also not tabled. I'm always criticized for defending the Speaker of the House because she's a speaker in her own right, and people must stay out of people's bedrooms. Miss Daisy, I don't want to have to drive you, but to say that her interpretation from what she got from the Attorney General, I don't know if it is correct. I don't know if it is incorrect. I know Mr. Chuck would have said that even if she's wrong, her ruling is final. That's something that we mustn't miss. But certainly it has to be tabled before the Integrity Commission has any ability to make anything public.
Speaking of that though, if Nakir Shirong, our ruling is final, that means before these people go in, Isat, Marian and Ratty, don't them swear in for upheld the Constitution, right? When them swearing in, right?
Mm-hmm.
So why you go in if you're swearing to uphold the laws of the land and everything? So why you misled the public? If you're wrong, are rule wrong? And no say it wrong and continue for rule wrong. Why you do that?
No, but then you can't assume that you know it is wrong. I don't know her to be an attorney. I don't know if there are people
that
around.
Mean, you know why you don't say no, Asat? You just tell me that somebody direct her what to do.
No, but I'm saying no. Well, she takes advice and she listens to it, and then she uses what she knows. But the thing I'm saying, Rattigan is saying something. So
let me show you something. 1 second, Lonesome. Let me show you something. Look at this. Read that carefully. Come and juxtapose it with what I said and what you said. Right? It says. Let me enlarge it so people can see.
Mm-hmm.
No, sorry. Gone, sorry. It says, until the tabling in Parliament of a report under Section 36, all matters under investigation. My argument is that by the time there are cases, what this is referring to is like the annual report that says we are investigating parliamentarians. You cannot talk more about that subject. But once the investigation is over, here's what it says: all matters under investigation. By the time this report that's sitting right now in Parliament, the investigation is over. I think what this is referring to the annual report that says we have 6 parliamentarians under investigation and we have 28 civil servants under investigation. That you can't talk about. That's what this is referring to. That's the gag order. But once the investigation is over, tabling at that point is just a matter of courtesy. It's just saying, okay, we told you that we were investigating those folks. Here is the report. But my reading of it is that they don't have to wait. There it says right there in plain language, all matters under investigation. And my argument is that the reports sitting in Parliament right now, they're not under investigation because the investigation is over.
No, but do you know that the investigation is over? Have the have the Integrity Commission even intimated that they have completed their investigations?
No.
Is the yes.
They would release the report, the finding without completing the investigation. You think so?
Of course.
You think so?
Of course.
With the 6?
They would announce that these are the 6. We don't know if the opposition and the Prime Minister have misled the public by saying none of their representatives have been contacted. They
so
have
let me ask you something now.
They have equally said that.
No, let me ask you something though. So you know how Andrew work. I mean, me talk straight, you know. Andrew is a man who work. If him no, so you have an opposition and them in the 6. You don't think this table long time and them name out. No, on a serious note. I'm just talking straight as if. You don't think so, Maria? You don't think the Prime Minister that come up because I'm not sure them under the bus, especially when him see the PMP arise now and him a beg for vote. You don't think them that you don't think some radio station have spread propaganda machine, you don't run come out and get it and say breaking news and fling them under the bus.
Yes, if this had a Mark Golding at the top of this list, even for Mark Golding alone, it would be leaked and it would be talked about. Okay, so clearly this is about the government.
Same like the chairman Ron James, because Ron James, all kind of things are leak out about Ron James. When a business, some propaganda machine I run out with that said 2011 and 2007. We have nothing to do with the interdiction. Nothing at all. But a radio station, a so-called radio station, propaganda machine have data and I run with it. So Mr. say I saw them, the pattern of them. We know the pattern. And that's the truth.
But you know something when
Mark Golding, about Mark Golding are 6 of them out there. So if this them the table
it will be out there. It will be out there.
They try to stop it.
But you know something when
we can just put that together and tell us, say, hey, I know the opposition. We not ask. I will dare them to come out and publish this stuff. Put it on, make everybody see it.
Exactly.
Something.
Exactly.
Here's my that section 36. My reading of this is that because here's what happened. You see, when you remember every year, right? The Integrity Commission has to submit an annual report to Parliament. In that annual report this year, what they said was that we have 6 parliamentarians and I think 28 civil servants under investigation. They couldn't say anything more because it says under investigation, meaning the investigation is going on. Investigation is over, and they said,
but who has said that the investigation is over?
No, hold on a second. Hold on.
That's all I'm asking.
Hold on, let me answer your question. There are 2 reports pending right now in Parliament. 2, right? And the Speaker says we're not going to table them. The question then is why? Why? She said, you know what? They have to go to an oversight committee. Guess who's the chairperson of the committee?
For what?
The Speaker. So
the speaker whom the opposition also voted to be the speaker.
Because is a trap them set and she never realized that.
Oh, that's the rat trap, Ratty. Okay, set a rat trap. No, we're talking. All right, but the point I'm saying is the speculation I'm dealing with, because I agree with your interpretation of Section 3. So we're talking law now. But have we crossed the threshold that even one of the 6 investigation is complete? Without that, it's just impossible for me to say that whatever she's doing is as wrong. Albeit that in the conversation, the discourse between the opposition leader and the justice minister, he said, even if she's strong and wrong, it's final. I'm just repeating that.
No, he talk garbage. Turn on your mic, Ratty. He talk garbage. Chuck talk garbage. I'm going to tell him. Because you see them things say, them can talk over people all the time. And them talk, for you see people come out and show clerks and paper and people ignorance, brother. Me know the foolishness, me I talk straight, So we're not gonna make them continue these kind of stupidness. When you know, say, okay, they might do something wrong, but this is not when they must swear in, them swearing for a different thing, for always be truthful, right? And them know something. And let me tell you this, she must have people advise her because she wasn't a speaker before. So them gonna tell her, say, this is how you operate, this is how you do, this is how you table this, that's how you do. Make sure don't read out them there, you know, because you're name in it too. You and your husband. So make sure.
Don't be over Mike. Sorry. I'll take you back.
Don't. No, but not tell her what them do. So them tell her, make sure you don't do this. If that did have been Mark Golden name, and especially Mark, I remember you know, I say chain, you know, and them run with that. Me say a chain, them run with it, Mark Golden, this and that. Them run with data and can be shoot up, make them shoot up car. Can you imagine if them name did in this? Can you imagine if them name did in this and them that overlook it, them that read it long time? Them that throw it out. Even the other speaker before. Not think you have to turn on your mic. Even the other speaker before.
This mic is on.
Yes, Ratty. Even the other speaker before. Rip down Rimple. What's your name? Rip down Rimple, right? Even the other speaker before.
Marissa.
Oh, Marissa, I think I rip. She have a story named Rip Dan Rimple. I think I say Dan Rimple. Yeah, man. Even the speaker there before Ratty. She knows her fear thing and she has sent it to oversight too. I said, me rule and it's final. So them have a attitude of final thing when them rule it to stay. But you still who get the concession and not me. Ratty they get concession for car, for BMW. I said, man, you get the concession you under we don't know, you know. Man, and I read down you get it, you know. Because you know.
Confession, never concession. I get what's coming.
I'm bringing
Barry. You get the concession. Where's the
not even student.
Where's the
but you know, but you know, this is what I've been thinking ever since she has been sitting in the seat of speaker. I've been trying to find somewhere in the world where there is a country being run by a wife and a husband. It is not happening in China where you have Xi Jinping. It's not happening in North Korea where you have Kim Jong-un, and those are dictatorships. It's not happening in Russia where you have Vladimir Putin. So, and I'm trying to find a democracy then, a healthy democracy, where you have a country being run by a wife and a husband. Now, if we cannot find that country, and that country is only Jamaica, the question is why? Why have these countries not allowed this to happen? Could it be the fear of the appearance of impropriety, of corruption, of lack of transparency, of lack of accountability? Could that be the reason? So what is happening in Jamaica should be frightening. And when I say that Jamaica is being run from the bedroom, I mean every word of it. It is being run from the bedroom, okay? Because there's no way on planet Earth they go home and don't talk about these issues because they know who are the six. They know, all right? And so when she comes to Parliament and the way she conducts herself is, in my opinion, not one that is reflective of a person who is independent of knowledge of certain things and who does not have the influence of her husband. Okay? So Jamaica is not being run in a fair and balanced way. It is not being run like a healthy democracy, and we should all wake up and realize that show me the country, not even a dictatorship is being run this way. And we think it's okay?
In Central America, somewhere over there, so last year when the president, I think as him step down January by March, them send for him. Him wife lock up too, you know. Them lock her up, man. You're in prison too. Yeah, man. America go for him, them that's a wait because from 2004 him corrupted, you know. Them know, but them wait. And him hang on power, hang on till them, you know, him lose the election in January. Last year, January, right? Or sincere. March him gone over, you know, him come over, right in the same. Them passing, them
So
can't remember them.
Wayne, if we look at Zimbabwe, sorry, if we look at Zimbabwe with Robert Mugabe, who ran Zimbabwe for decades, what happened after he passed away? As a matter of fact, his wife thought that she was his heir apparent, but what happened? She was not. So I would like to see the country in the world right now, including a dictatorship that is being run like Jamaica, where the husband is the prime minister and the wife is the speaker, or the wife is the prime minister and the husband is the speaker. I would like to see that country.
The country, I'm going to respond now, because Ms. Holness respectfully is not here, and I'm a serious defender of Miss Juliet Holness. Not the whole family, but Miss Holness herself. Because, here's why. She is a brilliant woman. She got there by the democratic process. They didn't put her in like Rattigan wife. She actually got votes, and she actually is a member of parliament. She might say stuff that people don't like, but people say things that other people don't like, and that's why you have the comment section. She also put her in.
Isat, please speak proper English when you're near, please and thanks.
All right, let me roll
proper
it
English,
back.
sir.
The honorable Speaker of the House, in her own right, is a strong black woman. For those of you who don't know what strong is, she's a strong black woman. She has stood up and put herself up as a representation or for representative politics, and she won the votes. She is the people's representative. When Miss Dalrymple had resigned for whatever reason it is, I don't know. I wasn't there, and they said they need a new speaker. That is when they say I sound like L.A. Lewis. I'm so Sibolius. I'm sorry. I'm going to ignore the comments right now. But I'm being serious. They are the ones who said, hey, we need a new speaker. And they made a big thing about it, and the opposition never objected. She is there in her own right. So when people, and nothing in the law says that it cannot happen. And I just think that we make a lot of assumptions. Here's where people are going to say about that man. We have to assume that the marriage is on proper footing. We have to assume that they sleep in the same bedroom to be saying that the house is run by the same bed. We have to assume that the marriage is real and not a sham. We have to assume make many assumptions that could get people in trouble from speculating. I'm saying treat her like a daughter of Jamaica, put herself up for representation, and she's fulfilling her personal goals and has achieved them. When we
not for the public, not for
wonderful explanation, Isat.
Let me finish. When we had the Honorable Miss Portia Simpson, who shattered glass ceilings that not even your beloved Miss Hillary Clinton was able to achieve. Portia did that. They call her everything that is bad. And look how we are ball and a weep and we belly are bunny because we don't have a Portia right now. Because criticizing, and I'm gonna say that I think it is unfair to Mrs. Holness to be criticizing her in that manner. When the basket bottom drop out, if her name is on the list, woe be unto all who. But I don't think it's fair to her, and she's doing what she's supposed to do.
Asat. She for us right now. She for us read the thing and make them table up the thing and read the thing. Just
no, but I seriously. I don't think she's doing anything wrong. I'm serious about
good. Isat, good on you. But the idea of she's a strong black woman, she ain't the first. And there are many strong black women in Jamaica politicians who will do a better job than her. And as a matter of fact, speaking of strong black women, let's go back to Beverly Manley. and the work that Beverly Manley did in the 70s. Okay, that's a strong black woman. Okay, let's talk about Portia Simpson Miller. No, hold on. Let's talk about Portia
false comparisons.
Huh?
These are false comparisons. I see nobody complaining.
But I'm going against your background. I'm going against your background of a strong black woman. These are women who blaze trails for Juliet Honest, but not for Juliet Honest to come and step in the neck of the people and be disrespectful to the people. Okay? Another thing is, when we talk about Portia Simpson Miller was called every name in the book except a child of God by the same people who sit uptown and believe that she was not good enough. She wasn't good enough to be prime minister. She did not speak the Queen's English, and they found a slew of things wrong with her because she was not uptown and she was not light-skinned and long hair. Let's get real about this. Okay? So Juliet Honest is standing on the shoulders of those women. But what I'm saying is Juliet Honest, there was Violet Nelson before Juliet Honest, who was a speaker. But Juliet Honest has been disrespectful to the Jamaican people. If I've seen many things of where when she talk about anywhere comrade lives is garbage there. I mean, come on now. All right? When she talks, what's her name? Brown Burr got up in the parliament to talk about dege dege. She took issue with the Jamaican language, dege dege, being used in parliament. Yet I heard Morgan, disinformation minister, talking about, oh, you stopping at something, and he was not reprimanded for that. We need to speak. So if we want to be consistent, let's be consistent here. But the truth of the matter is, I would like to see a country in the world being run like Jamaica right now. Not about the corruption, with the power structure that is in Jamaica right now, where the husband is the prime minister, the wife is the speaker. Because of the dynamic of that right now, we are having an even greater problem when it comes to corruption. Because you know something? She knows who the six are. And she got up in parliament and even, she was based, okay, Mark Golding said, okay, was it Mark Golding or Julian Robinson said, okay, let's see, because she asked for some clarification on something from the Attorney General. And they were like, okay, let's see, what that ruling was. And she basically said no, to which the minister, who doesn't want to make the sex offender registry public, get up and said, well, what she says might not be right or wrong, but it is final. That's garbage. That's garbage.
And all I'm saying, I'm not saying there's no validity to what you're saying. I'm saying we have had in the past where father and son are in parliament. We've had as I said, the Vaz and Vaz are in parliament. All of these things are part of the electoral process. So if people are feeling offended about it, there's a way to correct it. But to undermine her, and she said stuff politically.
But she undermined the people them Assad.
But certainly she said stuff politically that certainly if I had said it, I'd be sent to the guillotine. But one has to understand that people are of different ilk. Some people are attorneys, some are non-attorneys, so we have to appreciate that. But where she stands right now, give her a fair opportunity to do what she is doing. And if you believe that Portia was treated unfairly, one should not treat Miss Holness.
No. But Assad, on a serious note.
No. That's not the issue here. That is not the issue here. No.
All black woman, yes.
Well, Assad, let me ask you something.
Black complexion.
Yes. You play your song, Assad. You play a song. And when you look, some woman take it up on your head. And when me look, everybody turn on you and all that disrespect. I mean, I saw them at this Assad so. I mean, must see like one of them guy,
even disrespected Isat's mother.
And that is the
mother is a black woman.
Yo, well, I know this guy. I run up. Remember, you know, you were talking about a song, and them take it up and turn it now for them where.
Listen, but I'm a nigga with Rasta on my head. It's different. Come on. At the bottom of the barrel. Why you don't get us in the head? No, I'm saying.
So you're not free again to play a music because you're what? You study law. You're a lawyer. But them not politicians.
Listen, I assure you, but just understand that there are many dynamics in the Jamaican space, and you have to let it play out, and you have to appreciate that. And I'm just going to say that when we're making our criticisms, I just don't think that that's the platform. That this is the platform for it in terms of for what we are trying to achieve.
No, we're not criticizing no one doing
no, but she has respectfully, Miss Holders has right up until the next election to delay the matter if she wishes.
No. We're not criticizing. No. That's a total disrespect to the Jamaican population.
And if you feel disrespected, what is it that you're supposed to do, Mr. Lonesome?
No, you have to get rid of them. You have to vote them out. You have to get rid of them. You have to make them know. No, you have to make them know. Hold on. Don't Sunday. Don't only go up on the podium. I call it podium because I preach and I beg now for vote. Don't him say if I hold him accountable and if I point out what them are doing wrong, don't him say it. Of course. Him does say it. Him start saying no. The other day when them get 300%, don't him say no. Them have a job description and if I hold them accountable and you for hold them. So you hold them accountable, you not criticize them. When you're a public figure, now you put up yourself for serve people for all you to account. That's not criticize, brother.
Let me give her a chance to jump into the conversation.
Okay. Yes, sir.
I'm getting in some information, but I don't want to put it out just yet. But here's the thing. You have a young lady who's now the first lady of Jamaica. And she came from, Spanish Town, along with her husband. They were high school sweethearts. And as I understand it, she used to sell clothes and stuff on the side of the road. And she didn't feel guilty about it because she knows she had to do it for her family to survive. So we're dealing with somebody who can do the hard stuff and to allow her families to survive. We're dealing with somebody whose family fortunes has gone from the negative, can't pay school bill, to a hefty amount, $192 million. We're dealing with somebody who wants to get to that pinnacle. They don't want to give it up. They're going to do whatever it takes to maintain it, right? So you may have some business in the future, Isat. If you're the outstanding defense lawyer, something might pop up that you may have to come and do her justice in the very near future. So, you know, she's a tough lady. She's a tough cookie. She can take care of herself. And she got some really good friends around her, right? She has a lot of businesses out there, more than you can care to count. And we're trying to count them right now. So the bottom line is she is a survivor. I asked Zara tonight about her finance company and about some other construction company. And, you know, for somebody who's a plain old accountant, that's a lot further along when she's becoming a multiple business owner, you know, and being successful, to where the value of your billing can go from 22 million to 800 million overnight. So where's the funding coming from? Where's that funding stream? Who is responsible for that? Who is pushing them, promoting them? What happened to the 70,000 houses they should have built for the poor people in Jamaica who can't afford housing?
Yeah, stunt.
Right?
Yeah,
I heard what they said about the good prime minister when she was in there for the opposition. And I hear this woman speak, right?
All right.
And the bottom line is that you have
Well,
to have mutual respect.
all right, hold on 1 second there.
I
Herb.
agree. I just want to say one thing before you say.
Just make an announcement that the phone line is now open, and we're going to end the program at 9 o'clock, which is about what 40 minutes thereabouts.
41.
Yeah. So the phone line is open. Isat, go ahead, please.
Yeah, so I'm gonna say this because them running me to go get my KFC because they say I'm talking. You see, when people have their opinions, when you listen to the comment and the negativity that comes and how disrespectful people can be, whether it be to my mother, whether it be to me for holding an opinion that I am saying that one needs to come from a place, because everything that Herb just said is a matter to discuss when the list comes out, and if she's on it, it's a totally different conversation. But as it is right now, we do not have the information to be cast in the form of aspersions that we are doing. That's all I am saying. It's quite fine, but and no, listen, I must say this. I am not gagged. I'm not gaining favors. I have no special interest. All of these things, I am here to educate. If people don't want my education, you can make an application to Rattigan, who is the Don of all Dons on this, and you will have me removed.
No, but we don't move your man. This
is so unnecessary, and I don't care what no.
Oh no, that's not gonna happen.
Tell me stop like this Holders and it's Mr. Andrew Holders. I'm done.
So one thing I want to say to him, Ratty. One thing I want to say to you. So you just say something. I just say so. You say we not have to make the speculation, but the 800 million what we see, the house what we see, we not see it. Ratty, me not see it. I mean, I say nothing on it, right? And she never say 800 million project, right? Me have to ask this question because our peer can get this. Me have to know
what have to do with her being the Speaker of the House.
No, but we want to know the Speaker of the House. Let me tell you what you have to do with Speaker of the House for Isat. When you're Prime Minister, Speaker of the House, or anything you say, even if you was a business person that put a business in a blind trust, that's a number one. Something knows something wrong. Because you will give some people some contract when run off some money upon you, and that they cause corruption, brother. It lead to corruption. So them, and by the way, I don't know if you have any rice factory around there in Isat, but these things are wrong.
All right.
They are wrong.
Hold
you
on.
understand? It's wrong.
Maria, hold on, Maria, your turn.
Hey, Miss Maria, good seeing you.
My good friend Herb, what's going on, my brother? Listen, indeed. You know, Rattigan, it is difficult to sit and look at the situation happening in Jamaica right now and pretend that it's not happening, pretend that it's not wrong, and to put oneself in a situation where they are numb to what is really happening, because the corruption is so widespread. It is happening in your face, you know. It's not that they're hiding anything and doing it. This is a government that is the most corrupt in the history of Jamaica. And it is getting worse. It is getting worse. And all we're saying is, if we do not start accountable, when are we going to do so? Let's look at Kamina Johnson. Look at what happened with that ruling. We go after Kamina Johnson Smith because we have to start with somebody, not just anybody, somebody. She's a minister of government who ought to know better. And when you look at her failings, not just one time, two times, so many times, you add a part of her failings to her failed attempt to become Secretary General of the Commonwealth. That should not have happened. You add the debacle in the United Nations last week. That should not have happened. Those are the things that we have to speak up about, speak out against, and look at what is happening in Parliament. Do you realize that they are trying to shut down the opposition? Many times, opposition leader or members of the opposition get up to speak, and their mics are turned off. You understand what I'm saying? And it cannot be that we sit back and pretend that this is normal behavior. This is not normal politics. Somebody in the chat was talking about Imelda Ferdinand and Imelda Marcos back in the 1980s in the Philippines. But what, didn't she go to prison? One of them went to prison, something like that. So there are ways to hold people accountable. And again, I'll ask the question, show me the country in the world where what is happening in Jamaica is happening right now.
All right, hold on. Sir, good evening. Welcome to Reason with Rattigan.
Yes,
where are you calling from, sir?
Yes, Mr. Rattigan. Ask Zara about this project, this group with name Stars, where this brother Ed.
Oh, hold on a second. You said ask Zara?
Yeah, she gone?
She gone, yeah. So if you have a question for Isat, Herb,
yeah, all right. But may I ask you then, this group with name Stars, where this brother were the PSOJ president, the last president.
The STAR program, yeah.
Project Star, you're talking about.
What happened to that?
Well, that's the one. That's the one. That's the one where. That's the one where the police commissioner says he's not wearing his police commissioner's hat. Not that one. So if he's not wearing his hat, he doesn't know what's going on. Then I can't tell you much more than that. Herb, you have something?
Because me.
You what?
Because that group, no, me, they have sell our shares on this stock exchange, and we can see a non-profitable organization. All you sell shares, all you buy shares.
Oh. Well,
and them have
I don't know.
They have that on their website now, so we would like get some more details on that coming and know how that work.
All right.
Because you go buy shares in an organization where you're not a benefit. How would that work?
Well, that's a good question. We'll have to see that for Zara.
Yeah, man.
All right. So take care of yourself and thanks for calling.
If he's talking about Project Star, Superintendent Beresford Williams is the head guy on the government side in the JCF, and the PSOJ supports the program. They go from one community to the next, setting up sports as the program that brings everybody together, and then they apply a training program to that, Heart Foundation. So it's probably about 3 communities I know of that has been named so far. And they expect other communities to come in and be funded. So it is similar to the programs we have run here in the US. But the feature that I've not heard of that is in the US, but not in Jamaica, and I gave them a briefing on it, you have to pay the kids a stipend to be in the program, to keep them going so they don't backslide. You have to take, for instance, the ones who are baby mothers and young children and give them enough to be able to buy baby formula or clothes or whatever, shoes, whatever, for the kids. So this is essential for the success of the program. It's part of the clear, build, clear, hold, and then build. It's the build process you talk about.
Right.
Yeah.
This is also, man. Let me just say that one big up Michael. Him saying find the program to be informative, interesting, and inspiring. Thank you very much, sir. Going back to the speaker, here is the issue I have, Isat, right? All of a sudden, she's now composing a new rule, right? This rule was never in effect before, and it just so happens that it has to do with a recent tabling, and we know that the Integrity Commission is getting ready to, at any minute, send the report over. So we're actually assuming that the 2 reports there, they are the 2 reports that we're concerned about. My personal belief is that one of them has to do with the 6th and the other one has to do with the 28th. So they separated the civil servants from the parliamentarians. And that makes sense because I don't think they're going to come with 6 separate reports for 6 separate persons and then 28 for 28 different. I think they're just going to say, okay, here it is. And they just give 2 reports. So then the question is, why would she at this point in time decide to say, well, I'm going to send it to a committee that I'm chairing. And then we're going to send it over there and we're going to go through it and we're going to decide with no time limit. and we're going to send it over there, and we're going to talk about it, and then we're going to come back, and then we'll decide whether or not we're. No, it's nonsense. And also, the reason why it points to her or points to people that she knows, people that she's probably close to, is because you have this report, and it's such a simple thing as to say, okay, you know what, we have the report. There's no requirement in the law that says you have to assess the report. The only thing it says, that committee she's talking about, it's an admin committee. It's like if they have some shortage, personnel, money, building, whatever it is, that committee is supposed to take care of that. It's not supposed to review the commission's decision. But you know who gets to do that? The DPP, not Parliament. The DPP gets to review that, because DPP could step in now and say, hey, I'm not going to prosecute. But once the report, and if you remember that debacle when the Prime Minister was investigated and his report came before the corruption prosecutor report, and it one big firestorm, because people are saying you should put submit both of them at the same time, so that people don't have this impression that the Prime Minister is on the investigation or the Prime Minister did something wrong. So based on that experience, we know now that we can safely assume that the corruption prosecutor decided to prosecute these people, because if she had said, no, I'm not going to prosecute them, that would be the end of it. You would never hear anything about it. So my personal feeling, wink, wink, is that she's on it, and that she's like, no, I can't let this go. But you know what? She took the position, and she's up there now. She's in the unenviable position of making this report public, and this report has to do with her. What she should do is do exactly what Marissa Dalrymple Philibert did and step down, step aside, and just resign. That's what she should do. Her name is on it. And she knows if her name is on it because she's seen it.
Of course.
Ratty, keep in mind, Dalrymple tried this maneuver at first.
It failed.
That's cool.
That she would send it to 2 different committees,
yes,
look at it, play with it, right, and tell her how to defend herself against it, right? There's no defense. This thing is for action.
She wanted to send it to the ethics committee and also send it to the oversight committee.
Yeah.
And
matter of fact, Ratty, when the opposition, somebody get up and talk, but she said, listen, I rule on it and it's final. Oh God. And people dangerous,
Yeah.
But she knows what she talk about, She knows what she talk about. She should excuse herself, Ratty. Right? She should excuse herself, right? And make the deputy speaker take up that. She see it. She saw it. But she does see, say, hey, me now make it go out there,
I believe Wayne, the person who said it was final is Dudus's lawyer. Right?
Yeah. yes. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. But I tell you, Ratty gone on the phone. All right, that's me. I said, no,
Hey guys, I put some interesting tidbits in the private chat. So if you want to take a look at it.
Yes, I saw her. Yeah,
it's coming in. Yeah.
Yes, but you have parliamentarians where people for put trust in, and you have to be truthful to the people. You have to be truthful to the country, and you have to be transparent. So you have nothing to hide. You have nothing to hide. You're supposed to come up front and so get this material. By the way, with the Prime Minister, when the director, what's your name, Ratty? What the director the name?
Public prosecution?
Yes. When she said she not prosecute him because the time passed. When him come out for the plane, I say Google, I say Sir Googs, and I say the National Security Minister. I mean them sing down to trouble Zion.
No, what she said.
Like the Prime Minister and my boss.
No, with the Prime Minister, she said that she didn't believe that they have enough evidence. That's what she said about the Prime Minister. The other people now, she said there is evidence, but it will be considered an abuse of process. Hold on 1 second. Let me take this call. Caller, welcome to Reason with Rattigan. Good night. Where are you calling from?
Jamaica.
Yes. Jamaica in the house. Go ahead, sir.
I am just, once upon a time, people used to steal and hide it.
Now apparently we are working on the situation where they steal and then say, and so?
Okay.
Is he going to credit the angel for that? Because these people are all just
Plain sight.
Okay.
Has anybody asked about these large green trucks that are doing government work without being registered on Jamaican road?
That's something that's new to us.
I heard about it, man, but I'm gonna run something on it, yes.
To be sitting in a chair somewhere.
You mean as a government guest?
Or so a chair from which someone speaks.
Okay. Okay.
You
You have a question?
Ask any trucker. They can't get any work on certain sites because these green trucks have the monopoly.
I hear you, sir. You have
Why
a question?
is it that it takes 2 years to ratify someone's declaration?
Mm-hmm.
Something into something.
Okay. Let me put this on. Hold on a second. All right, people. People trying to call in the numbers at this one in the ticker at the bottom of the screen. You see it: 667-369-8569. 667-369-8569. Yes, brethren. You have a question? I want to call you offline and talk to you more about this. But you have a question for the panel?
Okay. My question is this. I'll ask Isat.
Okay.
Isat?
Yes, he's listening.
I would like to know, what would your defense be of the Speaker of the House if she were a judge to have been one of those being investigated?
They would not be hiring Isat Buchanan, so I don't need to have an answer.
I thought skip the question. He said they would not hire.
I'm a lawyer below half a tree. I would not have this case. Thank you.
Bearing in mind, one of his favorite people would be doing the prosecution.
Yeah. All right. Well, I'll tell you what, brethren, make we talk later. Because after talk to you about something important, and it has to do with, part of it has to do with this issue.
Okay, not a problem.
Take care of yourself. Be well. All right, people. We only have about 24 minutes left. So if you want to call in. Yeah, that was Mr. Finzi. Yeah, Joe Blogs. Yeah, that was him.
Yeah,
Mr. You should. Finzi a soldier. Finzi not here. Hold on a second. Yes, caller. Good night. Welcome to Reason with Rattigan. Where are you calling from?
I'm calling from Georgia. Night, Mr. Rattigan and team.
Good night, sir. Good night.
All right. So there's an issue with the Ministry of National Security. So this is what happened. The Indicom actually asked them doing a report investigation on the cameras for the police officers. And this report actually made it to the Associated Press and ABC News. That might not be a big concern in Jamaica, but it's big. Then Chang was asked about it, and Chang says it's not an issue, which is really concerning. So Isat should be defending somebody who actually had a problem with the police, who is wearing or should be wearing a camera. How would he defend that person knowing that there's no footage that they should have had? And it should be concerning. I want to know what you guys think about Chang saying that it's no big issue for the camera footage that they spent millions on.
All right.
Okay.
Listen to the answer.
You know, Ratty, from 2019, you remember them said them did that 400 and them did a test 400 cameras, right? 2018, 2019, them that tested before that, I think 2016. In 2018, 2019, Them say them put out some more for test and them I got to like 1,000. And now it's not a big deal. Even the commissioner come out and say about some camera thing and them are put them out. So I don't know what happened to that money. Or them scrap the camera spending these money. We don't know what happened.
All right.
You understand?
Regarding that, but hold on. Caller, good evening. Welcome to Reason with Rattigan. Where are you calling from? Canada. Okay. Go ahead, sir, please.
Yes.
Hello?
Yeah, my concern is there's a lawyer who's in the GLC. He's on the panel.
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir. Go ahead. You have a question for him?
Yes, and he's also a lawyer for the government. I would like to know if that is some conflict of interest.
You're saying that the lawyer who's on this panel,
Yeah, the
who's
GLC
registered with
panel.
GLC, is also a government lawyer?
Yeah, he represents a lot of government people.
What a minute. He represents a lot of government people, or is he a
Yes,
government?
people who work with the government. Yeah,
Okay.
even the commissioner of police he represented.
And who might that be? You have the person's name?
Yeah, me have him name. Yeah, man.
He's on the GLC.
And what do you want to ask about that person?
Champagne him attack, man.
That's like champagne, yeah.
Champagne him attack. Him attack champagne.
GLC.
Yeah, what's the question?
Is
there a conflict of interest, you're saying?
Yeah. I wonder,
Isat, you want to answer that? Or can you, or don't you, or you want to stay away from it?
No, I just want to know how does the GLC factor into matters with the government? So I don't see where there would be a conflict of interest.
All right, caller.
And persons have a constitutional right to the attorneys of their choice.
You hear that, caller? The answer is that there is no conflict of interest because a client has a right to choose any lawyer that they want. Caller, good night. Welcome to Reason with Rattigan. Where are you calling from?
Calling from Atlanta.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Now, in June the 3rd of 2021, President Joseph Biden made a statement. Corruption threatens the United States national security, economic equity, global anti-poverty and development efforts, and democracy itself. But by effectively preventing and countering corruption and demonstrating the advantages of transparent and accountable governance, we can secure a critical advantage for the United States and other democracies.
Okay.
How far do we have to fall before the United States look into this corruption problem that we're talking about? That's my question.
All right. Thanks so much. All right. Herb, you want to jump onto that?
Repeat the question again for me.
He's basically saying how far do we have to go before the U.S. Will start getting involved with the corruption issues in Jamaica? I hope I'm perfect.
The U.S. won't get involved unless there's some connection to the U.S. In other words, somebody in the U.S. is doing some underhanded stuff like laundering money through the campaign. Mm-hmm. Then they would react in a more aggressive fashion. But the U.S. seems reluctant to interfere in Jamaica and a lot of stuff. Because if you remember, the last person to do it was Trump's ambassador when he interfered with NIA investigating the prime minister and the leader of the opposition and forcing them to declare their assets. So I think in that sense, the U.S. doesn't want to do anything unless there is some scandal associated with it and it shows undue influence on the part of a U.S. person.
So they have to be there must be some U.S. nexus then, some interest.
Nexus, yeah, there must be U.S. nexus involved.
Caller, go ahead, please. Welcome to Reason with Rattigan. Where are you calling from, by the way?
Brooklyn.
Okay, go ahead.
So two questions. Regarding you establishing a jurisdiction, could you just explain how would that work if you were to establish it in places like in New York, or where you are in Maryland or in Florida? And the next thing I wanted to ask about standing. Does that need to be ironed out before you could move forward with other cases? Like, because if you don't have any standing, can you like go forward with the other suits? So that was my next question. And another thing, I had to subscribe to your channel last week and this week because I was unsubscribed. And then I wasn't able to like type text in the chat, so I had to like create a new account. So maybe something to look into. Thank you. Good night.
All right. Take care now. Isat, you want to talk about that jurisdiction, standing, and then you have the
answering that question is like saying what my position is on the ruling. And I've said to the diaspora that you have standing, and I do not think that it is affected by this ruling. As a matter that will be clarified in the court eventually. Every person in the diaspora, as long as you have not given up by choice, elected to give up your Jamaican citizenship, you have standing. And it's just a matter of interpretation of the pleadings, and it's a matter of the CPR, which tells you about the overriding objective. And especially when a claim is striking out is a last resort. But I'm not going to discuss the case, but it's always a problem because the case law is quite clear. In the pursuit of justice, procedure is a slave and not a master. Just like in the United States, certainly and I love to say this, when I was in prison, I could take the toilet paper and write on it and send it to the circuit court, and the clerks would actually read it. The legalities were of no moment because that's what judges are there for, to ensure that if something is there, that the person gets their justice in court. So for that reason, which is why I always speak about the legal funding, is that it is important that you have the finances to go the mile, because litigation, it's called strategic litigation, and while you may not win the first leg, you have the second. And I said the fat lady sings at the final court, and we have to be appreciative of that.
All right. Let me take a call now, but then we have to come back to the body cam question.
I wanted to respond to that, but
we
will come back to it. Yeah.
Where are you calling from?
Good evening.
Good evening, sir.
Calling from Yard.
Okay, good.
Like the blue drum, sir, you know?
You like the what?
Blue drum.
The Speaker of the House as the question, so the legality are the first, no other country in the world have this. But Jamaica is the first in everything, so we have to have the first family ruling in a parliament. So that is for the first, for that. But my question because I always say to myself, I say to people that I'm not as bright as I look sometimes. So my question is, the query that the opposition asks of the Speaker of the House pertaining to the bills being tabled on time or whatever, and the Speaker of the House said that she's going to ask the AG for her opinion on the matter. Was that a private question between the AG and the Speaker of the House, or was it a public thing between the opposition and the governing party, so that she would have to go to the AG to get a referral?
No, I think
is
that the question?
Because why I ask the question is because I hear Delroy Chuck and Bug Life I tell the people of Jamaica that the request from the opposition that the Speaker of the House asked from the AG was a private matter between the AG and the Speaker of the House. So the Parliament don't need to hear because the AG is the government lawyer.
All right, I think the Parliament heard, but let me ask somebody on the panel who's been following that story. Anybody on the panel, do you know anything about the AG's opinion to the Speaker?
I think
Thank
I
you.
never read the AG
No.
opinion still, but
No, they asked for the opinion, but he said he doesn't deserve to get it. The parliament does not have to know what the AG told the speaker. That's basically what happened.
He's responded to her inquiry then. He's giving her a legal opinion as to what she should do. But she said she's not going to tell anybody. Is that it?
Yes. Yeah, Deroy Chuck was the one who was insisting she doesn't have to speak. And and she went along with that. She doesn't have to tell the member of parliament, Julian Robinson, what the opinion is. But everything that I've read says it goes against good governance. If you have an opinion about procedure in parliament, you want to share it. You certainly want to share it.
Caller, go ahead, please. Where are you calling from?
Yeah, I call from Quebec. Property, tiring topping.
Oh, wow. Okay. All right.
Yeah,
go ahead with your question, please, sir.
Yeah, man, I'm not agree with Isaac because this no. You can't have the Prime Minister wife as the Speaker of the House and then have business that go on in Jamaica. This is corruption, my youth. So yes, man, loan some of it talk about the Speaker of the House because she corrupt. I pay corruption going in front of the Jamaican and everybody just keep it quiet. So it's time them to step down and come out of the house.
All right.
Because we up here and see everything on with tight eye.
All right. Let me ask you a question. Are you aware of any law that prohibits the Prime Minister's wife, given the fact that she was an MP? Are you aware of any law that prohibited her from sitting in that chair as the Speaker?
Not really. I'm not aware of
well,
any law.
let me answer
but
it
the
for
way
you.
The way I see it, she's not supposed to be there. You can't have wife and husband around the house.
It shouldn't happen. But here's a problem, though. The problem is that there is no law that prohibits. Morally, I understand what you're saying, that it shouldn't happen where you have, two people sleeping in the same bed running the country. I see.
Yeah, then and then bedroom around Jamaica, and it's really bad.
Yeah, but the thing is, there is no law prohibiting that, though. That's the problem. So we have to change the law.
I hope when Marky G win election, them put in law for these things.
Well, me have your number, so I'm going to tell you what, I'm going to make sure, say, when him win, I make sure, say, you are one of the first people to talk to him about this law, to change it.
Yeah, man. I'm
Ratty.
listening to the man every day,
Okay.
Ratty. Now, because there's something, Ratty. You see, even the Speaker of the House, right, and her husband. But if you're a business person, you have to put your business in a blind trust. You can't be a Speaker of the House and then you're there with a $800 million home, $800 million investment, and you invest all over the country. That alone breeds corruption. That's straight. You understand? It must not happen.
Yeah, but here's another problem. I have a problem with it. I have a problem with everything that's been said, except that we don't have any laws prohibiting it. Because, for example, I don't think, hold on one second, caller. I don't think you should have a prime minister that has corralled a whole bunch of agencies within his portfolio. And then his wife is doing business. She's an MP. She's also Speaker of the House, and she's getting permits from those companies, from those agencies.
That's a corruption again.
Yeah, but here's the thing. There's no law.
Yeah, but them, with all the principle, it never happened before, and them shouldn't even do this because them never happened. It never even happened before, Ratty, where the Speaker of the House get the money, 18 million, and them don't even talk to the public. Could have used something else to spend in school or hospital. But they put in a system now. If you Ratty attack or your MP, me not like how you talk with us, shut you off.
Right.
You see them, it's a draconian kind of thing them putting in it to stop.
Caller, good night. Welcome to Reason with Rattigan. We have a distinguished panel here, and I'm sure you have an outstanding question. Go ahead, please.
Hi, good night, everyone.
Night.
Yeah, go ahead.
You hearing me, please?
Yes, we are here. We're hearing you.
Okay, my voice is not so good. Okay. The Prime Minister's wife, as there's no law to prohibit her from being the Speaker of the House, yes, we understand. But what is so wrong about what she is doing is that She has stolen her way to success. That is immorally wrong. That can be proven. It's out there in the books. Mr. Isat, we understand you as a lawyer. But, sir, they put themselves in that position for people to criticize them by the things they have done. And that's out widely. Okay? So we have to criticize them, and we will continue to criticize them. As a first lady and the prime minister, it is low to the belt, their behavior and what they're doing. This question I want to ask now is, with the Integrity Commission, remember, this is a high officer organization in Jamaica to investigate the members of parliament and the people who govern, who are in office, right? With the things they are doing. Now, will they have that standing after this, in that they were not able to pull through with the names of the 6 people to bring it out because of the gag order? Couldn't they take this matter to the court and have the prime minister remove the gag order? What is their relevance after this? Can they, after this, moving forward, be able to hold anyone or any member of parliament or anyone who have office in Jamaica to a high standard of immorality? Would they be able after this? Because if they were not able to get through this with the prime minister and his ministers, how again will they be able to show that they are significant in the country?
All right, thanks so
Answer
much.
that for me, please.
Thanks. Isat, you want to take that on?
Yeah, man, I can answer that. Not one minister from the ruling party have had any engagement with the Integrity Commission. They haven't signed the code of conduct. What I'm hearing is a moral conversation which everybody is free to have. The legalities of it says otherwise. So people can continue to be disrespectful to me in the comments. I'm not bothered by it. I don't know you. You don't pay my bills. So let's just make that clear. And I'm not intimidated by the word, no other word but nastiness. But to say to the caller that we have selective morality in Jamaica. I'm not going to criticize Jamaica because I live here, but you are, for people who have eyes, let them see. Morality is a political standard, and it goes for one party versus the other. And that is it. But the political and the electorate is so small, and Jamaica have bigger issues. There are too much poor people to be worried about potato. I hear you use the word loosely about first lady. Jamaica doesn't have a first lady. That is a United States concept where there's an office for the first lady and all of that. The prime minister has a wife and she has a brain and she's doing what she's supposed to do. For those who saying that she should, she was selected by the people in parliament and in the Senate to be she was elected to be the speaker. She has come, no matter how you feel about it, she has completed a personal goal. Even if she's on the list, I said lease because she's a big developer and she lease and sell
Lease flat.
Lease flat, yeah. So you know what's in my brain, right? But anyway, Freudian slip.
Assad, hey, let me tell some people though, you don't bother rush Assad. We just a reason Assad, so we are Assad.
It's fine, it's fine. I'm used to it.
We just want to tell you now, a family thing this.
What I'm happy about in terms of this show is that the trolls have now become a part of the conversation. So the show is going. If they would just donate, I would love that. But anyway, outside of that, she is a part. If she even is on the list, you will never take from her personal ambitions. The first lady has become a parliamentarian who has become the Speaker of the House. No, I'm saying, I'm using all these terms. She's the
second lady for turn because
I'm rooting for her. I hope she becomes the Prime Minister one day.
One second, a call. I think
we have a call from England.
Caller, good night or good morning. Welcome to Reason with Rattigan. Where are you calling from?
Yeah, man. Good morning. Calling from the UK, you know.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, man. I like
Blessings.
this, man. Regular.
Yes, sir.
viewer, you know, contributor to the program we enrolled. So,
Yes, sir.
my taking on the parliament here and in Jamaica with their illicit practice of operating business while serving as a member of parliament. If we look at the model, built upon the Westminster model, and certainly in the UK, no parliamentarian can ever attempt to have business of this magnitude or even smaller business while serving as a member of parliament. They will be kicked out of parliament because of conflict of interest right across the board. So what you take on that? Because I hear Mr. Isaac say, well, it's like, they are obliged to do it because there is no law to prevent them. But certainly the Westminster law is there as the principal law that Jamaican governance and law is surrounded. That's why we have a governor general down here. That's why the crown head is still on the legal document when you go to courthouse and police station. So 1 year, big man Herb on this topic here.
All right. Thanks so much. All right. Herb?
Okay, you got to repeat that.
He's saying that. Hold on 1 second. I'll get caller. Welcome to Reasons Rattigan. Good night. Where are you calling from?
Mr. Rocky. Good night. Good night. Now, from the sweet Florida,
Okay, sir.
Yeah, man.
All right. Hit me with your question. Because we don't have much time.
So, yes. You don't want to know like how we come in, which is a nice thing. If we can find some way now, or we can come up with some idea now to get more funding towards the thing, toward the foundation.
Okay.
Because I had the overtime to pay my youth them pertaining to the foundation. Because we have to help the one who fall short and the one that we can't pay.
Okay. Much appreciated.
Yes, man. When you you get Mr. Ratty could I give you my number and you link me to ask some question, some private question pertaining to what I eat. Because I east want to, further east.
All right. All right. No worries. I'll get him your number and then we'll link you later.
To God be the glory.
Yes, my brother. Big up yourself.
Every time.
All right.
All right, Ratty, let me ask you something. Let me say something to you, Ratty, now. So, Jamaica, we have a Westminster model. England, same model. And what with that England, as I said before, you have certain things we not expect. You have Tony Blair was the Prime Minister and wife. I get 2 little places to buy because her son figure college, Ratty, down in Bristol. And she get a discount and them say, hey, he have to resign. You have Blunkett, the foreign minister, what them call it, the home minister, Ratty, Fim wife, no, Fim Mrs. Because them never married. Fim mother-in-law go jump the line because they want to get a British book, she American. Them say have to resign too because she have to join the back of the line. So you have certain principle. You look out for. And by the way, we won't have an IC in a Jamaica if certain things did right or you just love it. You won't have 6. We won't look on the illicit 6. Will line themselves with whether contract or with them line themselves with our enrichment. You understand? Because these things left to corruption when you have these people are served, but you still allow them to do all these kind of business. Them business feel a blind trust, brother. Do the right thing. Yeah, Ratty. Turn up. Yep. Yes.
Mike, I thought maybe you can answer this. The caller before was saying that even though, well, he recognizes that they don't have laws in Jamaica prohibiting.
Yeah, I remember the question. I remember him. He pointed it to her. Although we mimic the Westminster system, we do not have parliamentary supremacy. We have it is constitutional supremacy. Our constitution reigns supreme. So this is where I go and I start to talk about creatures of the constitution and everybody is upset. But like I said, this is a moral conversation, and I just take the position that is what we're doing is, and I'm not simplifying or dumbing it down, safe to say that everything that is happening is actually legal. And it's almost as if everybody is here is behaving like we don't have an opposition. So when the opposition is complaining, they put her there. Mr. Rattigan say, well, it is by strategy. And so we have to see that we have to hope and believe that they have some form of chess abilities and that it will play itself out. The in perpetuity or endless time, it's really not endless. We have a local government election coming up. If you feel like you are robbed by not getting the names, what are you supposed to do at the local government election? That's not a rhetorical. I expect an answer. What do you do?
No, you get them out.
If the Speaker of the House holds the names and holds the tabling and hold everything before the election is called, what do you do?
You vote. You get rid of them.
Yeah, because the
and then turn around and investigate them now.
Right.
Forensic audit because we want to know where certain money going and everything.
It starts there because after you vote them out for the local government election and the same thing continues, we know what the outcome of the election will be.
Yes.
Right. Because if they're not doing what you're supposed to do and you have you're saying morally, I am displeased with your conduct, you simply vote them out. It's not everybody's going to have the ability and the wherewithal to have internal locus of control. That's what it's called. Sigmund Freud calls it internal locus of control, where you know something don't feel right and you simply do what is right, i.e. resign. If there is public moral outcry about a particular thing, you can take the right thing and resign. Although I can tell you this, them salary there, you know, get nobody resign with them salary there. That's all I'm gonna say.
Them not get it?
Huh?
Do they get
I'm saying, yeah, y'all pay me $30 million, resign where? Who are gonna resign? You have to vote me out.
All right. There's a question. The body cam. There's a question pending regarding the body cam and the statement made by the Minister of National Security, basically pooping off.
And let me answer that. And I'm sorry that I'm going to be cynical about this, but why would the Minister of National Security want the body cams? It would simply affect the police ability to carry out extrajudicial killings. It is nonsensical that anybody would not see that if the police have body cam, they're going to have accountability. Maybe now that Mr. Ron James is back and should rightly be our police commissioner, he may have something to say on that. But I can tell you this, in a case not even 2 weeks ago, if it was not for the video cam in the police bus park, the man who chopped the police for killing his son would probably be in prison. So we know the importance of video footage. We saw what happened to George Floyd. We saw what happens to police officers when we have the video cam. We know how important it is. I think it is irresponsible to say that video cam is not a priority because we are fighting crime. And when we're talking about crime, we're talking about true crime. We want proper investigation, proper policing, and we want what I complain about all the time, upholding human rights while we do it. So naturally, the statement made by the security minister is one consistent with the ability to say that you shoot and you kill and you find the criminals and you execute them. It's a simple thing. So body cams will deter that. That's my thing.
This problem though, this is the same minister who said that in transforming the police force, that every single one of them would have body cams. For him now to come and say, well, forget about body cams, it's no big deal, right? Because all he's doing, he's making life difficult for the police. That's what he's going to be doing. Difficult in the sense that people going to start asking questions of where was the body cam, and you won't have any footage, you won't have anything provided.
Ratty. The other day, hold on, Isaac. The other day when the little girl over Portmore, them said them kidnap her and them slash her throat. Don't the minister, the education minister come out and say them are gonna put camera in all school. Them want to camera up the whole place, don't it? Eh? So them always contradict themselves though. You know, one ministry says something and the next ministry.
But I learned today on this show, Mr. Rattigan, somebody said you can't trust the word of a politician. I also learned today on this program that when there was a request for body cam, possibly they said in the first 100 days, body cams was going to be on all officers. And the 100 days has passed. So it's no longer part of the mandate because the 100-day pass. I learned all these things today on this show.
Getting better at this, you know. Watch this.
I said to people, do not trust the words of politicians. Do not trust the words of politicians.
Bug life.
Real chicken mouth kill
Bug life.
I'm getting pretty good at this. One more time. Here we go.
I've always said to people, do not trust the words of politicians. Do not trust the words of politicians.
That's it. It does get any better than that.
Good for you, Rattigan. Good for you. But you know something, I have to. Earlier in the show, you were playing this, and you also played parts of Andrew's speech at the last conference, I think it was. And as a matter of fact, in his 2016 manifesto, he talked about getting candidates of unquestioned integrity. That's what the JLP was about. And I have to wonder, has he seen a mirror lately? Has he looked in his family circle lately? Because clearly he has not. And another thing, how can the Minister of National Security make such statements about the people he has been appointed to serve? Is that the best use of his time? Is that how he sees the Jamaican people, that they're just expendable? They can just do away with them as the police please? That's not effective policing. And he cannot incarcerate his way out of the crime problem in Jamaica. Where are the outlets for young people? Where are the institutions? Where are the social services? Where are the skills training? Where are the institutions to help young people make better use of their time? There is none. They're graduating from high school. They cannot read. They cannot write. What do you think they're going to do? They have no skills. They have nothing to fall back on. And the system is not working for them. There are no institutions that works for them. And so we have to look at the government. And when we talk about the moral issue of the Honesses being, you know, the leaders that they are right now, in the interest of transparency and good governance, apart from the moral issue, that's one of the reasons why we have to push back on the fact that these two people have these positions. Not necessarily about the Prime Minister. Yes, I understand that Juliet Honest was elected to office. However, she was a member of Parliament when this $800 million project came up. It wasn't before. It was while she was in office as a member of Parliament. Okay, so the question now is, how can you as a member of Parliament, let's forget her speakership now, and I'm going to her as a member of Parliament. How can it that she, when she was a member of Parliament, she has this $800 million project, when the government that she's a part of cannot find money for teachers, cannot find money for police, cannot find money for the healthcare system, yet she has an $800 million project. She's part of a system that pays her very well. How does she have that conversation with the members of her constituency who don't have good roads, who don't have a good hospital to go to, who don't have good schools to send their children, whose police stations are not working, whose fire departments they have to push the fire truck? So it is beyond just her speakership. It's a pattern of behavior that has led to this moment. So her being in the speaker's position has now turned all the stadium lights on her. So a lot of issues that were not magnified before are now being magnified. And that is where we are when it comes to the Honesses and the lack of integrity that comes from this family, not only since she became speaker, but from time, years gone by, leading up to this moment. That's not my problem with this picture.
Yeah. All right. We're going to close out now. But before we do, just want to go around the horn. Oh, by the way, people, remember tomorrow, Waterhouse Vibes at 3 o'clock, 3 p.m. New York time. We're having on some former freedom fighters from South Africa, and they're going to come and talk to us about how they dealt with the repressive apartheid system and probably give us some ideas as to how to deal with our system in Jamaica. We don't know, but it should be interesting. Tune in. And of course, at 7 o'clock, we have the ever popular Win Lonesome Town Hall meeting.
Mad.
7 o'clock, YouTube.
Mad.
You have 4 out of 5 people here will be on it tomorrow. Isat decided, well, I don't know if Isat want to join us, but the regular.
Yeah, man, Isat, no man,
Isat now come, but Asat look like you have
So, yeah, before we go out, I want to play one more video, but before somebody put another thing, my skills turn up now because of the radio program, and actually it's because of Kevin. Well, actually, you're right. Some of it has, have to do with the radio program. But let me just go around the horn and get some words before we close out. Isat, we'll start with you.
Let me start by saying this. Listen, from I've been voting, no party has ever offered me KFC. Had they offered me some KFC, I would have sold my vote for a 6-piece. I just want it to be known. So all who curse me in the comments that I get buyout, no KFC was passed by neither the opposition or the government. We must, as a people, distinguish between the law as it stands and morality as we see it when we're having public discourse. It's my hope that we get there. Maybe I'm not getting it right, but I see the law as it is. It's kind of like every time people are upset with me, they said, how are you a convict and you became an attorney and only Jamaica would do that? It is the law. I guarantee you the powers, the people themselves would never have that. Before I became an attorney, you went on the website and it says to be an attorney, you must not have a conviction. That's not the law. So when you know the law and you know the Constitution, it's a different kind of conversation. Like I'm saying to people in the diaspora, doesn't matter who says it. If you are a citizen of Jamaica, you have standing. That's the law. So I'm unbothered by anything that said something other than that. And I'm not critiquing anybody and I'm not making any statements about your case, Mr. Rattigan. I'm saying what I know. That's the law, and people can be upset. Morally, people might say that only they are foreign, mind on the business. And I said this last week, if we turn senators and judges and stars and get roles in movies in Hollywood, my Jamaican people, and I went to Meadowbrook with you and I want house to come from, and remember when you dropped the barrel and you're everything that is good. Kill your wife. Kill your wife in America. You make the front page in Jamaica, you're the stain, you're the embarrassment. We don't want you. Uncle Sam, keep them. We don't want to know. So that is the moral hypocrisy versus what the law is. And I'm just hoping that we get there. The conversations are very healthy. And at the end of it, no matter how you feel, actions speak louder than words. And if we don't put our money where our mouth is, when we become passionate about our opinions, if we don't donate to the legal fund, we're just going to be, to borrow from the words of a Johnny name, we're just going to be talking, or is the Baroness chat and nothing more. Yeah. And I just think that that's where we need to be, and that's where we need to understand. So I love the freedom of expression in the comments. When we are awake, nobody this week can complain that we sat here for 8 hours and that KFC lock on Isat. Thank you all for that. So I have to go eat my melon and shut my mouth tonight. And that's all. That's my 5 minutes. And listen, Wayne Lonesome, thank you for coming. Daisy, gonna bring the hot fire. me and Herb are gonna share with chicken with dog Rattigan. It never trouble Ampina enough tonight. That's what I have to say. And then leave me and my Juliet Holness. I just love her. I'm a fan. I'm sorry. I just love her. Honestly.
Isat, don't forget you have to join us tonight at midnight because
I'm up and I'm hungry. So I'll be there.
You better get on the phone and order him some food, Ratty.
It's watermelon. We missed the KFC truck.
Listen, folks, what is concerning to me is concerning to you. And what I see here is, and I started saying it, and I probably lost my train of thought after I was asked a question. But you do have an ambitious woman that, not First Lady, but she is a member of Parliament, right? She is a businesswoman, and she is in a lot of questionable situations. The list goes on and on. The finance company with the very man that her husband was pushing contracts to while he was at the Ministry of Education. Construction company with the very man, partnerships with the very man that her husband was pushing contracts to. Her husband was involved with this guy in acquiring the properties in Beverly Hills, right? And now with the 800 million that used to be 22 million production of an apartment complex, what is she saying to Miss Hickey? Miss Hickey, I'm sorry, let me take that back. Ashley has said that she connected the wholeness to a Mr. Dennis Hickey after the businesswoman allegedly claimed that money had been transferred to support Andrew Holness's political campaign. See, nobody's looking into that. This is what the woman who she was trying to get the property from to finish the 800 million complex is talking about. She was trying to help her with the funding for her husband's campaign. So Andrew is on the prowl. The question is, where did he or where will he get the money from this time around for another $14 billion miracle, right? That's what we have to look at. That's what we have to anticipate. That's what we need to know, right? Now, with everything else being said, she's not been found guilty of anything. There's no, while there's a flashing yellow light, amber light, there's no red lights going off around her. But all these questions and questionable practices that involve her husband, whose filings, the last two filings with Integrity Commission, have not been accepted. So where does that leave her? Her husband is like an albatross around her neck. He's like a anchor out at sea. And then she comes now and she says, okay, whatever comes up on him or me, I'm going to put it through some extra machinations here in the parliament. Does that sound like somebody who wants the so-called speedy trial that we often refer to? That sounds like somebody who's stalling. And if you're stalling, what it is you don't want to come out? And can you stall and hold off until the next elections before it comes out? I don't believe so. And I believe Mr. Rattigan is right when he says the Integrity Commission, the head of the Integrity Commission, they need to grow up here and say something distinctive about what's going on. Call it out. Don't sit there, Christy, and keep your damn mouth shut, because it's on you. If these people are dirty, say it and say how what it is you have discovered. Because for our practical purposes, you send it to the House. Yes, the investigation is over. Now, excuse NIA or JAM. They need to get in on the act, and they need to start filing some lawsuits like we have. They need to take action because this is their primary job in Jamaica, and they've been very quiet. And it's just beyond me how this sort of thing can continue. These people are arrogant. They don't care for the law, and they don't believe the law applies to them. I think they believe that it's okay to live above the law. And that's not so. It's absolutely, madness that's going on when you see how these people live. And you see how quiet the PSOJ is, not saying anything. But then again, they're quiet when it comes to Dennis Chung and his shenanigans at JFF, Financial Committee, and now that he's General Secretary, right? And Babsy Grange, who says she sent money out there, and I've asked that ministry now to produce copies of that ledger, that draft, that money that she claims she sent to Dennis Chung and JFF. And they come back and say, oh, they're not a part of the ministry. I thought it was the Ministry of Sports and whatever else. And I thought she ran her mouth when these girls had to go get GoFundMe. Now, if she said something then and she said she supported the girls, produce it. I want to see it. I want to see it before these crooked people in JFF get themselves into office one more time again. And that is exactly what they're doing. They're copying whatever the Prime Minister and his crew does. They do the same thing in JFF. So we need some kind of justice for the Jamaican people because both organizations are there to serve them and they're not doing it. We're not getting service. Thank you.
All right, sir. Thank you. So lonesome.
I'm here. I'm good thing me I say, I make it too long in a rat because the Prime Minister the lightest man who ever walk the face of the earth. And people have to tell him the truth, Andrew, you're the lightest thing who ever walk the face of the earth, brother. And your wife walks out there. And Nigel Clark too. Them dangerous, very dangerous, And we are dealing with morals. We are dealing with morals if we just talk up straight. Because them understand us, Ratty. Because when you remember the Prime Minister before him come in, when him come in, him tell you the first 100 days, people with clean characters, You don't want people with unquestionable characters around him. I'm don't want to call Isat name right now and your name in a Ratty and Irma Maria. But tell me who around him? You can't call them name and hear them name mix up whether in a rice or some land up so with them I look over the land and when them I say, okay, me will leave it. Or them I sell a hotel, I sell something and them I sell it for under price or Petrojam and then we not bought them man there again. And too much to bear. Too much to bear, Ratty. So we want a clean government now, we want, laws, morals. We are dealing with morals right now, straight across the board. And people want to go out there for vote. Now make the Prime Minister tell you nothing. Prime Minister, when me attack, me not pick up nothing, I remember say, Miss Only say, can't lock off. No mic for me on your phone. No microphone, not a microphone. You can't mute no microphone for me on your phone.
Kevin.
Careful, your screen go dark.
We just talk as is. You understand? But we are talking about honesty and we are talking about transparency. Yeah? And for all them accountable. And we are saying, Ruan James to the next commissioner. Ratty for the DPP. People for go to prison. Me don't chat.
All right, Maria.
Yeah. A series of events have led us to this moment where the spotlight is on the speaker, but not because she just ascended to that office, but because of a number of things that have been taken place over the years. Okay? This is a government the Andrew Holness-led government is one that has been disrespectful to the Constitution. It's one that has been raping the Constitution. I said you don't have to say it, I will say it. One that has been raping the Constitution. Look what they did to force through the DPP to extend her tenure. All right? They did not do it in consultation with the opposition as they should. As they should. It was just rammed through and it was accepted. Okay? Other series of things have happened since then that have given us the power to come out and say to these people, you are corrupt, we are tired of you, and we cannot soon enough see the backs of people like you. But not only to see your backs, but for you to be held accountable, that whatever you have acquired while you were in office, and if your pay could not give you those things, then the additional things should be confiscated, sold, and the money put back into the coffers of taxpayers. If we do not start holding these people accountable now, a year, 2 years, 3 years from now, we will be talking about it, or our children will be talking about it. So we have to start cleaning up right now. And when some people say that, oh, we just need a new party. No. Because we'll get, like they say, another man wearing the same pair of pants. We'll get a new party with the same kind of people, with the same mentality. So let's start where we are with what we have and clean up the system that is working right now. Starting with Kamina Johnson, starting with the Holnesses, starting with the 6 illicit, those who have been accused of being illicitly enriching themselves. Let's start there. Let's also look at the institutions that have leaders that are corrupt, ripping off the Jamaican people. The law in Jamaica works for the poor people. It does not work for the people uptown. And so we have to start where we are with what we have to get to where we want. And we get there, we will. By any means necessary. By any means necessary, they will be held accountable. So guess what? I say to all the buttercups in Jamaica, Jamaican politics, buckle up.
All right, thank you. All right, people, don't leave yet. We have 2163 devices still attached to YouTube because I'm going to play some videos now before we go. And I hope you find them interesting. Well, not hope. I know you will. The first one I'm going to play is one of Wayne Lonesome's favorite people. He talks about this person all the time. But I'm sure he's seen this video because sometimes, you know, my personal feeling is that no one is 100% evil. No one is 100% good. We have variations of both in us, right? Some people are mostly good, some people are mostly evil. So I believe that even the people who are evil, that sometimes they'll give you like a nugget, a nugget of truth that you can hang on to and say, okay, all right, fine, I understand that. So here's the first one. Listen and contemplate.
Have confidence in you. Cliff is speaking the truth. Failing grade for the JLP.
The mission of the Jamaica Labour Party is to create the condition for every Jamaican to be economically independent and prosperous. When we allow the party to be used as a route to state resources, this is when allegations of corruption are leveled against us and we lose the confidence and trust of the people. The Jamaica Labour Party must be the good stewards of the public resources. We must be the biblical good stewards of the talents, resources, and wealth of the people of Jamaica. They must have confidence in us.
Right now, they don't have confidence in you and your party and government where this issue of corruption is concerned, Mr. Prime Minister. The polls that we conduct here tell us that. They feel that the government that you lead is corrupt, that too many members of your government and their activists are involved in all kinds of corruption. And I wondered if they will heed your warning.
You know what I said to that, though, Ratty?
What was
Big Mama mouthpiece help create the corruption too, you know, hide corruption too, you know. So him a part of the corruption too.
Yeah, but
and that's straight people, you know, me talk straight. Big
Yeah,
Mama
yeah,
a part of the corruption.
But here's the thing.
Dangerous, and make that twist.
Somebody who's a part of the corruption would come out and say, hey, your government and you know the people you surround yourself with, they're all corrupt. So it's interesting to see that part. But
yeah, man.
Yeah, I use that because we played the video tonight where the Prime Minister, you know, that was the speech that the gentleman referred to and said, you know, hey, you know, you're all corrupt. People don't have any confidence in you. So I think it was a fitting way to comment on the conference. And by the way, there's a conference coming up next week. So I hope they took notes tonight and don't make the mistake of repeating all of these prosperity promises, because you know, as everybody knows, that promises are comfort to a fool. Now, by special request and popular demand.
Hey, baby. Home a little catch it in the hill. Wait up in West End Grill. This man said, turn it on. Hey, baby. Jimmy, I miss you. Hey. Oh, my lips wanna kiss you. All you wanna go. So my surprise, you're right there.
That man got some rhythm.
I wrote this line for you, baby. Oh, my little cottage in the green. Hey, baby, right. I realize I love you still.
All right.
Hold on, people. When you see how payola work, loan some company program we promote him artists. You see how much spins the man get? Weeks me come and show you my music now get no forward, like no pull up like this, you know. Yo. Broadcasting coming down, you see how payola work, you know, that system.
A payola, man. We answer that a payola thing, man. I'm an artist, I'm a brand new artist that the people. I buy the thing, it out on iTunes, the one of them thing the next week, my artist named Tough Tongue, DJ Tough Tongue, yeah, and the crew. So we make sure look out for him, right? And we drop the video, the same video there. We are dropping it. Just a little touch of the video we go now. Yeah, DJ Tough Tongue and crew. Yeah, man. I remember when I get no beach cheer neither because them the hospital, you know. Them the Negril. Them the hospital. We now have no bed to give them. So you know, yeah, man. So we make sure sending them there because we want the place to shoot a video. You understand? So we now have no beach chair out there, you know. You notice?
All right.
And we not take no more body out there neither. We not making time no more people. Remember the last time I had to type a man out there, you know?
That guy.
What was that, Herb?
What the question we didn't answer for that guy?
What question?
Yes, Herb.
The last,
No,
the guy.
I answered it. It was about the Westminster. It was when saying the guy was saying, look, I understand that they don't have any laws in Jamaica, but we follow the Westminster system. Is it possible? Basically, was saying can be used because he said in England this wouldn't work, so can we transplant the laws from there to Jamaica and use
Well, look, the Westminster system says that the Attorney General can relieve the DPP in the UK, in England. Yeah.
But not here.
So why did they take it out in Jamaica? Because that would have made sense. Because if the Attorney General is the one that interprets the law, when the DPP go off the rails, then that Attorney General should be able to either discipline them or get rid of them.
Well, like I said, I answered that. Section 94, the Constitution is the office holders are creature of the Constitution and have that independence and power. Or we have a constitutional system. All those offices, once you take the oath, once you're appointed by the Governor General, there are certain ways that you can be removed, and it's not similar to the Westminster.
Right.
Let me just thank you to the more than 2,000 devices. I suspect that we have thousands of people watching us. Thank you, because it's been for me, this is my passion. I mean, I'm occupied with this. I know my clients, they're not, I'm hoping I don't have any clients listening. I do. Mr. Chen Pang, I know he's out there listening. And he's probably saying that's why my case now get resolved, because this is all the time I'm listening. Yeah. But no, this is my passion, and so to sit here for 6, 7, 8, 10, it doesn't matter how long. I'm perfectly happy to sit here and just discuss the issues, because I'm learning, while hopefully I'm providing information that people can take some benefit from. Regarding the Prime Minister's wife, let me just say it was a brilliant stroke on the part of the opposition. I don't know if I'm just assuming that they did it, and if they did, it was a brilliant stroke. If they didn't, well, accidentally, it's now a brilliant stroke, because they put her in an enviable position, which, as Jeffrey Tavares would say, she can V and she can va, because it tells me the fact of what she's doing, that she
I cheer. Expose. I cheer. Yes, man. Yeah.
That there's something going on with this list, and there are some names that she doesn't like. Some names on the list that she's going, wait a minute, no, I can't do this, right? And I tell you what, I would not be surprised, wink, wink, for the list to come out and her name is on it. And I'm hopeful that if we can't allow this nonsense to go on much longer, and at some point, people, we as the One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation, I think we would have a very good case of bringing this. This would be a justiciable issue before the court to say, look, we want you, judge, we want you to render an opinion saying that she has to release the list, right? At least we'll try, but we cannot sit back and just let things happen and just, because if we do, then we have no one to complain to. We have no one to blame but ourselves.
Ratty, sorry, me not cut you, but people, the One Jamaica Defense Fund, you know what, we start do a thing like this, Ratty. Before we sign off now, we have about like 2,000 device, 2,000 something. Make we see how much una got drop in the thing. You remember me talk straight, make we see how much una drop in the thing. We check it when them done. And then next week come and say, wanna beat it next week.
Last week is only about 5 or 6 people give anything.
That's all right now.
Tonight I'm seeing but one person give anything.
Yeah, even if it's a 20, wait, I'm saying 20,
but we need to flash that.
What's that?
But I say even if them put a $20 now, because I remember the case appeal, and we appeal the case and some other things. So if the right front, I wanna deal with the thing, man.
There is One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation. The thing is, it's right there at the bottom of the screen. OJLD, .org. So we can go here. Let me see how many people. 21. Let's call it the 2,100, right? And if we have 2,100 people, that's 2,159. And like you said, they put $20 each. That would be $42,000. That'd be more than enough to pay for an appeal and bring another lawsuit regarding the speaker who doesn't want to table the report. And then we have another one with the fertilizer. We have another one with we have quite a few lawsuits that we can handle.
But Ratty, make it easier for them now, please. Sorry, Ratty, make it easier for them. Get a cash up for them and a wait now again, Zelle. Like how them that does so Zoom and just send it and you send it.
We have Zelle.
Put it up that them can see it, because
go to the website. It's there. The donation.
Print it out. I can put it up tomorrow. Print it out. I can put it up tomorrow. You see when them see the Zelle now, them talk to me now, and them can say yes, and them sure. So we know them do it. Let them go until them do it. No say it go. Yeah, man.
So listen.
Make them sell it, man.
Hey, Ratty, let
turn on the mic. Turn on the mic, yes.
Right there. Herb was saying something.
Yeah. The guy from Johnson Tapping Limited, he had sent $200. But the fact is, he wanted to know how he could get his receipt.
That's easy. We'll get the receipt at the end of the year.
Okay. All right.
For tax purposes, yes.
Tax purposes.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's
Well, I hope he's listening and he will go ahead and send it back because he had canceled the transaction. And
yeah,
we have no contributions tonight.
it went
Over
up.
2,000 people.
Yeah,
That's
since
what I say. We want the Zelle.
Yep.
With the Zelle, tell me the number for the Zelle. Because the Zelle is a
No,
number.
no. Once you go to the website, it's there. Once you go to the
Go
website.
to the website, people. Just go to the website and knock on the Zelle right now. No can't let you down, you know. Go on the Zelle, man. No, Ratty, go, you know. Me I tell you no. Go on the Zelle, go check it out. Right now, sir, Ratty. All right.
Simple.
Check it out
So,
right now.
you know what? I want to thank all of you for coming on, man. I mean, it's a pleasure and it's my passion. So, and that's my privilege to have all of you on because you could be doing something else like the 2,000 plus devices, could be elsewhere, but you decided to spend the evening right here so we can discuss issues that are near and dear to not only us but to our people, right? And to hold government accountable. So, Herb, Isat, Maria, Lonesome, big up, and I'll see three of you tomorrow, unless Isaac want to join us tomorrow. Him look like him upset already because him you know the KFC.
No, we don't have no Kentucky. You know, so we don't have no Kentucky, man.
I just want to know who is this Isaac guy because Assad is coming tomorrow. And so I'm just confused. We just leave Isaac outside. Assad,
no, we don't leave Isaac, man. So
much respect and blessings.
Go to the website and you'll see that follow the instructions to do the Zelle, or if you use a bank card or your credit card, you can make the payments. If you have any issues, reach out to us tomorrow. All right, folks. Thank you very much, panelists. Big up on yourself. We'll talk soon.
Yes, I. And tomorrow,
blessings, yes.
Before you leave tomorrow,
Maria, Manuelaness.
Yeah, well, on the herb before you leave, we're check it herb. More you tell them more to them tomorrow, donate. Because we're gonna know, you know. We're gonna know from tonight. So tomorrow
Right.
evening,
you look at the amount tonight and then look at it tomorrow and see how many.
So we know because we know from tonight when them go on when you leave now. Tomorrow by 7 o'clock we know how much of them go and donate. Yeah. So we say yes. X amount of money, you know, to the 2,000.
I never got to read your Revelations 21 verse.
Yeah, you can read it, make it close, yes.
But as for the cowardly, the faithless, the detestable, as for murderers, the sexually immoral, sorcerers, idolaters, and all liars, their portion will be liars.
It's more you change that, and all Angelness. Angelnesses. Because remember him create lie, you know. And all Angelnesses, right there, so. Because he must be there, right?
And all bug life. How about that?
Yes.
Hold on. Let me just say something that Marva McLean in the chat says she had a problem the first time she tried to donate. Then she went to Google and put in OJDLF. And it was like 1, 2, 3. So anybody having issues, just follow what Marva did. Google and put it in.
See it?
All right. Big up on yourself.
No.
All right. Have a good night.
Later.
Everybody.
We out.
Thank you in the chat room, folks.
Later.
All right.